and welcome to your Boost Willpower hypnotic download from hypnosisdownloads.com. My name is Mark Tyrrell and I'm a Director of Uncommon Knowledge. Now, to get the best from this download session, please now make sure that you're seated in a comfortable chair or lying down. As you begin now to relax very deeply, I'm just going to say a few words about willpower. Do you know the old Chinese proverb, "Great souls have wills, feeble ones have only wishes"? Your capacity to take positive action, your willpower, shows your strength of character, and you can strengthen your character by exercising your will. Willpower is the determination to succeed and the ability to control oneself and one's actions. Willpower enhances self-development and freedom. It increases confidence and the ability to achieve. I wonder if you've already noticed what a strong will it takes not to use that willpower, because it certainly takes real determination not to make use of all the natural willpower you possess. And you can use that determination to work with that willpower and give up on giving up, becoming one of life's achievers. So many things in life are much more achievable than they first appear. How many times have you summoned up the willpower to do something, and then, when you've accomplished it, thought to yourself, that was easy? And even with the things that aren't so easy, I'm sure you can remember that sense of achievement you felt when you'd exercised all your willpower and reached that goal despite everything. Because you know you need to set yourself clear goals and plan how to achieve them step by step before setting your willpower to work. Tell yourself there's no going back and pretend it's a mastermind challenge, so once you've started, you have to finish. Willpower means never giving up if you really believe in your dream. Willpower is an energetic intention, an energy leading to compulsive and sustained action, directed at bringing about your plans and dreams into reality. And hypnosis can increase the power of your will, because hypnosis also depends upon a narrowed focus of attention. Willpower is a laser-like beam of what we call intentional focus. All great plans and projects begin within the imagination, but it is the strength of your will that brings them to fruition. And you know your willpower is naturally there. Sometimes it just needs a boost, just like a rocket needs boosters to give it that initial blast off. And once it's had the initial boost, that rocket can travel easily on its journey, blasting on to its destination. And now, you can just let your eyes close, if they haven't already, as you begin to relax very deeply, noticing how everything can begin to slow down as you begin to feel this calm relaxation flowing through your fingertips and into your toes. And rest how each breath can slow as you relax more deeply. Deeply breathing in that relaxation, allowing that to circulate gently around your body, carrying comfort and calm to every part. Those muscles letting go and relaxing, taking a well-earned rest, taking time out from those less relaxing, everyday things, like a journey into relaxation. Soothing and calm, massaging deep inside, digesting that calming warmth, allowing that wave of relaxation to surround you now, like a warm glow, wrapping itself around you like a soft blanket. Every muscle and fiber slowing down, vibrating gently and gratefully, allowing that rest to soothe every cell, feeling the relaxation that can hover in between those cells, spreading outwards, over and through and around you. That wonderful calm that only such deep relaxation can bring. How time can slow and almost stand still. Just allowing that relaxation to slowly build as you rest deeper. Noticing the color of that relaxation as it envelops you. Perhaps the color changing with each breath. A deeper color for a deeper relaxation. A calm, comforting shade. Anticipating how the color of that relaxation can change again as you rest more deeply. Changing with each soothing breath, and the air around you dancing gently as it relaxes deeper, and then slowing down, vibrating more slowly and relaxing deeper. And I wonder if you can imagine standing on a great wall, a great wide wall, perhaps the Great Wall of China, looking into the distance as the wall snakes out of sight far away, hugging the contours of the land, the rolling hills, dipping up and down, almost like a roller coaster, smoothly following every contour, sinking deep into the valleys and climbing through the mountains, gracefully disappearing into the clouds, fluffy white wisps drifting around the stone. And now, getting a sense of setting out on a journey along the wall, that wide path leading into the distance, feeling the comfort of the ground beneath your feet, and relaxing deeper with every stride. The crunch of the stones beneath your feet, getting a sense of movement, the fresh air up here, a sudden refreshing breeze caressing your skin, breathing in the clear air, relaxing deeper with every calming breath, picturing your destination, the immensity of the wall, so old and strong, magnificent and serene, knowing that once this was just a grand idea. Maybe many people laughed at the idea, the notion of a wall thousands of miles long, being built in days before cranes and technology and building equipment reached sophisticated levels. The notion of a wall comforting and protecting, the vision of those pioneers thousands of years ago, their will to succeed, the notion that anything is possible, the achievement of that far-off goal, the result of that willpower, the desire to reach the summit no matter what, noticing how those solid foundations have allowed the wall to endure, to survive the centuries, a legacy of ancient willpower, and noticing how relaxed you can be with that thought, that notion that anything is possible, getting a sense of that now, building within you. And now, thinking of those areas in your life, those projects and goals, where having this supreme willpower will allow you to put those endeavors into overdrive. Really think about what you want to achieve. All those areas where you just need that initial boost, that willpower boost to set you off on your journey. Just as a rocket needs that initial boost, setting a true course to those goals, allowing that willpower to naturally take over. Good. And now looking down from the wall, noticing a line of metal figures, ancient Chinese warriors made of iron, erect and proud, noticing their gaze, how incredibly focused that gaze is, feeling those stares, the intensity of their iron-willed force, constant and unrelenting, the incredible intensity of those warriors of old, unwavering and firm. That's it. And now notice those iron figures, those iron warriors, come to life. And turn those stares of pure will towards a chalice of magical liquid. Almost like a laser beam homing in, that combined will, the incredible intense stares of all those iron-willed warriors, focused and coming together on one chalice of magical liquid. That combined will, that irrepressible combined iron will floating into that chalice, filling it up with pure and utter willpower. Noticing how that liquid can change colour as the chalice fills, the colour of pure willpower a magical elixir glowing with energy and vitality. Excellent. And you can walk towards this chalice. That immense will drawing you in, like a magnet, drawing you closer, sensing its pure power. The colours intensifying with every step, glowing brighter and brighter, feeling the warmth of that power radiating outwards until you are right in front of it. Reaching out and grasping that chalice. That's it. Feel it in your hands, the contents of the combined will of all those iron warriors from days of old. And now bringing it to your mouth, touching your lips, anticipating that refreshing taste, drinking that magical elixir, and drink it now, feeling that wonderful power deep inside enter into you, digesting that willpower, the combined will of all those ancient iron warriors right now as you drink that back, filling up your mind and body, spreading to every cell right now. Good. And now, drifting forwards in time, taking that ancient iron will with you, that's now a part of you, it's now inside of you, that wonderful old power, that intense combined willpower, noticing yourself achieving those goals, setting those targets, using that willpower to keep going when others fade, easily and naturally, with energy and purpose, driving forwards, feeling that sense of self-empowerment and freedom right now, noticing doing those things in your future that you're going to do. Great. And now further into the future, knowing how well you've used this willpower, enjoying those achievements, that sense of a job well done, noticing that tasks that used to be daunting can be undertaken easily with real focus, intentional iron focus, using that powerful strength of will, just getting a real sense of that now, really exerting your iron willpower in future times. And then really getting a sense of almost like a button inside your mind. A button with iron will printed on it. Get a sense of what that feels like when you switch that on. Almost as if you can feel that in your mind being switched on, pressed down right now. Something that you can do at will. You can switch on your willpower at will, you're going to find. So just practice switching that on and off right now. And notice the buzz you get each time it's switched on. and now, drifting back to the here and now, bringing with you all that strength of will, that wonderful willpower, your unconscious mind knowing you've learnt well today, knowing you can access this power anytime you need to, naturally and easily, coming back to the room with a renewed sense of energy and vigour, becoming more aware and opening your eyes. Excellent. And remember, the more you relax to this download, the more benefits you're going to notice. Remember also to check out other useful and associated sessions from hypnosisdownloads.com, such as improve concentration and focus and achieve your potential. My name is Mark Tyrrell of Uncommon Knowledge.
Welcome to the show, Guy. We're so excited to get vulnerable with you and learn a little bit more about your podcasting journey. Johnny and I are huge fans of the show, How I Built This, and we really enjoyed the book, How I Built This, as well.
Thanks, guys. It's great to be here, and I hope we don't get too vulnerable because I'm in a really vulnerable place between the fires and the pandemic and environmental degradation, political unrest. Woo!
Well,
what a year.
So you mean you're in California? Yeah.
In 2020, yes.
Exactly. Now, you've been a radio journalist and even a wartime correspondent for a long time, and now you're one of the most recognized and successful podcasters in the world. What set you on the path to becoming a podcaster?
You know, it's funny. I mean, I would say it's only in the last like 2 or 3 years when that description didn't kind of like momentarily jar me. I always thought of myself as a radio person because I started out in radio, and you know, because of the podcasting boom, what I've always been doing is kind of the definition has changed, right? But the actual thing that I do hasn't really changed. So it's only in the last couple of years where I've actually thought, yeah, you know, I've really kind of embraced this. I remember talking with Casey Neistat about, you know, about him being described as a YouTuber rather than a filmmaker. And at first people sort of use that phrase in a kind of a pejorative way, like, oh, he's just a YouTuber. But that's how he describes himself now, because it's actually some of the best filmmakers are YouTubers. And so for me, it really began in radio. You know, I started out as a radio reporter. I started out as you know, from the started at the bottom, and I worked as a radio reporter most of my early career, and eventually became a radio anchor, news anchor on NPR of a news program. And really, about 8 years ago, I just kind of lost my faith in not my faith. I had a kind of a moment of disillusionment with the news. I really felt like, I needed to make a better contribution to the world in a small way. And I didn't feel like I was doing that in news. I felt like even though we were covering important things, and I'm really proud of the work I was able to do, and I got to cover stories around the world, and cover 4 wars and live in countries and meet incredible people. I felt like people were even more polarized, at that time than when I started. And so I kind of my journey into kind of podcasting was really leaving the news side of what I did and starting to create programs that dealt with human behavior and human experiences that were more universal, that weren't about like up to the minute, this is happening now, this is happening now, that's happening tomorrow. And it began with TED Radio Hour, a show that I helped launch in 2013. And really the idea behind that show was, can we make a show where every single episode can be heard now or in 5 years or in 10 years and it will still be relevant? Can these be evergreen programs that are designed to stand the test of time? And that was the beginning. And that sort of has taken me to where I am today, proudly a podcaster.
We are glad to hear that.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say that I feel that all of us in the podcasting industry at this moment have a sense of either we can add to the turmoil and the insanity that's seemingly being around us, or we can use our platforms to bring everybody together and put out messages of education and being able to help people see the world for what it is around them. Because I think a lot of people are finding the news to be agenda driven and divisive at this time.
I agree with you. I mean, I think that, the way people, especially younger people, are consuming information on their own terms through podcasting gives us a huge opportunity to create content that, that does elevate the conversation, that does get people thinking about big ideas, that does get people thinking more deeply about themselves and about the people around them. And I hope that stays. I mean, of course, it's a commercial environment, so there will always
Yes.
be opportunities for people who don't want to do that, who don't want to. And as long as there's an audience for those people, for better or worse, the marketplace will determine who succeeds and who doesn't. But I agree with you. I think that we have an opportunity and a responsibility to do that because we have time. We don't have to end on the hour. We can keep these conversations going. So I agree. I applaud that.
And what drew you to successful entrepreneurs as a way to have those timeless conversations?
It's funny. I just got off a call with the founders of Wayfair. They were on my show on how I built this 3 years ago, Neeraj Shah and Steve Conine. And they had zero passion about furniture. They couldn't care less about furniture when they started out. Now they do. They have a tremendous interest in furniture, but they didn't care about it. They didn't know much about it. They were really interested in solving a problem and a challenge. And that was why does somebody living in New York or LA have access to really great furniture, but someone living in Omaha or Des Moines doesn't? They don't have easy access to great furniture, and they wanted to make this something that anybody could access. In my case, I first really encountered entrepreneur stories in 2008 when I was on a sabbatical year. I got a journalism fellowship that year, and I spent the year at Harvard. They offer this really fancy fellowship to journalists, and you can take classes all over the place, wherever you want, and they pay for everything. It's unbelievable. And I took a class at Harvard Business School, and I was expecting charts and graphs and formulas and algorithms. I was blown away when we got our first assignment, which was to read a case study, which was essentially a story. And it was a story of an entrepreneur and a crisis they faced, and you had to wait to the next class to find out what happened. And I was just blown away. I thought, this is how they teach business school? This is amazing. These are incredible human journeys. These are like any story of any journey you've ever encountered, the Odyssey or Gilgamesh or any of these heroes that you see in classic literature that Joseph Campbell wrote about in the 70s, Star Wars, Harry Potter. It's like there's this person with a crazy idea, and she tells people in the village, and they all tell her she's crazy, so she has to leave the village, or they exile her from the village, and she goes on this journey. She slays a dragon, she almost dies in an abyss, she finds a mentor. All of those elements are in the stories of founders and founders of these incredible companies and brands. And once I connected the dots, it was clear to me that I wanted to make a show like this. It just took me a while to actually, launch it, but it was always in the back of my mind because there's so much at stake when you're starting a business. There's the possibility for failure and for collapse and for financial ruin and for embarrassment and shame. I mean, there are all of these things that we as humans naturally want to avoid. Like our saber-toothed tiger, in the savannah instinct says, get out of here. And so I really want to explore what motivates people to do that, and how, and can we learn how to do that? And so that was the genesis of the show. And I think it sort of defines what it is today.
And I think that speaks to the success of the show in that hero's journey is relatable whether or not you are trying to start a business. And I know so many non-entrepreneurs who love the show and love digging into these personal moments that you have with these incredible founders.
It's so nice to hear that. I mean, I'm just honestly, I hope it doesn't sound like falsely modest. I work in this studio that you're looking at me right now at. I mean, this is where I work from. And I spend, especially in COVID, I don't have any interaction with anyone except my family, my wife and my kids. And hearing from people who love this show means so much. It really does. And sometimes I have to stop and kind of take stock of it because, I think like a lot of people, I tend to get a little obsessed with the occasional negative comments or some of the mean things that people will write now and again, and it really does. I'm getting better at it, but I want people to love it. I want people to feel empowered by it. So it really does mean a lot. I think the reason why the show resonates with people who may not be interested in starting their own business necessarily is because it's not a roadmap for how to start a business. I mean, it can be. And it certainly is very useful. And if you don't have an MBA, it's a great free alternative. But it's also a way to think. It's also a show that hopefully kind of teaches you how to think creatively and how to solve problems. And so for people who work for big companies or who are working in marketing or who are working in sales or who are just like going for a run and need like an extra boost of like, oh my God, this person's doing this crazy thing. That's really what I want the show to be. I want it to be this inspiring show that also reminds people that some of these huge brands and the people behind them, they're not superheroes. They're just like you. They are just like you. And they have gone through some really challenging times and moments. And one of the ways that they are giving back is by really going deep and showing their vulnerability and taking us along that journey. And I want people to share that journey because I want people to understand that you are no different. And I'm only telling their story because they took the leap. And you can too. You can too.
It really is a show about vulnerability. And what I love about the conversations is you get founders that we normally see, keynote speaking on stage or even in traditional media interviews. And they're very buttoned up. They're very PR driven. They understand anything they say is going to impact share value, et cetera. And yet you're able to create these really deep moments of connection and vulnerability and hear a side of the story that we don't often hear in building the business. How do you get your guests to feel safe enough to open up when many of their traditional interviews go a complete opposite direction?
I mean, part of it, AJ, to be honest, is to do something really counterintuitive. The way PR and communications specialists deal with the media is really needs to be disrupted. and it's ripe for disruption. And anybody listening to this who wants to get into that industry, there are lots of opportunities to disrupt it, because the traditional approach is you go to a media outlet or a show and you say, my client is available to talk about this, and that. These are all the 10 amazing things about them. And like Forbes 30 under 30 and, Nobel Prize winner at 17 and whatever, all these accolades. Right. And they're pitching by and large in an old school way to like the morning network news shows that we're going to give them 4 minutes or 3 minutes, right? It's very different now, especially with podcasts. And I am not looking to have somebody come on for an hour and just talk about all their successes. Not because I'm not proud of them and I want to cheer them on. It's just boring. Who wants to hear about somebody's success for an hour? It's not that interesting. What you want to do is you want to hear from somebody who has achieved success, but you want to hear about the failures that they experienced along the way, because that's when you actually learn. And what I do is it's a combination of things. I explain that to people before they come on the show, and I always say, look, we don't want to force you to come on the show. We don't want to beg anybody to come on the show. We want you to come on the show with a sense of generosity. And we want you to come on the show knowing that what you're doing is a public service. We don't charge for the show. It's a public radio program. It's your opportunity to really go deep into your life. We will do a lot of research to make sure that it is accurate. And it's as simple as that. And what happens inevitably is that the people who come on the show, they have agreed to that. We do get pitched. And I was just pitched an incredibly big major founder. And I wrote back to the person's communications specialist and I said, I would love to interview this person. I am absolutely fascinated by this person's story, but I want you to understand that my one condition for this person appearing on the show is there are no conditions. And if you're okay with that, and if your person is okay with that, let's do it. But if not, that's okay. Let's part as friends. And that's basically what we do.
So getting that buy-in beforehand and obviously doing deep research beforehand, coming in prepared helps. But of course, in these moments of vulnerability, there's going to be, especially in the exact moment, there's going to be some reticence, I'm not sure I want to be this vulnerable. I'm not sure I want to open up. And obviously with your vast interview experience, what have you learned about conversation to get beyond that trite, practice, scripted, bullet point interview that many of these founders give?
I think it's relatability. Let me give you an example. I have been very lucky over the last, I would say, 10 years of my life to be able to informally work and advise younger people who are experiencing depression. Why is that? Because I experienced it when I was younger in a very deep and difficult and painful way. That experience in my life, as difficult as it was, and as at times not sure whether I would actually get through it, was a blessing because it actually opened up all these channels of empathy. It basically said, hey, you know what it feels like to be at a rock bottom low point. You have a memory in your mind of lying on the floor of your bedroom, the cold tile floor, not wanting to get up. You have memories of not shaving or, showering for days, not leaving your apartment in your early 20s. I have those memories. I know what that feels like. That has helped me be a better communicator to young people who are going through that, because so many younger people feel embarrassed and they don't know how to connect with people. They don't know how to explain it. And so what I have been able to do is to share my experiences. And oftentimes when you share your experiences, people are more willing to share theirs. And so I think it's often a matter of just being relatable, and having a conversation rather than just a one-way interview.
It was something that you said earlier about being able to to adventure in and discover and learn about human behavior. And for a lot of young people, they don't have the experiences to understand all the different aspects that come into play for human behavior, especially the dark side of human nature and the faults of the human brain, where it lacks capacity. We see the skyscrapers, we see the unbelievable companies that have been built, but there is not a better way to showcase the dark side or our inadequacies than telling those stories. And those stories are going to, for us to have a better understanding of human nature, gives us a better understanding of each other and what it's going to take to lift each other.
I did an interview with the founder of Lush Cosmetics, Mark Constantine. And he built an incredibly successful business, and it's a great story. Started in the UK, and he really, he's not educated. He went to formally educated, but he went to study. He went to hairdresser school, and he really grinded. And kind of, it took him a long time to build this business up. And in the course of the interview, he talked about how early in his career he had a job, and then he just kind of said, and then I wasn't happy, and I went to London, and then I just hung out there I went to Bristol or wherever. He went to Bournemouth, south of England, and just hung out there for a while. And he kept talking. I said, wait, stop for a sec. I said, you just left a job. We just spent the last 10 minutes talking about this job for 3 years, and then you just left it and went to Bournemouth. And then I said, what happened? He said, I just wasn't happy there. Something happened. Something was going on. What was it? Well, I wasn't feeling up to it. I said, it sounds to me like you had some anxiety going on. And he just broke open into this story about actually how he's dealt with anxiety his whole life and still does. And it's so powerful because somebody hearing that can say to themselves, holy, right? Like the founder of Lush Cosmetics that I see in every city and every airport has anxiety challenges. Like this person who is on every level successful, has like plenty of money, but has a healthy, stable family. His kids work for the business. It's so important for people to talk about that because everybody, behind every single person you see, like I think there's a quote I saw recently, and it's a great quote, and I'm sure I'm mangling it, but it's something like, every single person you see is struggling with something that you don't see. And I love that idea because if we could all approach, it's like, do you remember that speech that David Foster Wallace gave, that famous graduation speech at Kenyon College, where he's like, you're standing in line behind the lady, she's with her kid, she's taking forever, like you're in a rush. She's like, well, what if she has like getting chemo? Like, what if she's what if she's actually on her way to her doctor to get chemo? Like, what if she's, barely hanging on? Like, it's all these things it's very hard for us humans to think that way. But if we could, in a small way, adjust the way we think about other people, it could go a long way to making us more empathetic and kinder. And so in a small way, I'm trying to do that with these stories by going to those darker places.
Now, I want to explore a little bit your journey through depression, because I know some members in our audience are feeling that way right now, especially the younger members who are going through this intense adversity that is COVID and the uncertainty around work. How did you power through your struggle with depression? And was there some key takeaways that you would love to impart to our listeners who may be feeling that same way?
I'll start, of course, with the usual thing that I always say to people I talk to, which is I am not a medical expert, and I'm not a professional, and I really do trust professionals, and I trust in science. Look, I grew up in a family where where mental health was not seen as a serious thing. This is not abnormal. A lot of people probably have that experience where when you get the flu or you get bronchitis, that's an illness. But when you are feeling depressed, that's just self-indulgence, right? What do you have to be sad about? And I understand where that comes from. Certainly from my parents' generation, who were born shortly after World War II and immigrated to America and had to contend with a lot of challenges. Like, what do you have to be sad about? You have everything. We had nothing. I understand that. We live in a very strange. We've structured our society in a very strange way, right? When you are, for the most part, if you grow up in a relatively secure and stable home environment with at least one parent, you know what's coming next year. It's going to be second grade or third grade, and then middle school. You're going to go to ninth and 10th. You're going to go to high school. And then if you're going to go to college, you're going to go to college, and everyone's cheering you on. Most people are saying, "You got this. Go to college," and then you get to college and you find your identity there. A lot of us first find our identities there. Like we experiment in college. We listen to new music. We experiment with ideas. We join clubs. We become known for doing something. Whether it's organizing an event or being part of a debate or organizing a protest or being an activist. And then that's your identity. Oh, there's AJ. He's like really into animal welfare, he's or whatever it might be. And then you graduate from college. And then there's no safety net. There's no next year. You've had 18 years where everything was proscribed and everyone's like, "You got this, go." And then you're on your own. Add that to the swirling chemicals of mush in the brain of a person between the age of 20 and 29, and you've got the perfect storm for depression, anxiety. It's a connection. It's the sort of the intersection of how we structure society and our biology. And I don't think our biology has changed. I think 200 years ago, people between 20 and 29 had those chemicals, but we didn't have the other factors. So, 200-300 years ago, you're 20, you're working on the farm, you're starting a family. And your life is probably going to end at like 45. So you're already like middle-aged. So it was different. Now we contend with a whole range of challenges. And so I think that's the first, this is my very unscientific theory, but I think there's something to it. And I think that's what happened in my case. And I think that's what happens in the case of a lot of younger people. And I think that it's exacerbated today because everything is online. I mean, I look at my children who are 9 and 11. They're obsessed with likes on their YouTube channel,
Yeah.
or their TikTok channel. They'll ask me, "Daddy, how many likes did you get on your Instagram post?" And I'm like, I don't care, even though secretly I kind of do. But I say, you know what I mean? And so all of our public lives are these like perfectly crafted images of who we are. This Facebook, Instagram version of our lives where even in a pandemic, people still they're not going to post a picture of themselves on Instagram where they're lying on the bathroom floor crying in the fetal position.
Right.
Hey, everybody, I'm really depressed. So I think that's sort of some context to where I was and where a lot of people are at that point in their lives. Here's what helped me. What helped me was a good friend who is still my dearest friend to this day, who recognized that in me and who helped me get treatment. And in my case, I went on antidepressants for a few years. Now, I will say that there's a lot of different scientific debate over SSRIs, their effectiveness. There's been some really great studies about whether it's the placebo effect or whether these medications actually work. I can't speak to that because I don't have the scientific background. But I will say that in my case, whether it was a placebo effect or not, taking mild antidepressants for a few years really did help me. It made me feel like I could actually get through the day. And really, as with many of these things, the passage of time has made it easier to manage. Depression, anxiety, they don't ever go away. It's like any other challenge in life. You will have it. It will come back. But what I found in my life, now I'm in my 40s, it becomes more manageable. I've gone through periods of depression and anxiety during this pandemic. We're all alone. We're dealing with um, a very scary health crisis, a scary economic crisis. We're shut in. We can't see our friends. We can't see our loved ones. We can't go to funerals of people we love. Um, there's environmental, catastrophes, hurricanes and wildfires and crazy storms. And here we are. I mean, it's a scary time, and we're living in a really politically fraught moment. What I find is that as I've gotten older, it's become more manageable. So when these things happen, they happen. I can recognize them, and I can do things now that really do help me. I mean, the reality is, and I'm going on so long. I'm sorry, guys.
Not at all.
You didn't know that I'm an endless talker, so forgive me. But what I find is that now there are some very simple and obvious tricks that we all know. We all know. There's no secret to happiness. The secret to happiness is exercise. Make sure to find time for yourself, whether that's meditation or reading. Try your best to think about things you're grateful for, and try to eat well, and there's a better chance that you will be okay. And in my case, I try to do those things. It's not always easy.
Right.
But now that I'm older, I can recognize the signs when it comes on, and so it makes it more manageable for me to take action.
The three things that you brought up there, the eating healthy, make sure you're getting exercise, getting proper sleep, and being cognizant of your mood swings and triggers and things that might bring on that anxiety. For any of our clients, anytime that they come in, one of the first things that we are having them look at are those three things. I think those things have somehow gotten lost in the shuffle with all the technology that we have, where they're not that sexy to talk about. They're not that fun. Who wants to talk about counting macros? If that's what you have to do to be happy. But those things put together a foundation that allows you to enjoy and maximize your enjoyment for the rest of the day, for everything else that comes along, and helps you manage anything that comes along that is going to trigger you, that is going to cause depression or anxiety.
And I think you brought up something that, many of us don't even realize. And when we take a look back at history, 200 years ago, there was comparison, certainly, but not to the degree that there is now. Everything is quantifiable, from likes to going on Zillow to seeing your neighbor's square footage down to the last foot. Like, everything is quantified as technology has continued to grow into a bigger part of our lives. And I think that's certainly driving a lot of the anxiety that we're feeling, because there's more choices than ever. There's more uncertainty, it feels like, than ever. And there's that concern, what if I make the wrong choice? And I just want to go into that initial decision or discussion and conversation around actually seeking professional help, because I think a lot of people view that as a difficult choice and view it almost as a weakness if I have to seek someone else to solve this for myself. And obviously that conversation that you had with your friend encouraged you to take that step, and we talked about the result of that. But what was it like in that moment initially of like even thinking about, hey, I need some help in this matter?
Very hard. Very hard. Very, very hard, because I had no experience with it. And I was embarrassed. Even to the point where I was like, God, what if somebody saw me in the waiting room that knew me? What if I ran into, things like that, and really it was a matter of just coming to the realization that I had to. I had to, or else things would get bad, really bad, much, much worse. But it is really important to try and talk to people about it and see if you can get people who you trust who can help you, because that is key. I mean, there's a real sense of loneliness and isolation, and it can get worse in the midst of a depression, and that can exacerbate it. It's like this. It's like a kind of um, you know a repeat cycle. Once it starts, it gets worse and worse. And so it's really important to kind of break out of that by talking to people and by finding people that you trust, that you can just talk to them about it.
And certainly there is risk involved. And you talked about calculating that risk. What if I see someone I know in the waiting room? How is this going to impact me? And I think a big part of the lessons in your book talks about the risk that entrepreneurs are willing to take. And for many of us, those risks are too great. The leap is too big. And we look up and aspire to be a better risk taker. But what have you learned about the risk part of the equation and succeeding with a business idea that is risky?
Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? There's the adage that without risk, there's no reward. And to some extent, and to a large extent, that's true. You do have to take some risk in life if you're going to be rewarded. And it could be something like the risk of going to that party and meeting that person who's going to change your life. Or it could be the risk of, agreeing to have lunch with a person who becomes hugely important. I mean, risk doesn't mean going to the bank, withdrawing all of your money and putting it on number 9 on the roulette table. That's not risk. That's stupidity, right? Risk is really is pushing yourself out of your comfort zone, but you can do it safely. So, for example, in the book I talk about Jim Koch. Jim Koch founded Boston beer company Sam Adams. He had this very safe, stable job at Boston Consulting Group, but he wasn't happy. He was making a lot of money. He had kids, he had a mortgage, but he was really deeply unhappy. He felt like he needed to build something himself. But he was scared to do it. He was scared to leave all of those comforts and that stability. So he did it slowly. On nights and weekends, he kind of started to plot out what a beer company would look like until he really had a working plan in place. It was still risky, and he saved his money, and he didn't burn his bridges. So when he went to his bosses and said he was leaving, he made sure that they said, listen, if you need to come back, we'd love to have you back. And he went and he started this business, and it was a slow burn. It took him a couple of years before he got to profitability. Today, it's the biggest craft brewer beer in the country.
And his family really doubted him. I think that was a big part of that story. His dad doubted him. His dad said, "Are you nuts?" And that's important. Is that was a risk, but he mitigated the risk. Almost every entrepreneur, almost every single one I've interviewed, they mitigate their risks. The stakes are high, yes, but the biggest risk that pretty much every entrepreneur takes is the risk of just feeling bad about failing. Most of the time they don't. They do it in such a way where they can recover from it. They can go back to a job, or they don't spend all of their money on it. They seek out outside funding. But by and large, risk is an inherent part of the game. But really, it's how we define risk. Risk is not jumping out of an airplane without a parachute. Risk is pushing yourself out of your comfort zone, is saying to yourself, you know what, I can actually do this. I can start a business. Because a lot of us don't think of ourselves that way. We don't think of ourselves as entrepreneurs. We think that guy's an entrepreneur, or that person is. I'm just, I work for a company, or I'm a lawyer, or whatever it is I am. But the reality is that there is no real difference between the people who start businesses and the people who don't. I mean, the only difference is that they do. The people who start businesses do. They make the leap. Everybody listening to this, or watching this, has had a great idea. I guarantee you, every person watching this has been in line at a coffee house or whatever, and saw some inefficiency and thought, I wish that they had this. Or you're like in some store and you're looking at, I don't know, a rack of jeans, and you're like, I wish that they organized it, or they had this, or it was like this. Those are all business ideas. Those are all problems that probably need to be solved. I also guarantee you that people watching this have had ideas in their minds that they thought somebody needs to solve this, and it has been solved now. Like, a year or two later, they're in Walmart and they're like, oh my God, that was my idea 5 years ago. Somebody's done this. Well,
The answer is you can do it. You can do it. You just have to take a little bit of risk, but you have to mitigate the risk on the path to solving that problem.
That brings up the other R that in our entrepreneurial journey I have weighed more, which is regret. And what you speak of having that great idea and watching someone else turn it into a success and have that ability, that chance to take the leap, but not, when we look back over time, that regret is far scarier to me than the risk, especially when you're taking the steps to mitigate it.
I agree. I mean, regret to me is scarier than risk, much scarier. It was scarier to Jim Cook, the regret of waking up at age 65 and saying, God, did I waste my life? The fact of the matter is, you can do this. And the other thing I would say is, you can do this at any phase in your life. I mean, there's a myth about entrepreneurs that they're all in their early 20s eating ramen and living in group houses. The fact of the matter is, the average business in America, the average first-time entrepreneur is 40 years old. That means that half are over 40 and half are under 40. One of the craziest stories we did on how I built this was Bob's Red Mill. Bob's Red Mill is one of the biggest producers of flours and grains. And, you go to the grocery store, there's a whole section of Bob's Red Mill. He started that at age 53. He was broke. He moved to Oregon to become a pastor. He was in Bible school, and he always loved milling his own flour. He was just one of these people, right? And he saw an old mill up for sale, and it was really cheap, and he and his wife were like, let's do it. I can still be a pastor on the side. I can still read the Bible. And he bought this red mill, and that was the beginning of Bob's Red Mill, now a billion-dollar company. I mean, it's totally crazy.
A big part that I took away from the book, and you mentioned this earlier, is this pressure we put on ourselves in our 20s, right? That Forbes 30 under 30 list. And we look and we compare all these other seemingly overnight successes and these young entrepreneurs that, Mark Zuckerberg's, et cetera, that reach unicorn status in their 20s. But to your point, they are the rarity. Most of the businesses that we come to rely on, that we love, that we use on a daily basis, they're someone's fourth, fifth, sixth entrepreneurial go. They are not their first idea. In fact, a lot of these businesses have pivoted. And I think there's the overcoming of adversity. And every single person you've interviewed has faced tremendous adversity in their entrepreneurial journey. What are the mindsets that you've encountered that have allowed them to face down that adversity and not quit when many others would give up on that idea?
I think it is a learned trait. And I think there are a couple of factors that make it easier. I mean, the first is that you have to have an unshakable belief in your idea. And most people do. Most of us do, right? If you believe that your idea has to be out in the world, and that if you cannot make it happen, then it won't happen at all. If you believe that, it is very hard to step away from it. The other factor is starting a business with a co-founder, having a partner with you, because invariably one of you will be down and one of you will be up. And it's just the way it works, that when you're feeling really low, the other person's like, we got this. We got this. It sucks. This is horrible. I know it seems like the world's collapsing around us, but we've got this. We've come this far. We're going to be okay. And that, in every case where I've interviewed business with co-founders, that's been a key factor. It's been really important. I think that there's huge value in starting a business with somebody else for the very simple reason that they are, they're going to be there when you need them.
Just also having a different perspective as well helps out so much. Certainly, AJ and I do not think the same. We come from radically different schoolings and thought processes, and we have very much different perspectives. And it has helped us tremendously in being able to look at problems, just having his view. I'm like, I've been looking at this problem for a week and didn't even think about that. And all of a sudden, new doors have opened up in how to handle it.
There's no question. Having a co-founder or co-founders, a group of people with diverse viewpoints, is a huge advantage. It's a huge net advantage for most. In fact, I talk about this in the book, which is Paul Graham, the famous investor and founder of Y Combinator. He talks. This is one of his principal rules. Co-founder. He looks for companies with a co-founder, and I think that's super super crucial. But on this idea of resilience and perseverance, it takes a lot of work. It's very hard. It's very easy to give up. What's hard is to keep going. What I've learned from all of these entrepreneurs is early on in their careers or early on in their journeys, whether they started in their 20s or in their 40s, they had some experience in their life that exposed them to rejection, a lot of rejection. And that experience of being exposed to rejection actually steeled themselves, gave them an extra layer of skin to deal with and absorb all of the rejection that they would then face building the business and sustaining the business. Because building a business is basically a journey of rejection. A lot of people will say, this cannot be done. I'm not going to give you money. Who's going to give you money? This is stupid. Or they might be polite and just say, no, I'm not interested. But you will hear that a lot. I want to sell you my product. No, I'm not interested. You have to be able to withstand the no's, because eventually those no's will turn to yeses. And that's super crucial. And a lot of people who have built successful businesses started out in sales. Because if you are selling something door to door over the phone, inevitably you will hear no. And a lot of younger people say, what should I do when I leave college? And I say, go get a job in sales for a year or two. Just go get a job in sales and have a bunch of people tell you to get off their property, because that will help you when it comes time for you to actually have the nerve and the strength to build a business.
For myself, I was in the music business before I had gotten involved with AJ in building the Art of Charm, and the amount of defeats or driving 8 hours to a gig only for 5 people to be in the room when you've been having your hopes being built up for that 8-hour trip, or sending out all of your records for somebody to listen to, and spending all of your time trying to promote a show in your hometown to have your 3 friends show up and they go, it's all right. It's certainly, but it is as awful as all that might sound. You're absolutely right, because it has helped me in tremendous respects to putting out content, feeling okay about it, not second guessing, not sitting on it, terrified to put it out. Because I had already gotten used to criticism in my 20s through just performing.
I feel many of these business success stories that we're talking about here come down to relationships and your ability to build relationships, whether it's finding a VC to invest in your idea, finding team members to join that culture and work for you, opportunities to partner and find that co-founder, or even just networking to grow your brand. And what are your tips when it comes to connecting and building relationships that lead to success in your life?
I think in terms of finding a co-founder, it's really, and we talk about this a lot on the show, and I ask co-founders this question, what is it about the other person that attracted you? And invariably, you get the same version of this answer, which is they had just different skill sets and interests. I mean, I liked them. I knew I could get along with them. There was chemistry, but more importantly, we were just interested in different things. And I love that idea, because we're naturally attracted to people who are interested in the same things. Whether if you're in the music industry, you're going to hang out with music industry people. If you're in, sports and whatever it is, right? A lot of journalists hang out with journalists. I really encourage people to do what they can, everything they can, to seek out not just people, but also ideas that they're not naturally attracted to. I try to, and I don't always do this well, but I really do try to force myself to read things that I wouldn't normally go to. If I'm reading a journal or a magazine, like, and there's an article about, some article about politics, I'm interested in it. I want to read it. But if there's an article about like a poet or poetry, I will read it. I don't always understand it. I don't always love it, but I try and expose myself to different ideas. And one of the ways we do it on the show is by talking to people from industries that I'm not naturally knowledgeable about or that interested in. We do a lot of cosmetics. I don't wear cosmetics. I'm not naturally interested in them, but I have become interested in cosmetics over the years because I've learned about the business and the industry, and it is endlessly fascinating.
It is fascinating.
And so my feeling is that if you can expose yourself to people and ideas that aren't normally in your wheelhouse, it's only going to work to your advantage. You will only benefit and gain from that.
I agree so much.
And I've felt this pattern in a few interviews with co-founders, and it was really expressed in the book, The Guys Behind Method. You have an extrovert and an introvert. And you kind of need that balance of, okay, someone is going to go inside to problem solve and to figure out what's going on, but also someone else needs to go outside and win people over and use that extroversion to the business's advantage. Is that a pattern that you've seen in co-founders where they have that sort of opposite style in their communication?
Yes, 100%. And also, their preferences in that area. Like, I mean, one of you guys is slightly more extroverted than the other one. I think Johnny is more extroverted.
You are spot on.
You just, it's your natural kind of comfort zone. You like to kind of be around people, and AJ, you takes you a little bit more time, right, to warm up to people. And I can tell that. And that's how I'm actually an introverted person too. Even though I do this public job and I have live shows in pre-COVID times, it's just my natural kind of state of being. I think that having those different personality traits are just hugely advantageous. Especially when you are not only building the business, but presenting the business to people. Because you can always, it's a constant balancing act. In a business, there are always going to be times where one co-founder is going to be, you're going to lean on that co-founder, and the other times you're going to lean on the other one, and back and forth. And having that balance and that ability to kind of lean a little bit more one way or the other is crucial. I mean, building a business is a marathon. It is a really long marathon, and it doesn't end even once you've achieved flight. I mean, you guys have a business. Once you've achieved success, you don't just throw up. You're not just sitting in a vault of money and throwing it up in the air. It's really hard work. Once you hit cruising altitude, there's even more work to do.
And exactly, that definition of success changes. All right.
Correct.
When we look back to what success was 15 years ago, we've far surpassed it, but we wouldn't call ourselves successful today because you're constantly reorienting to that new level of success.
I agree.
Now, you ask every guest whether luck or skill and hard work accounts for their success. And early on in my career, I would have jumped to say hard work, and it's the skills that set me apart. As we've gone longer in our entrepreneurial journey, and we like to joke, had 9 lives already, and we've had co-founders and lost co-founders, all that process. I think luck is a very big part of our success. And I wonder what you've learned about luck versus skill in the pursuit of success and asking all of your guests that question.
I mean, I know it's a binary question I ask, but the reality is I'm not looking for one or the other answer. And it doesn't have to be either of those things. It can be anything, really. It's just kind of a device to give somebody a chance to reflect on their journey and why they think it happened. I think in every case, for everybody, luck passes them by. There's something that happens. I was interviewing Jamie Siminoff, the founder of Ring, a couple weeks ago, and he told me a story about this moment in his entrepreneurial journey when he was at a really low point. His business Doorbot, which was the precursor to Ring, was doing really badly. They were close to bankruptcy. He was feeling like a failure. He had not really had any successful businesses yet. And a friend of his called him and said, "Hey, I've got a friend. He's an entrepreneur. He's looking to talk to another entrepreneur about his business idea. Would you have lunch with him? You're the only entrepreneur I know." And Jamie was reluctant, but he's like, fine. And he goes and meets this guy for lunch in Hollywood. And he's just like not psyched about it. And it's annoying. And he goes to this lunch and the guy tells him his stupid idea and Jamie's listening to it. And he's being very friendly and he gives the guy advice and feedback. And he's doing his best he can to be supportive. And right before they leave the lunch, the guy's like, "Oh, what are you working on, by the way?" He's like, "Oh, it's nothing. It's just this doorbell that is like a video doorbell, but it's not really going anywhere." He's like, "That sounds like an amazing idea, dude. You should put that on Shark Tank." And he's like, "Well, yeah. I mean, everybody wants to go on Shark Tank. How am I on Shark Tank?" The guy goes, "Oh, my friend's a producer on it. I'll get you his contact." That lunch changed his life. That's luck. That experience going on Shark Tank changed his business. It wouldn't be a $1 billion company today, if it wasn't for that experience. So there are always going to be lucky breaks. We're always going to work hard. But hard work is par for the course. There is no business in history that wasn't built with hard work. Not a single one. And by the way, waiters and waitresses and construction workers and gardeners work a lot harder than people in offices. So hard work alone isn't enough to become successful. It's a combination of hard work and luck and what you choose to do with that luck.
Absolutely. And we love to ask all of our guests, what is your X factor? So we think and believe that an X factor is when a mindset unlocks a skill set for you to see something in yourself that you didn't believe was possible to help you achieve success.
My X factor is my developed skill of curiosity. I have chosen to be curious. I believe anybody can make that choice. I think curiosity is much more important and interesting than intelligence. I think it's much more valuable than intelligence. I think intelligence is overrated. I am curious because I wake up and I choose to be curious. It's not always easy. Sometimes I'm exposing myself to things that are really boring. But that curiosity has enabled me to learn about things that I wouldn't know anything about. It's helped me to grow intellectually. It's helped me to be a better interviewer, to have better conversations, to be a better entrepreneur. And I think that is my X factor, and I think anybody can have that X factor if they choose it. It's just a choice.
Well, that leads us to our weekly challenge. And I think many in our audience struggle with that curiosity component. When we talk about conversational concerns and issues and struggles, I think one of the bedrock foundational parts of any conversation is that curiosity. And if you're finding that conversations have awkward silence or you're stuck in boring small talk, it's in large part because you're not utilizing that skill of curiosity. So how could we challenge our listeners to develop that skill like you developed it yourself?
It's really, really easy. You just have to choose it. You just have to decide one day. I mean, think about this. Everybody watching this at one point in their lives was a child who would walk down the sidewalk and look at caterpillars and bugs and be endlessly fascinated by them. Would look at the stars and say, "Oh my God, how far is that? Can we go there?" Would ask questions about the moon. When was the last time anybody watching this just stopped and looked at a star and said, "My God, that's 5 light years away. We will never get there. That closest star, it'll take 20, 30,000 years to get there." It's so simple. We all have it. We just stop engaging with it as we become older and more cynical and more, focused on the narrow things that we have to focus on. It's about reclaiming what we are born with. We are born with curiosity. Children from a very early age are born with it. Go to any 4-year-old. It's an endless litany of questions because that's how we're wired as humans. We are hardwired to be curious. And so it's just a matter of choosing to do it and choosing to reclaim it. It is as simple as that.
Thank you so much for joining us, Guy. It was a pleasure to finally get to sit down with you. And Johnny and I have enjoyed not only the book, but your show immensely, and the lessons that we've learned along the way in our entrepreneurial journey shine through in so many of those conversations that you've had with your guests. And we really appreciate you coming on and taking the time.
Thank you, guys. Thanks so much for having me. I really appreciate your support with the book.
Staying Alive UK. Share your story.
Hi, Faris. How are you today?
Hi, Michael. I'm really good, thanks, and great to be on this podcast.
Thank you for coming on the podcast, and thank you for being so patient, because I know you booked our interview back in January this year, and we're now in June, listeners. We're now in June, which is great, and thank you for being so patient. I'm very interested to hear your story, very interested to hear about your business and the background about the name and everything. I won't say what it is yet until later. But let's start with like a really open question. And the open question is, tell us about your story and how did you get to where you are today?
That is a great question. It reminds me actually of a very similar question I ask people when I used to interview them for companies. Would just say, tell me how you got here today. And not only do you learn so much, but you see how they tell the story. And I'm sure your people you've had on your show have told their stories in countless ways. And do you know what? The joy of booking in January but not doing this till June means I've got 6 months more of stories to tell you.
Yeah, true.
That's true, right? So
yeah.
So brilliant. So look, my story is both very similar and very different to everyone else's. Everyone out there has a unique story. I think my story, if we go right back to the beginning, but I'll give a really précis. Grew up in South London. To my parents who are Palestinian immigrants to the UK. And so there was a strong Arabic culture, strong Palestinian culture. And I've got ties back to Palestine. We'll touch upon those in my story. And went to school in South London. Let's pick it up after school. I studied the sciences. I studied a bit of maths. After school, I decided I needed a bit of variety. And I went completely random and spent a year living in a village in Nepal. Where I did development work and taught English. And that was really, really a formative year for me at the age of 17 to have such a different culture. And I could tell you a lot of stories from that time. But then it was back to university. I did a maths and economics degree. And I guess partly inspired by the experience of having worked in Nepal, but also it was the dot-com burst. There weren't a lot of graduate jobs. So I came up with a radical idea of going and becoming a teacher in Latin America. And I moved to El Salvador, where I taught at the British School of El Salvador, maths and economics for several years, and then came back to the UK and continued teaching and became a bit disillusioned with it. It wasn't quite the same in a British school where all I was doing was taking knives off kids and dealing with a lot of difficulties. It was more kind of, there were more challenges then. And I began to think about pivoting my career and moving into the corporate world. And I could only do that through graduate schemes. So actually, I reinvented myself and joined a graduate scheme, which was to be for an energy company. So I ended up joining a big energy company here in the UK. In the meantime, I had time to kill because graduate schemes don't start. They only start once a year. So I took myself off to Palestine for a year, where I taught in a university and worked in a university in the West Bank. But then I was in the corporate world. I learned all about the energy, everything to do about how we create energy, electricity, gas, to how we sell it to people. And I learned everything about business in a space of 4 years because I was in the strategy team of this energy. And after 4 years there, I got approached to join consulting, which would take up the next 12 years of my life working for big consulting firms. Michael, the likes some of your listeners will have heard of EY, Carney, a few others. And I reached a point where I enjoyed the work, but was a little bit disillusioned where I was. And it gave me enough impetus to start my own company, which is around consulting. And that was 2.5 years ago, Michael.
Not that long ago, then.
Not that long ago. But...
No, fascinating. Okay, so there's a lot that comes up into my head, and there's a few questions I've got for you. This thing you did at 17 in Nepal.
Yeah.
Where did that come from? What inspired you to go and do that at the age of 17? You weren't even an adult officially.
I wasn't officially an adult. And what inspired me is I it was largely the biggest driving factor was a friend's sister who had done a similar scheme a few years before, and she had raved about it, and not just the experience, but what all she had got out of it, and it really got me thinking. Funny enough, that friend, he did it. He did the same scheme, and so the two of us were very close, and we grew really emboldened by this idea that we would get so much out of it, having spent the two of us spent 10 years in the same school, and we felt
Right.
we'd had a great education, but it had all been very spoon fed. And
Yes.
we were, as you say, I don't think I had the self awareness to realize that I wasn't really an adult. But I was conscious that I'd only had a very sliver of a exposure to the world. So this seemed like a perfect way to do it in a fairly safe environment because it was run by an organization. And look, my friend was doing it. So it made a bit of an easier sell to my parents, who were initially quite resistant to the idea. And to be honest, I didn't fully appreciate what the year would involve.
No.
But I am immensely grateful that I did it. And it's still to this day probably the best year of my life.
And what did it involve?
Well, on a practical level, what it involved was 2 months of training. They taught us how to be teachers, how to teach English as a foreign language.
Right.
And they also taught us how to do development work. So still to this day, I know how to build a pit latrine for a family of 10 that will last 10 years. So that's, and we also learned skills like how to make stoves out of mud, how to build vegetable gardens, because they were sending us into quite rural villages to not only educate in English, but also to raise the standards of living and development.
Right.
So after 2 months training, we were then sent in pairs to our villages, where we would spend the next sort of 9 months working with building, working with the community, building relationships, and doing those twin tracks of work. Sporadically coming back to Kathmandu, the capital, but that was effectively our remit and where we spent most of our time.
Incredible. Because is it quite high up in the mountains, Nepal?
So Nepal's a fascinating country. It's got 8 of the 10 highest peaks in the world. But it's also got a basin, a terai, right, which is under sea level. So it goes from minus 200 meters to Everest, which is so it's actually got like jungle, it's got mountains, but predominantly it is mountainous, and we were living at about 3,000 meters. So put that in context, that's well above anything in the UK. I could see Everest every day. I mean, just how amazing is that, to every morning of my life for a year to see Mount Everest and to live at that altitude.
And did this kind of adventure bug, because I mean, you've got to have a desire for some adventure. Did that come from your parents at all? Were they adventurous?
I think they were. Well, they definitely were adventurous. I mean, they both emigrated from Palestine.
Yes.
But several times over their lives. So my dad's first adventure was in his teens when he moved to study in the States. He won a scholarship. So very, in a young age, he had a spirit of adventure for different reasons. But certainly I looked at the amazing things that both my parents had achieved, and it gave me confidence that years later to also try stuff for myself.
Yeah, it explains it a little bit. I mean, obviously there's your own, desire to do things, but if you've seen stuff being done by your family members, it might not be your mum and dad, might be an uncle or an aunt or a brother or sister, but it does give you that little bit of courage to kind of go, well, they managed it, so why can't I manage it, type of thing. And okay, that and obviously that kind of sense of adventure carried you on to your other, let's call them missions, that you did as well.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
After you did, yeah.
I mean, definitely. Once you've had one adventure, it certainly primes you for the next. And it makes you less afraid. But you know what? Comfort is these things, rightly so, wrap around you. So if I look at the it depends how you define an adventure. But if I look at that kind of big Nepal type of adventure, I'm obviously doing less of those nowadays. But
Yeah.
hey, starting my own business is an adventure. Learning any new skill for anyone out there is an adventure. Even moving house is an adventure. You know, you can make an adventure out of anything. It doesn't have to be grandiose.
So would you say you're somebody who likes change?
I'm like every other human being. I probably resist change initially, but I think I adapt to it quicker than others. And in fact, it's a large part of what I do as a work to help organizations get through change quicker and make it more. So I couldn't do that for organizations if I didn't keep applying change to myself. So I'll give you a good example, Michael. A few years ago, I used to own my own property. I used to own my own flat, and I sold it. And it was a long, arduous process to sell my flat. And when I did finally sell it, I came up with this plan. I was going to stay in London, but I thought, do you know what? I'm a renter now. Why not embrace this as an adventure and live in different random parts of London that I've never lived in? Because most of us just stick to one part, you know, doesn't matter wherever, you know, and often it's not far from where you grew up. Now I thought, hey, I live in an amazing city where people pay thousands of pounds to come and visit as a tourist. Why should I, you know, why not embrace that? So I came up with a plan to live in 4 different places I'd never lived and just got going with it. You know, I didn't care that it was the hassle. I had to box up every year. I had to move. I saw it as what a great chance to experience different communities, meet a whole bunch of new people. And plus it was research for when I was next ready to buy.
It totally explains everything about you, because the fact that you moved around when you were a youngster, that your parents moved around when they were young, and now you're doing it in adult life, you definitely embrace change. So much so that you seek it out by saying, I'm going to move in different locations. That's seeking out change, because it's a hassle moving house, right? Yeah. Providing you're a minimalist, and I'm an aspiring minimalist, let's put it that way, nowhere near to it yet. But I would love to be able to just pack up and go, I'm going to live somewhere else. I've only got like 3 boxes to take with me, you know. But
I'm definitely not a minimalist, by the way.
Okay, but that does explain, and what amazing thing that you're helping people with change in companies.
Yeah, I mean, change is a fundamental part of life, is definitely a large part of business, and it can be the difference between successful businesses and unsuccessful businesses. So it's a great privilege to be able to help. And actually, you know, I don't specifically only focus on change. I focus on getting teams working better together, getting people to buy into ideas. Now, obviously, change is a large subset of that. But really, it could apply to anything where there is a difference of views, teams are not aligned, companies are not aligned. That's really my forte, where I come in and help, and me and my company do.
People in organizations
yeah,
resist change. There's no doubt about it. And that's where you get friction. Relationships inside companies is always difficult. You know, people don't gel, they don't get on with each other, or they don't like the look of somebody, or somebody rubs them up the wrong way. And that whole dynamic is a very difficult environment sometimes for people to work in, operate in. Then on top of that, you have the pandemic as well. You know, home working, people working from home, not getting the kind of treatment that they would like, being ignored. There's so many things that go on. So why don't you tell us a little bit, if you know, if you were going into a company, they learned about you, maybe through this podcast, let's hope, and you're going to pitch to them because they can see they need to perform better than where they are.
Yeah.
How would that go? What would your pitch look like? What is it that you would share with them?
Well, first of all, the fact that they've reached out to me and invited me is a massive bonus, because that shows a level of self-awareness that they do have some challenges they could do with some help.
Yeah.
And that should not be underestimated. You know, because a lot of companies do not have that, and a lot of senior people don't have that awareness. And basically, what I'd say is, my pitch would be, what's your problem? What's holding you back? Where do you want to be? and why do you think you're not achieving that? Now, invariably, it'll be one of the things you've listed: people disagreeing, people being too busy, people not understanding. And say, okay, well, are you communicating to them in the way they like to be communicated? Are you, instead of assuming that, look, I'm just going to say this and everyone, they either like it or lump it, right? They listen to it and they buy into it. Or are you going, actually, maybe they didn't understand what I said. Maybe I need to say it in a different way.
Yeah.
Because if you haven't tried that, if you haven't adopted that latter approach, you're far less likely to be successful than if you had. Okay, because we all breeze through life usually operating in the same way, and this is why I like change. But actually, that's not always the most effective way, because we'll always meet people who resist. Like you said, resistance to change is very common, and it reminds me very much of my very first day in consulting when I joined this consulting firm, and a very senior person gave me a slide, gave me a document that had written on it 28 ways people say no without saying no.
Yeah.
All right. And it's a great slide. I still use it today. And it's all the things you'll hear in any conversation, like, oh, that sounds great, but that won't work here. Or, oh, well, we've already tried that once, so no, we're not going to try it. Or, oh, yeah, that's just too expensive. So really...
Oh, I have another one for you. But we're not really like anybody else.
We're not really like anybody else. Of course not. Right. And
we're unique.
We're unique. Every culture may add ones on for their culture. But fundamentally, it's both. So, how do you get people to not look at things that way? Not from a cost, not from a unique lens, not from a. You've got to adapt, not expect them to do the equation in their head and go, oh, I get it now. So that would be my pitch. Like, how many of those? A lot of people focus on their broadcast ability. They don't focus on, is it being received?
Right.
So I can help you with the will it be received part. And I can teach you how to broadcast in different ways so that it's more likely to be received. And that's what I can add. And I can add it in a variety of ways. It can be around change. It can be around alignment. It can be around anything from strategy to problem solving. And I will bring techniques, and me and my team will bring techniques that make it fun, engaging, and easy to follow, which is usually some of the key barriers that stop people from engaging with stuff.
Yeah. And it sounds fascinating, actually, because, I mean, what is the ultimate goal that any organization want to achieve, in your view? What is it they want to achieve?
It varies. They all have a different North Star.
You reckon?
Well, yeah, because success can be making lots of money. It can be having lots of customers. It can be making a difference in the world. Now, these things are not uncorrelated. If you only get a lot of money by having a lot of customers, but by having that slight difference does mean you set up your company and your focus. And actually, it all starts whenever I work with a company going, well, what is your vision? What are your goals? How sharp are those? Have you clearly articulated them? Because if not, let's start there.
Yes.
Because without those, you'll say, I often go into companies, they say, oh, no, we do have it clear. And I say, okay, well, let me go and test that with your workforce. And you'll find there's all this discrepancy. And you say, what that's causing is person A thinks it's this, so they're off doing this. And person B thinks it's something different, and they're off doing this. And although it might seem like a 1% difference, over time, they will diverge. So no wonder person B will say, oh, no, this is more important. And person A will say, this is more important. So when you present, well, we need to do this, you'll get disagreements. So you need that. You need to start off very clear. So I wouldn't say that every company has a common, has the same sort of ambition. Obviously, there's commonality and overlap in what they want to achieve.
Yeah. Okay. So it's not one size fits all. It all depends on what they're looking to achieve, what their goals are, and what the kind of problems that they're experiencing.
Yeah. And be honest about that. I once worked with a company or a client where I walked in and they had very clear document written down around their vision and their strategy, which was all about making a difference around sustainability, around the environment. And I said, great, well, let's have a look at what the work you're actually doing. So I went back and looked at the 3 years worth of work they were doing, both internal projects and external projects. And I couldn't find anything that mapped to what they said they wanted to achieve. So I presented this to their board and I said, look, either your vision is wrong or you've been doing all the wrong projects for the last 3 years.
Right.
Which is it? And I said, I don't mind which it is, but it's better to be clear. And after we sort of talked for half an hour, I said, the only thing I can see in common is that you want to make more money. You want to make money. And one of the directors said, yeah, that is what we want to do. Right. And someone else said, yeah. And the third person said, it's nice to be able to be honest about it for a change. Instead of saying, we don't actually care about sustainability. I said, so why did you write that? That's confusing. That's confusing to you guys. Look at how the relief that you've just all been honest, but also it's confusing to shareholders, to customers. Maybe you don't want to be so mercenary and just write, we're here just to make money, but don't pretend it's something completely different because you feel that's the right thing to do.
Yeah. We live in a capitalist society.
Yeah.
And I know there are lots of charities, but even charities need to create money, right? So the reason I kind of asked the question about, what's the one single thing that everybody wants?
Yeah.
I do believe people's center point is like, well, first thing is we need to make money. If we don't make money, we can't pay ourselves. We can't pay our employees or the shareholders. If the shareholders involved, we can't pay off our loans, and that always seems to be the focus. And, customers and employees seem to always get secondary. And personally, I feel that money has to happen. But if you look after your customers and your employees, surprise, surprise, it may automatically come then. So how do you get people to focus on, rather than kind of go, yeah, we just want to make money. Well, look after your employees who then will look after your customers. And then the result will be more money, more income.
So I think what you've articulated there for me is the difference between a vision and a strategy. So a vision is, where do you want to end up? And say you are a charity. Let's take the charity example. We want to end up helping this group of individuals, as many of them as possible. So then I'll say, okay, well, the strategy is how you're going to get there. Now, the strategies can change over time, but your vision shouldn't change. That's what you want to achieve. You want to help these people. Now, you might say, look, to do that, we need to build up a pool of money so we can spend it helping refugees, helping children, helping whatever. Yes. So the first strategy is build up that pool of money.
Yeah.
Right. And then once we've reached a point, we'll switch that strategy out, or we'll have a strategy alongside it that says use that money.
Right.
Right. So strategies come and go, and the good thing about strategies is people build strategies based on their belief of what they think, and hopefully based on fact, but they don't always work out. That's why strategies come and go, because I always tell companies to test and learn. So adopt a strategy, try it, review it, reflect, be honest whether it's worked or not, and if it hasn't, substitute it with your next strategy.
Right.
Right. So it may be that you achieve by getting your employees happy and your customers happy. Right.
Yeah.
Go and try that. Give it your best efforts. Do all the things to do that. If it doesn't work, or it doesn't work as well as you hope to, review it and change something about it. Right. So that's the way to do it, because I'll work with companies and they'll all have a different way that they think they can achieve their thing. Now, I will always push them to lead by fact. Okay, where's the evidence that this A will be better than B? But ultimately, it'll be like, right, if you think A, let's try A, but let's set ourselves at 6 months. Let's review it honestly, and then we either double down on that strategy or we move on to a different one.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, 100. Yeah, I get that.
It's amazing. A lot of people set their strategy, but they never review it.
No,
they never review it honestly. Right? And that just seems really strange to me. right? Why would you continue doing something if it wasn't producing a fee? You probably do it out of comfort and it's safe and it's because you don't want to change and because. But if it's honestly not driving you closer to where you want to be, then it's not the right strategy for you.
Definition of insanity, isn't it?
Definition of insanity. Not that I'd ever say that to a client, but yes.
No. Doing the same things over and over and expecting a different result. Yeah. What? Okay, great. And presumably you use different tools and techniques to help people. Can you share a little bit about that?
Of course, yeah. And this is where my previous careers come in incredibly handy. So I actually use a lot of techniques that I learned as a school teacher with businesses and senior professionals. I do have a methodology that I use for companies, and it's an equation that says success is built up of 3 factors: IQ, EQ, and FQ. Now, IQ is the ability to come up with great ideas. So do you have enough of them in your company? Are they robust? Are they based on fact? Are they the best ideas? The second one is EQ. Are you able to sell those ideas to others? Bring them along with you. And the third is, can you then focus on delivering those ideas?
Right.
And you need all 3. You cannot rely on just 1 or 2 of those, right? Because imagine you have really smart people in your company, but they can't articulate it to anyone, right? Then the smart idea goes nowhere. Or say you've got really smart ideas, you've got everyone bought in, but the company's trying to do 100 things and they just don't have the bandwidth to do that.
Yeah.
And it's not going to go in. So this is the kind of overarching. Now, within that, I use some techniques, as I said, to either improve the IQ, either improve the EQ, or improve the FQ. And those can be a range of techniques and activities from actually facilitating myself, the groups, or teaching how to apply it around their company. So does that kind of make sense at a broad level? I mean, I can obviously
IQ,
give some examples.
EQ, and FQ. And how do you measure that then? Do you go in and measure that in some way through surveys or questionnaires, or how will you know where that people are with their IQ, EQ, FQ?
So I will often engage the clients and ask their opinion together thing, because here's the thing, right? In reality, companies could probably do with improvements across all 3 dimensions. So it's about where you're going to focus your efforts, where's the biggest bang. So it's a combination of where do they believe, but also my observations. So I'll give you, for example, a time when I sort of applied my review. So I once worked with a company, and this was actually going back, this was before I set up my own company, and I was seconded in as a commercial director. And my remit was to try and find an extra £100 million worth of sales for the which was quite a challenge, considering the company had only made about 70 million the year before. So it was more than doubling. And my boss, the MD, gave me 2 weeks to come up with an initial plan. And after a week, she pulled me into a room and said, "Look, I need to know the answer now. Where are you leaning towards?" And I said, "Look, 2 weeks." I said, "Look, I don't have a firm plan, but I tell you one thing we need to do immediately." She said, "What's that?" I said, "We need to teach everyone in this company how to run meetings." And she looked at me strangely and said, "Why should we do that?" And I said, "Have you ever been to a meeting in this company? Right? People turn up 5-10 minutes late. There's no agenda, so nobody knows what they're really talking about. Everyone just has a nice conversation, sat on a bean bag with a cup of coffee. The meeting invariably overruns. There's no actions. There's no follow-ups. And people then just go to the next meeting." And I said, not only is it unproductive, it's demoralizing. It stops people from actually organizing meetings, and it just means everything is a nice chat and we don't actually get stuff done. And so she said, "Okay, yeah, that resonates with me. So okay, go ahead and teach these people." So we rolled out a 6-week course in how to run meetings, and you know what happened? Sales improved by over 2%.
My God!
So you wouldn't have thought of that as a natural place, but by having a bit more FQ, as I call it there, a bit more focus and structure, it allowed for other good things to flow. Now, I could have, it's hard to sometimes go in with a clipboard and say, this will deliver this. And I didn't know it would lead to that increase in sales. But I did see there was a giant warning light going off saying, look, there is a massive lack of FQ here. Fix that, and we'll see what, good will definitely come from it. Now, I probably could have picked something else, maybe in the EQ, maybe the way people have conversations. I could have easily said, look, do you know what? People in this environment don't, they close down each other. They don't construct it. They're not constructive in their feedback. They're very dismissive, and let's teach people how to give feedback more effectively. And I'm sure that would have had a knock-on effect.
Yeah.
But the one that was just most obvious immediately when I walked in was around the meetings. So that's when I say that often actually you could apply your shoulder in against lots of those different pillars. Or actually a lot of my clients come already going, I think it's this arena. Can you help us with that? And I'd rather work on something that they're already sort of chomping at the bit to do than spend hours going, actually, do you know what? You really need to focus on this and waste a month debating with them. Right.
I'll tell you a little story. I worked for it wasn't a multinational, but it was a national textile group in Leicester. Yeah. And we unfortunately had inherited an Australian businessman as CEO. He was not a nice man. However, he put in place some very, very good things. One thing was about meetings. If he was in a meeting that he was chairing and you arrived late, you could not join the meeting anymore.
It's true.
You kind of, he said, goodbye, mate. You're late. Guess what? That guy never turned up late for meetings again.
Yeah.
It just worked. It was just really simple. You're either on time or you're late. And if you're late, you can't come in the meeting.
Yeah.
You'll get the minutes, but your voice isn't heard.
Yeah.
And it worked. It really worked.
Oh, I'm not surprised. Yeah. Often, you said this is a combination of a couple of things that I often try and implement in companies. One is have clear rules or have clear decisions. I always say don't half decide, because when you leave a gray area, then that's where so it's very, and then the other thing is people learn. So when I run training courses, I have a strong belief that people learn through failure.
Yes.
Okay? They're more in tune to actually pay attention if they've learned. So if they failed. So the person who turned up late learned a very harsh lesson and changed their behaviors. Whereas if they turned up late but had been allowed in, they probably wouldn't have changed their behavior because there wasn't a consequence. So often when I try and instruct change, I'll often engineer failure early on to create a shock to the system so that people are more open to change. And so, there's a lot of good stuff. And do you know what? I love that story because I do a lot of wacky stuff with companies, and often they think, why are you doing this? I've run meetings where if people turn up late, they're not allowed in, or you can only talk if you're holding an item, or you can only talk if you're holding a plank. Have you ever done a plank exercise?
Yes. Right?
It's a great one if you've got a group where people are talking too much with no real, they're just having a monologue without actually getting to a point. And that can be quite drastic. It's a bit of a laugh, but it really emphasizes, what am I trying to say? What is the point of my communication? What is the meeting?
Yeah, I don't know if you've, this is totally off topic, but we might as well share it.
Yeah, let's go.
There's a new revolution going on in social media. It's called social audio.
Yeah.
Like Clubhouse were probably the pioneers. Now you've got Twitter Spaces, LinkedIn are going to roll out LinkedIn audio to the creators. Hopefully one day I'll get it. And I've listened to many audio meetings, like, these social audio meetings, and they're fantastic. You can learn some amazing stuff from people, but oh my God, people are not holding planks. That's for sure. They just go on and on and on. And when they get the mic, you cannot shut them up. So, I make a prediction. All of these, I think one of them already does it. It's a platform called Wisdom. They already have a counter where anybody that speaks, apart from the two hosts, if somebody comes in and wants to make a point, they've only got so many seconds to make their point, and after that they're just cut off automatically. And so anyway, yeah, that's the equivalent of holding a plank, I guess.
Yeah.
So,
and yeah, that's a big focus, improving your communication. It was something that was drummed into me as a strategy consultant very early on. Imagine you have to pay £1,000 or $1,000 per word you use on a document. You'll start using a lot less words, right? Because sometimes we just add it. It's the old Mark Twain quote: "I wrote you a long letter because I didn't have time to write you a short one." It's actually more skill to write a short communication than a long.
Yes, I like that. Love it. I wonder if you could do me a favor, because I understand IQ, ideas. I understand FQ, focus.
Yeah.
The hardest one for me to get my head around a bit more, although I've heard what you said.
Yeah.
Could you go in a little bit more depth, EQ? Because for me, that seems to be the most grayish area to me.
It is. It can be a gray area, and for some people, it's more natural than others. But it can be taught. Now, and everything I do is at a company level, but also an individual level. Let's talk at the individual level to bring this to life. Now, EQ is someone who's got great EQ is someone who's really good at being a people person. Think about the people you've met in your group of friends or your work. There is usually one or two people who just seems to galvanize people, seems to be in tune. Now, that for me is EQ. And I talked about, when I set up the equation, I said it's about the ability to take others with you.
Yeah.
Now, at the heart of it is being able to flex your style. Okay.
Right.
Is being able to see, are my words and what I'm doing now being effective on Michael? If not, I need to adapt and meet what Michael needs.
Right.
Okay. Now, this could be you go into a meeting and you realize that the other person loves numbers, loves facts and figures. Right. So the best way to communicate with that person is bring in lots of facts and figures, bring in a spreadsheet, show them the numbers. Right. But you might be in a meeting straight after to talk about the same topic with someone else who hates spreadsheets.
Yeah.
They're a big picture thinker. They love pictures. They love talking. They actually don't want to see any document. So the onus is on you to flex, to communicate in the way they want. Right. And people give clues around how they like to be communicated. They give it in the way they talk, the way they interact with you. People often say to me on an email, should I start the day? Should I start with "How are you? How was your weekend?" Or should I get straight to the point? I said, it really depends on the other person, right? Some people hate it when you write, because they're to the point and they're like, why are they asking me about my day? I couldn't care less about their day. But someone else will be offended if you don't write, "How was your day?" And I said, the clue is look at their emails. How do they start to you? You mirror them, right? So it's small things like that about being, and so understand people around you better, find connections. There's a simple fact that when human beings find something in common with each other, they are more likely to have a productive relationship. Okay. So any meeting I run or any team event, I will start off with a little bit of an activity where people find out about each other. And it doesn't have to take long and it doesn't have to be onerous. But it's amazing how powerful. I'll tell you a story about a client I'm working with where they were a bunch of individuals. They weren't a team because they were all alpha individuals who were hired to do specific roles that they were very good at. Yeah. But it just so happens that their performance went down as a team because during the pandemic, because they were no longer co-located, so they could no longer ask each other questions, which they didn't realize was actually part of teamwork.
Right.
So what I needed to do was get them to be a team. But because they were alpha type people, they had no interest. So, one person had no interest in learning anything about the person next to them. I was fascinated. I remember asking someone early on, I always have a one-on-one, and I said to the person, do you know anything about the person who sits next to you? Do you know, do they, if they have children? Do they have, and he said, no, I don't know. I said, how long have you been sat next to him? He said, about 10 years. I said, wow, you don't care.
That's incredible.
It's incredible. So not only did he not know, he didn't care. So I had to find a way for them to care without realizing. So I'd use these sort of icebreakers and energizers at the start of the game and made them competitive. So they thought it was all about the competition, but actually it was about learning about each other.
Yeah.
So within 6 months, they actually started to know about each other. They started to ask about each other's families. They started to know how the other person liked, whether they liked mornings or nights, whether they liked emails or phone call. And you know what happened? Their performance began to improve as a team. They began making more money than they'd ever made. Now, this wasn't a coincidence, right? This is because we were increasing the levels of EQ in the team.
Yeah.
But I had to do it on the sly. Whereas other teams, they want to actually know and they're invested, and that's easier. But that's what it is, right? So improve the EQ and you will go much further together than being alone.
Thank you very much. That's really is a wonderful explanation of how, and I love that story. I mean, I find it incredible. I mean, you might be interested in actually listening to a podcast I did with a guy in America called Ron Stickler.
Yeah.
And he's written a book. He's in his 70s and he's lost his voice. So talk about being determined to be on podcast. He uses a voice recorder thing that speaks for him on podcasts.
Wow.
It was a challenge to produce it, but we did it. And he does many of them regularly. And he's written a book called Prosperity, Personality, Recognition. And he has just 4 categories. I know there's all these different tests available, but I'd never heard about this one in particular. And he has got, let me think now, he's got like drivers, analytical, analysts, craftsmen, and persuaders. And immediately, I've read his book, I've been learning about this, but also when you talked about this guy who didn't know anything about his neighbor that he sat next to for 10 years, and he didn't care, which is the other thing. To me, he was a driver, because that's exactly the personality of a driver. He's just driven to do certain things his way for himself. He doesn't really care about people around him that much. Now, it doesn't mean that he doesn't deep down care about a fellow human co-worker, but it's just his makeup or her makeup is that they're just driven in a certain direction. So yeah, I mean, it's so important. Relationships, I'm so fortunate because I have lots of guests that talk about the human condition and relationships and how we got empathy. My last podcast guest was all about empathy for each other. You know, we just don't have that anymore. The division that's occurring in the world as well. So I'm so pleased that you're out there trying to get people to change just in a little bit, you know, to kind of recognize, and the EQ sounds an amazing tool to do that.
Yeah, I mean, my vision is to make, you know, a small part of the world a little bit more effective than it was the day before. And that includes myself. And if that's helping with EQ or helping with focus or helping with ideas, then that's a great place to be.
You know, a place where I think you should definitely be, or and I'm not meaning this to be a political discussion, but you should be in Downing Street. You should get those people being able to work together with each other. Oh, incredible. They have some problems, major problems.
Well, dream big. Who knows? In a year from now, Michael, we'll do another podcast, and maybe we'll do it from Downing Street.
Well, I would love that. I would love that. Yeah. Anybody listening, please refer Faris to Downing Street. Okay, Faris, is there anything that I haven't asked that you haven't shared yet that you would like to share before you share where people can find you?
Hey, Michael, I am fully confident we could speak for another 2 hours and cover many more exciting topics. It's been a real pleasure. Yeah, I always say, let's just carry on the conversation. Me and your listeners, you and your listeners. Then the more people that are talking, the better, as far as I'm concerned.
I'll tell you what we'll do is I have an idea for you. When I get LinkedIn audio, social audio, right? You're on LinkedIn, aren't you?
I am. Yeah.
Let's and for the listeners, keep in touch with us. If you're up for it, we'll do a live social audio thing inside LinkedIn. We'll get some people to come and listen, and we can have a little bit of a discussion with people and find out what some of their issues are, because these are all business people. I'm sure they have lots of these kind of challenges, and we could just give them a little snippet of the kind of things they could do for themselves. Thank you. Where can people find you? How can they get in touch with you?
Well, they can find me on LinkedIn if they look up Faris Aranki. I spend a lot of time there, so you can interact with me. Or you can come and find all about me and my company at my company, which is called Sheer Ghetto. And the website is www.sheerghetto.com. And Sheer Ghetto is SHIAGETO. It's for all you Japanese enthusiasts out there, it's the Japanese word for a sharpening stone, because that's a metaphor for what me and my business do. We sharpen other businesses.
I love that. And tell us how the name came about.
It came about because I was looking for a company name, and lots of the English ideas I came up with had already gone in terms of websites and were registered. And so I decided to switch languages, and I tried names in Arabic and Spanish. And I remember testing them on some friends, and particularly the Arabic ones. I got some honest feedback that the name sounded a bit terroristy in their own words, which is the kind of harsh, but the feedback you want from your friends before you. And then one day I was making a salad with a knife that was dull, and I reached for my sheer ghetto. I didn't know it was called a sheer ghetto at the time, to sharpen my knife. And suddenly I had this light bulb moment. I said, hang on a minute, this is a metaphor for my company. Let's research what the Japanese word for a sharpening stone is.
Wow.
And eureka.
But why were you looking for a Japanese word? Just because you wanted a different language?
No, I was using I had a Japanese set of knives and a Japanese stone. And I knew the Japanese took it very seriously. And actually, I spent 4 hours researching, because the Japanese have 6 different names for sharpening stones, depending on their granularity and what they're used for. So this is how passionate the Japanese are. So I thought I would embrace that passion and pick the finest stone, which is the sheer ghetto.
Sheer ghetto. I love that. That's brilliant. Okay, well, I'll make sure to share all of those details in the show notes so people can find you all across social and your website as well. And thank you so much for coming on the podcast. I loved it.
Thank you for having me, Michael.
Take care. I'll be in touch.
All the best.
Bye for now. If you've enjoyed this podcast, please rate, subscribe, and share at will. I'm always looking for more listeners and guests, so do get in touch, please. You can find me pretty easily by searching for Staying Alive UK. Thank you.
Staying Alive UK. Share your story.
Welcome to the Health Leader Forge, a joint production between the University of New Hampshire and the Northern New England Association of Healthcare Executives. My name is Mark Bonica, and I am an assistant professor in the University of New Hampshire's Department of Health Management and Policy. Today's guest is my colleague, Dr. Vanessa Druskett, Associate Professor of Organizational Behavior and Management here at the University of New Hampshire. Vanessa studies and teaches about team emotional intelligence, helping organizations develop more effective norms and behaviors. In the full version of the interview, we go through Vanessa's intellectual journey from an early interest in social work to work on leadership, teams, and emotional intelligence. We talk in detail about a few of her papers, particularly a Harvard Business Review paper she co-authored called Building the Emotional Intelligence of Teams, which has been cited over 1,000 times. I have included a ungated version in the show notes, so you can click through there and download it for free and follow along if you'd like with the conversation. I hope you enjoy my conversation with Vanessa, and if you do, won't you leave us a review on iTunes, Stitcher, SoundCloud, or wherever you might be listening to this podcast? It helps other people find us. Thanks for listening, and here is Dr. Vanessa Druskett. Welcome to the podcast, Vanessa.
Thank you, Mark. It's great to be here with you and your listeners.
I want to start with your academic journey and your education. So you started out, got a BA in psychology at Indiana University. Mm-hmm. What drew you to psychology?
Well, actually, I started out, I grew up in Massachusetts, and I decided I was interested in social work. And there were very few schools that had social work as an undergraduate major. One of them was Boston University, which is, you'll see that's pre-ession for later, but the other one was Indiana University. So I picked Indiana, went down and started studying social work and decided that it wasn't for me. I was too opinionated, okay? The idea was that I was going to have to go in and not take all my liberal values and all my values, and I was going to have to go in and work with people and not have my values orientation get in the way. And so I was at a loss for what to do. My roommate said, let's become business majors. I said, sure. What else? So I became a business major for a semester. And that's what introduced me to organizational psychology, organizational behavior. So just to give you that lead, I hated business. Again, once again, my values got in the way. I went from a 3.9 GPA to 2.4 or something like this in one semester.
Oh, wow.
I hated classes.
Okay.
So anyway, at the time I was taking psychology courses. I started taking more and I fell in love with psychology, but I could never see myself doing clinical psychology because it was way too similar to the social work issue, right? But since I now had the business minor, I could see, marrying psychology with the workplace. And so that's what I ended up getting interested in.
Okay. So you went from Indiana to Columbia, where you earned a master's in organizational psychology. Was that right away, or did you have some work time in between?
I did a lot of things in between. I traveled. Okay. I was a ski bum for a while. But one of the things that becomes really important is during my journey at that time, I worked, in my lifetime at this point, 31 different jobs. Wow. So I'm not talking about different consulting jobs. I would consider consulting one job, right? But I was an explorer. I was always a little bit of an explorer, and I traveled and I worked in different places. For example, I worked on a kibbutz in Israel, and I was working in the laundry for 4 months. That was one of my jobs. And so I got kind of a really good sense of who I was in relation to these different jobs. And what I found was that every job I had, I was a little bit of a different person. So there was something about the context that either turned me on and got me engaged and I was a great employee, or something that alienated me and I just wasn't that engaged. And so I got back from traveling, always knowing I was going to go on in school, and decided that I was going to follow that business, that interest, the marrying between psychology and business. And specifically, I got interested in group dynamics. I started thinking about group cultures or team cultures based on the different places I've worked. And so I picked Teachers College, Columbia Teachers College, because it had some group dynamics information there. And I had some really good faculty at the time, and moved to New York, and that was fun. So it was a great experience there. Great experience.
And were you thinking, at that point, I'm going to go on, get a PhD, become an academic, or were you thinking, I don't know, stop at the master's and maybe become a consultant or something like that?
I always thought I'd go on, but I wasn't quite sure. I was going to see what happened. But I did get involved in research at Teachers College, and I did a bunch of research, fascinating research with some of the faculty there, and that really launched me. At the time, I met my husband, and he was in Boston. And so I couldn't stay on. I decided not to stay on at Teachers College, but I had to go back to Boston if I was going to go on. And so I took a year kind of moving back to Boston with him, and then went back for the doctorate a year later.
Okay. And you did the doctorate at Boston University.
Yes.
Yes. And at that point, social psychology. So what is the field of social psychology?
Okay, so first let me say a tough question for me was, do I go into social psychology or do I go into a business school? Okay. And everybody said to me, look, all the theories are in psychology. Business is just stealing the great theories, or organizational behavior is stealing the great theories. So get grounded in the theories within psychology. And at the time, Boston University also had an amazing OB department, and it still does. And so I decided social psychology basically is the study of how the situation impacts behavior. All right. So this is, again, comes back to my interest in why I was so different in all these situations. Here's Vanessa, she goes from one job as the in the laundry at the kibbutz, and she's on fire, and I'm so good at it. They leave me alone and let me run the laundry all on my own, to another jobs where I just didn't want to get out of bed in the morning. And I found that a lot of it was the situation with the people, the way they treated me, the way they appreciated me, the way I got to have some control. And so all were things that I picked up on later in my future research. And I wanted to delve into the situation. And so I picked social psychology.
It's funny that you said that, because I had a kind of similar experience. When I was doing my MBA, and I had transitioned from being a philosophy major to being into business, and I was at my MBA. And the thing that I really liked about the business school was how they stole from everybody.
Yes.
To me, that seemed like a cool thing, actually. Yes. And I thought I would go. I thought that would be my, that I would wind up doing a PhD in business. I wound up doing economics, which kind of steals from everybody too, but a different way. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, well, let me say, that's why I teach in a business school now. College ended up being too narrow, whereas the business school was just, come on, any theories, we're really interested in the outcome. And that was what was exciting to me. Where you take, how you influence the business world or the people in the business world. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. So did you have this idea that you wanted to, you saw how the environment changed you and how you interact with the environment? Did you have an idea that you maybe wanted to help people figure that out or change it? Or what were your kind of thinking? Like, what do I want to do with this at that time?
Yeah. At that time, I hadn't yet come to that conclusion. I was just so in love with psychology, with applying psychology to the workplace. I was so in love with every class I took at Teachers College. I was just enamored with the whole thing. And for me at the time, I knew I was interested in group dynamics. By the way, when I was at Teachers College, I got an A in every course except for my group dynamics course, which I got a B.
Oh, well.
Again, too opinionated. I had too many, didn't quite fit what the teacher was thinking. But still, that was my love coming out of that. My essay to get into the doctoral program was all about group dynamics, but I was very open-minded about what I would look at within that realm.
That's neat. Well, so I want to talk about, I've got a couple of papers that I've pulled that I mentioned to you before we got started that I've pulled that you had written. One of which must have been one of your earliest papers, the 1994 piece, Gender and Leadership Style, Transformational and Transactional Leadership in the Roman Catholic Church. This must have been something, was this something you were working on in your PhD, or did you do it shortly afterward?
I had the opportunity to work with a faculty member at Boston University who was a former priest, and he received a huge grant from the Lilly Foundation to study the Catholic Church, essentially, and especially of the schools and the hospitals and the churches and the leadership within the Catholic Church and all those places. And so he pulled me in to help him with that. It was, I got some funding from it. And one of his interests was in transformational leadership. And so he had thrown in to his survey lots of questions about transformational leadership. So I took an interest in that area, and that was the impetus of that paper. Okay.
So transformational leadership, I think, comes out of the 80s. Yeah. I mean, I know the precedents were probably date back into the 50s, and I don't know, theory X and theory Y and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it was like the term was coined like in the 80s, right?
Yes.
So it's still a relatively new idea.
Yes.
At that point.
It's still hot right now. It is a very hot idea. It's continued to be hot. The idea is that leadership is about change. And so transformational leadership theory basically says leadership and change are synonymous. You don't go into a leadership role and say, oh, status quo is fine. You go in with the idea of transforming the organization. But the theory says that in order to do that, you have to really inspire people. You have to get to know them individually. You have to touch them individually, convince people that they need to do more than they think that they can possibly do. And so you get to know people, and it's got a lot of, sort of a lot of values that are consistent with my own, these values that got in my way when I was studying social work. But it's a really brilliant theory. And so I fell in love with the theory. And then what I found, I think, I don't know if you want me to talk about.
Yeah. So, let's talk. I mean,
you go.
Let me throw a couple of thoughts out there. One is you did this huge survey. You had, I think you had something like over 8,000 responses. So this is really robust.
Yes. And by the way, I was in that grant that I was part of. Someone had to call all those people and make sure that the response rate was high. And I was one of the doobies on the phone helping get that response rate. And, the basics of research when you're a graduate student.
Yeah. Paying your dues.
Dues, right.
Yeah. So, all right. So you studied, I think this one specifically drew on to all male and all female orders.
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about kind of how you got, what were you looking for and what did you actually find?
Well, these nuns run the schools and a lot of the hospitals, and priests run a lot of boys' schools and churches, and they don't mix all that much. And so we were able to really look at how the followers, or I don't know what you want to call it. You can't really call them employees, but you've got your leaders and your followers. How the followers of these leaders of these organizations rated their leaders, and whether or not they rated them to be transformational and inspirational, and inspiring them to people to go on to do more than they ever thought they could do, or whether they were simply what we call transactional leaders, which is that you do this, I'll do that for you. Basically leadership as a transaction, which is get this done and then we'll promote you to that, as opposed to inspiring. And what we found was huge, significant difference, that the women were much more transformational than the men. And that was quite controversial at the time. A lot of research had been coming out about, hey, women can be leaders too. There's women's ways of knowing. And, women are different, but they can also be good leaders. And so it was kind of at the edge of that period of time where there was a lot being written about whatever happened to women leaders. Right?
Okay. And so I think one of the surprises that I took away, that I think one of the things that surprised you, I think, as well from reading the article, was that there was more transformational leadership kind of between both men and women than I think you expected.
Yes.
But even so, women showed more transformational leadership than men.
Yes. Thanks for reminding me of that. The only thing that I remember really was that. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was only 35 years ago. Yeah. 30.
Well, I think you would expect it. Yeah, you'd expect it within the Catholic Church. There's a lot of reason for inspiration, right?
Right. Sure. I mean, people presumably are in these organizations because they, are inspired or want to be inspired, right?
Yes.
To do what they do. So one of the things you talked about in the article I thought was interesting, and you kind of just raised it a second ago, is about the industry's perspective on women and women in leadership roles. And one of the things you discussed, and in the article I thought was interesting, was, women in mixed gender organizations might have less power because of their status as women, but this study controls for that.
Yes. Yeah.
And so one argument could be, well, women show more transformational leadership when they're in mixed gender environments, because they don't have as much, they can't draw on as a power base that would allow them to be transactional.
Yes.
I think, is that the correct?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. I mean, I would say that that's true today too. continues to be true, I think. Yeah.
But the conclusion of the paper really is women just do it more, even when they're, I mean, this is the interest, I think is kind of one of the interesting things is about that paper was even when it was an all women organization, they still engaged in more transformational leadership than their male counterparts.
Yes. It's interesting to think about transformational leadership as being sort of a feminine way of leading. So it's basically getting to know people, helping them to develop, right? And it's it just feels a little, you talked about theory X, theory Y. I mean, it feels very theory Y. And I started really thinking about it as I started delving into a lot of the literature on what differentiates men from women's values and things like that. And nobody had ever really talked about how this transformational leadership theory that was touted as so great really was consistent with women's values. And so that was an epiphany for me. And
okay.
Yeah. And so the paper continues to get cited quite often. Which I guess, I think, it's attractive to people who are interested in religion and people who are interested in gender issues in general. So, yeah. But let me say one more thing about the paper.
Yeah.
It probably wouldn't have been a solo authored paper, but what happened was at the time, I saw my supervisor, David Nygren, who was the faculty member, who was the priest that was leading all this, found something that was a kind of a competition at the Center for Creative Leadership. And it was a competition of graduate students, graduate student written papers on leadership. So he encouraged me to finish up the paper. It forced me to finish it quickly and to submit it for that award. And I got the award. So nice. I came in first place for this graduate student award at the Center for Creative Leadership. I got to fly out to that think tank and present the paper. And in retrospect, it really feels badly that David Nygren wasn't a co-author on that, since he was the PI on this. So it really should have been. I had a lot of support from him. But it really kind of launched my career, being able to have that award and the contacts I made through it and things like that.
Well, that's great.
Yeah, and it taught me a lot. So since I did have to write the paper on my own, so that was one of the stipulations. Yeah.
Well, as I read that paper, it struck me that, and I said this to you a minute ago before we got started. It struck me that I could see, doing my little retrospective look at your intellectual career, that you could see the germs of kind of a lot of what you did after, both in terms of kind of leadership and specifically self-managing teams, and also this kind of the importance of emotional intelligence, which in emotionally intelligent teams, which we'll come to in a minute. So through the 90s, I saw in your publications that you did a lot with self-managing teams. So how did the self-managing teams theme, how did you get involved in that? And how was that kind of an outgrowth of what you'd been doing at BU?
Okay, so, I went in there knowing I was interested in teams, but trying to figure out, well, what was I going to do with my dissertation? And we had the good fortune to be connected with Polaroid, which was in Cambridge, and which was very close to Boston University. And they had created self-managing teams at Polaroid. And so we had a representative come in and talk to one of my classes on group dynamics. It was talking all about self-managing teams. And it just clicked. I mean, he basically said, look, we have these people on the shop floors in self-managing teams. They no longer have to ask permission to use the restroom. They can decide on their own. Okay, so all of this just hit me like, what? They don't have permission? So all of my, social justice stuff all came in, and I just fell in love with that idea, and so that became a big interest at that time. And
okay. Yeah. So talk about a self-managing team a little more. Aside from being able to decide when you want to go to the bathroom, what's the difference between a self-managing team and I guess a traditional team, if that's the right word.
So a traditional team has a leader on it, and the leader can be as hierarchical and controlling, or as empowering as they want, but primarily the leader runs the ship. And so the team members do what the leader wants. All right. But self-managing team basically said the philosophy is, why do you need a leader? If you can get them to interact, and these are smart people to begin with that know the work, if we put them in self-managing teams where they share leadership, and typically the teams, especially the teams that I started studying for my dissertation, they would rotate this position of kind of facilitator, right? And so you would always have somebody who was, filling out the schedule and doing kind of the paperwork for the team, but it would rotate, or, whether it rotated weekly or every 6 months. And then you wouldn't have to have someone telling you when to do things, and you could decide things on your own. And so it obviously cut out a layer of management. So it was, economically feasible. You'd have one leader in charge of, say 10 teams, right? And so you would still report to someone, but the teams were semi-autonomous,
Okay.
And that's the idea. You still always have a leader. So that's the idea, essentially.
How popular is this idea? I mean, I've read about Gore and some other organizations, but I'm curious, how popular is this idea out in the world based on your research?
Okay. Well, it waxes and wanes. All right. At the time, I did my literature review for my dissertation on it, and there had been pockets of places. Gaines Dog Food had done it for a while. There had been over in the UK, they had done it in mining teams. And it was always really successful. Motivation went up, team members loved it. But then it would last for a while, and then a new leader would come in and say, I don't want to work this way. So it was always, at the behest of whoever was running the ship at the time, could decide whether they were going to keep it or trash it, whether they were willing to share control or wanted control. And so a lot of it really depended on that. And so my dissertation, basically, the whole literature review basically said, look, it's a great idea. By all accounts, it works well. All the studies that have been done on it show, but don't count on leaders to continue to support it, which is essentially what happened at the plant where I worked. It happens all the time. So it's waxing and waning. Right now, it's coming back under a new term, which is called shared leadership, which is a very big deal right now. And people are trying to figure out, well, what exactly is that? But it always comes down to how much control management really wants to give to the people that they're responsible for.
Okay. How much do you, I saw some references to self-leadership, Chuck Mann's work. How much do you do with, how important is that literature in understanding effective self-managing teams? So kind of, is the self-leadership piece important in understanding how a team then is able to build on those units, or can you deal with it at the more macro team level?
So, Chuck Mans was one of the first people to start studying self-managing teams. And he got very interested in the idea of self-leadership mattering, in self-managing teams. But you have to remember that I took a social psychological lens to teams. And so my idea was always, what matters more is the culture you create in a team than in the skills you develop in any one individual. So my idea was, coming back to my own self, I was a perfectly capable individual with a lot of different skills, but in some environments I'd use them and in some environments I wouldn't. So so my lens was just very different. So I never used Chuck Mann's, I'm sure I referred to it. It was very popular for a while. And of course his research, he was a real starter, led a movement, I felt.
Yeah. Well, he was also one of my professors from when I did my MBA.
Yes, so that's so cool.
Yeah.
He's been at UMass Amherst now for ages. Yeah, very cool.
Yeah. Okay. So what did you learn that made self-managing teams effective?
Yeah. So just a slight background. I went for my dissertation to a plant that had 300 self-managing work teams. and I studied the teams there. And I went down and basically lived with these teams for 2 months, and then came back a few times after I did my collection over time. And I collected all kinds of information from them. But primarily what I ended up using for my dissertation was this information about the norms, the culture that the team would develop. So some teams would just develop a culture. Okay, they'd have rules that sort of engaged them. So let me give you an example. One rule was focused on for sort of feedback and what I called team self-evaluation. So periodically they'd step back and they'd say, okay, how are we doing? What needs to be tweaked? This kind of thing. Another rule that ended up being really powerful was they actually got to know each other at a level, so they could predict one another's behavior. So they would say, well, you're not going to want to do this, you're going to want to do that. And so they knew each other at this level. And some teams just didn't have those kind of rules. They didn't know each other. They never stepped back and looked at. And so what I found was, in the end, a set of norms that I felt differentiated those teams that were really great from those teams that were not so great. And that was the outcome of my dissertation. By the way, another thing that affected my dissertation was that I had handed my survey data, most of my survey data, over to a company that was going to be scanning. It was like early in the scanning technology, right? But we used to have to enter the data one by one, every survey, every time. Right. And I gave it to the scanning, and they lost the data. They moved offices, and they lost the data. You cannot believe it. So I think I was the first graduate in a psychology department that produced a dissertation that was primarily qualitative. I did have some surveys. There was one survey in particular that I did not use scanning technology for that I had. But anyway, that's a whole other story. So it was a panic moment.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was but so anyway, it ended up being great data, and I delved in, and it was fascinating to look at interviews. I did 3-hour interviews, individuals with teams, all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Just as kind of an aside, what kind of, do you see yourself as a qualitative researcher or primarily a quantitative researcher at this point? How do you approach problems, or do you do a little bit of both? Do you dabble in both?
I dabble in both, but I prefer qualitative research. So that kind of set me on. I mean, I'd never taken a course in qualitative research, but that's what I had. I had to figure it out on the fly. I just love the richness of it. And so I do both. I've done both, but I really feel like you can dig deeply and hear the stories that aren't.
Yeah, I'm the same. So I think so. So some of the things you're talking about with the getting to know people, this is where that resonates back to the transformational leadership that you talked about, right? And it kind of leads to the other stream of your research, which is more in the emotional intelligence and emotional intelligence resident at the team level. Mm-hmm. EQ, emotional quotient, those also are kind of buzzwords out of the 80s, right?
90s.
Was it 90s? Or 90s? That was actually early 90s, right? Goldman published his big popular book in the 90s. But that research had been going on in one shape or another for a while.
Not really. First paper, I think, the first academic paper was published by Peter Salovey and Jack Mayer. Jack Mayer is in the psychology department here at UN.
Right. Yeah. Yep.
And Peter Salovey, he was doing a postdoc with Peter Salovey at Yale. And Peter Salovey at the time was famous for his research on envy, jealousy, things like that. So he was in emotion research. But 1991, I think, was the first year that their first paper came out on that.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So when did you become aware of that?
Okay. Good question. Great question.
And how did you kind of make that link between emotional intelligence and transformational leadership, which you had already been working with?
Sure. So when I was in graduate school, I was so interested in teams that I took a bunch of well, first of all, I took some clinical psychology courses on group therapy since I was in the psych department. But I also took a 2-year program with a educational institution called National Training Laboratories. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
I'm not.
Okay, so they are quite famous for training people in, basically psychology of groups. And they use what's called T-group methodology, where you put people in a group, and and it's one way of for people to sort of learn about themselves relative to groups. There are 3 main traditions in that. There's the Tavistock method, which is big with in the United Kingdom. There's the Gestalt method, which was when I was in Cleveland, I was able to learn the Gestalt method. But National Training Laboratories, which is out of Maine, has this T-group methodology. So anyway, long story short, they put you in a group, and you study the group, and you study each other. You study how the group culture emerges. And what I learned in that was that the primary way to find out what the issues were in a group was to pay attention to the emotion on people's faces. So I did a 2-year program with them. And basically, what I learned was anything you wanted to know about a group was in the emotion that you were catching from the others in the group. Emotion is contagious. You could see it on the faces. So people's frustration, what are they frustrated about? So everything you needed to know about facilitating a group or what the problems currently were would emerge out of the emotion that was being experienced by group members and that was contagious within the group. Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where I first learned about the power of emotion in groups. It's powerful, I'm telling you. Yeah.
Yeah. And so then how did you tie that to leadership and take it to that next level?
Sure. So I had been talking about emotion in groups and, writing about my self-managing team stuff. And I was at Case Western Reserve for 8 years, where Richard Boyatzis is. I don't know if you recognize that name. He's one of the authors.
I recognize, but I don't.
Yeah. So he's one of the authors in emotional intelligence. He was Daniel Goleman's roommate at Harvard during their PhD program.
Oh, that's neat.
Yep.
Okay.
And furthermore, the reason I got to know Richard Boyatzis is because Richard Boyatzis, Daniel Goleman, and I all had the same mentor. We all studied under David McClelland. They had studied at Harvard, and Harvard had required McClelland to retire at a certain age, and McClelland came over to Boston University where I was. And so he was my dissertation chair. And so we all knew each other through that connection. And so when they were writing a book on, it was an edited book, and they wanted someone to write a chapter on emotional intelligence in teams. They asked me to do that. And that's how that started to emerge. I contacted a good friend of mine from graduate school, Stephen Wolf, and we wrote a book chapter on what would an emotionally intelligent team look like.
Okay. Well, let me ask you a little bit about emotional intelligence as a construct first, and then we can, and hopefully this actually makes sense this time, to go from individual emotional intelligence to group emotional intelligence. Or or am I getting that wrong, like I did with self-leadership and self-leading teams?
No.
Do you think there's a connection? So in that case, you do see scaling kind of important.
But again, I come back to norms rather than individuals. So rather than looking at individual emotional intelligence, which I'll explain in a second, rather than that building an emotionally intelligent team, I look at how do you create an emotionally intelligent culture? Okay. And so that's what's different.
Well, let's talk about emotional intelligence for a minute, because that is of interest to leaders, I think, in general. And then let's talk about how that kind of all fits together with your larger theory.
Yeah. So it's a complicated topic that it's hard to say in a soundbite, but I'll do my best. Basically, the idea is that our brain is, I'll explain it the way that, who's that guy that I always talk about all the time? I can't think of his name. The Nobel Prize winner.
You think of Kahneman?
Yeah, Dan Kahneman. I love that.
Kahneman?
He's just amazing.
Yeah.
He talks about system 1, system 2. This is what I like to,
Right.
because it's so logical. System 1 essentially is our old brain. It's really the bottom of the brain. Some people talk about left, right, but it's really the bottom of the brain, close to the brainstem. It was the first part of the brain to evolve, and it picks up everything from emotion. So we didn't have, a verbal cortex in those days. We didn't have language. Everything came from instinct and emotion. All right. And then our ancestors developed what we call the prefrontal cortex, which is the analytical part of the brain, which is how we solve math problems, and we're logical thinkers and things like that. But what a little known fact is that the emotion part of the brain never shuts off. And so we used to think that they were two different things. Leave your emotion at the door. You're not going to use your logical brain. Turns out that that's just not true. We never turn off the emotion part of the brain. And so, but what the emotion part of the brain does is it provides us with valuable information about the social situation or the situation in general. All right.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So it works super fast. The emotion part of our brain takes in, and I'm going to say this slowly because it's going to be shocking to you, 11 million bits of information per second.
Wow.
And I've seen the research paper that discovered that. 11 million bits of information per second, 10 million of which comes from our eyes. All right. So what this means is that a lot of the emotion part of our brain is working at an unconscious level. It's involuntary. This is not something we have to turn on. It's taken care of. It's why when you're driving a car and all of a sudden you quickly swerve to get out of the way of something, you didn't have to think about that. Your emotion brain was picking up information way before it was part of your conscious awareness. Well, it turns out that social situations today, some of the most nerve-wracking, dangerous situations that we're in are social situations. It used to be fight or flight, blah, 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 run from the woolly mammoths. But if you and I were in a tribe together and you saw the woolly mammoth, I could see your face. I wouldn't have to see the woolly mammoth.
Right.
You would telegraph to me and we would run unless I had the spear in my hand, and then I'd get the spear out and we'd win the battle. Right.
Right.
So we have this capacity, not just to have this emotion system that is constantly giving us information. We have a capacity to read the emotion on other people's faces, so that we have what are called mirror neurons that pick up on other people's emotions, and we literally catch that. So we think about emotional intelligence as information that comes from two sources: yourself and your own awareness of the situation, and the people around you and what you pick up from them. So that's part of it. But basically, emotion is information, and it is affecting your behavior constantly. If you're not aware that emotion is affecting your decisions, then you're letting emotion get in the way of your decisions. There's no such thing as making a decision unless it's a math problem without involving emotion. And if it's a math problem, you have to control your emotion and turn it off as best you can so that you can focus on just the logic of the math. People who can't turn off their emotion, they're scanning, do really poorly on math.
Yeah. Well, Kahneman, so I mean, you brought up Kahneman, so, and his system 1, system 2. So system 1 is the, a lot of the fight or flight, woolly mammoth. I see your eyes go wide, and so I know I'm activated to action kind of thing. And what you just said about being able to turn the emotions off and do something more logical seems to fit with his system 2 argument that I've got to stop the immediate emotion and think a longer term, make some sort of plan, analyze and think through.
Yes. And but the way to do that is to recognize that the emotion is there.
Okay.
It's the best way to do it. I mean, that's what everybody recommends these days, is if you can say, all right, I know the emotion's there, I'm going to push it aside, or I'm going to push it out of the way. And so this is where emotional intelligence becomes important. It allows you to push aside the emotion that's not constructive, or it allows you to tune into the emotion that is something like, for example, when you're in a group and you want to know what the issues are, you can just read it on people's faces.
So I'm in a group, I'm picking up on some emotional current, And if I'm emotionally intelligent, I can read that, and rather than just letting the emotion control me, I can step back and analyze it. And am I
kind of
saying that right?
So you would have to, you obviously, with our analytical mind, you're going to have to make a decision given the situation that you're in, whether this is something you're going to stop and deal with at the moment or not. But if you get, for example, I do a lot of work with groups. I do a lot of consulting work with teams. And I walk in the room and I look at the faces and I can feel what's going on at any point in time. And I can see certain people that are really, I can look at where they're sitting. I can look at certain faces versus others. Some people are happy to be there. Some people aren't. I can immediately see who's alienated, who's respected. I mean, here's another thing, by the way. There's a social hierarchy in every group. And we are so fine-tuned in our ability to pick up on it. We don't miss a trick. We know where we are in that social hierarchy. Okay. And so you can, if you're paying attention to it, you can, if you bring it to your conscious awareness, you can see it getting in the way of things. You can see people shutting up and not opening their mouths to let the social hierarchy answer, which is, whether you're in a self-managing team or not, happens.
Yeah.
Okay. Even in a self-managing team, there's a hierarchy. And it's the good self-managing teams that don't allow the hierarchy to control what goes on in the team. If that makes sense, I could go off on that, but you tell me what you're interested in following up on.
Tell me, I just want to stick with the individual EI for another minute. So good EI, bad EI, or maybe that's not the right way to say it. EI is a tool, right? I mean, in a sense, and it can be used for good or ill. I guess that's what I was going to try to say.
Sure.
So talk about how leaders with high emotional intelligence operate a little bit. Like, what is it they're doing differently than somebody who doesn't have the same level of emotional intelligence?
Okay. I'll give you an example of a leader who was talking about a situation. So this is a leader, one of the top leaders in an organization that I was in recently, and he was talking about how he walked into work one day and he'd had some car trouble. And he walked in with a frown on his face. And everybody kept looking at him in a fearful way, right? And he quickly realized that people were misinterpreting the frown on his face. They were worried. Everybody was worried about layoffs, weird things going on. You got the news about this project that was supposed to sell. And he quickly figured that out. And he was able to say, hey, by the way, everybody, I had car trouble. Just to let you know, forgive me if it seems like it's not you, it's the car trouble, right? And so, the good leaders recognize that they're on stage and that they are always being read. Here's another one that good leaders are good at. They're good at managing. Let me tell you, I had a leader once say to me, I'm so busy and crazy, and I have these people come up to me and say, can you help me? And I'm thinking, they got one thing on their plate and I got 30 things on my plate. And so what's a good leader going to do? The good leader is going to say, absolutely, I can help you. They're going to control their own anger at this petty little thing. And they're going to, in a transformational leadership way, and they're going to think about the development of the individual and say, I'll help you this time. Let's figure out how you can get better at doing this yourself. So, you mentioned it earlier, but there's a huge link between EI and transformational leadership. It's now coming out in a lot of research.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what about the bad EI, good EI, or the leader using EI for good or ill?
Okay. So first of all, let me say you can do that with any leadership theory, right? Anytime we teach leadership, and this is a big, lots of times when I tell people I teach in a business school, I tell my psychology folks, they feel like I've sold out. I'm teaching leaders how to manipulate, right?
Right.
But my favorite theory that talks about this is David McClelland, my old mentor, who was my advisor on my dissertation. He basically has a theory about what he calls the need for influence. And he calls it also the need for influence and power. And what he found in his research and his students found is that there's two ways leaders come at the role. Either they want influence and power for themselves, okay, or they want influence and power for the good of the group and the good of the cause, okay. And so the way I like to think about it is I'm hoping and I'm encouraging you to embrace these concepts for the good of the cause. And one of the things I always do with my students is I try to say, what's the cause that you're going to work toward? What is the cause what are your values? What are you going to move toward? Self-aggrandizement or anything like that is not good leadership, right? And so that's how I think about that.
Okay. All right. So, but if you could potentially be a very emotionally intelligent leader and
manipulate,
really all that comes down is you're just really good at manipulating people.
Yes. Yeah.
All right.
Same with transformational leadership, any leadership theory. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. That's
yeah.
So it really kind of comes down to what your goal is. So your end matters.
Yes. And I like to think that most leaders, because leadership is hard work, it's really hard work. And so if you go into it, you want to lead. I think most people go into it with the hope of making a difference.
I think so. I mean, that's my observation. So I wanted to take that next level now and say, okay, so
right.
Let's talk about we've talked about emotional intelligence at the individual level, but now your research has largely been around teams and the emotional intelligence resident in a team. So we'll probably build a bit off, and we already kind of briefly mentioned, you have an HBR article with Stephen Wolf called "Building the Emotional Intelligence of Groups," and I found it ungated on the web, so I'm going to hang that on the show notes when we're done,
okay,
so we can
great.
talk about.
Yeah.
So if folks want to look at that and see a little more detail what we're talking about, you can grab that off the show notes. So what did you, so you'd been working with transformational leadership, you've been working with self-managing teams. How did this come together to kind of influence or help create your theory about the emotional intelligence resident in groups?
Okay. So back to my idea of individual skills, individual abilities not mattering all that much in a team. And what really matters is whether or not the environment you create brings out the best in you. Okay. And so what I was interested in doing was creating this model. And this is what I had from my dissertation to begin with. And then we tweaked that model somewhat. Was a model of the norms that allowed people to get to know one another and value one another, which brought out the best in people. Okay, so everyone was included. Keep in mind that these were self-managing teams we originally were studying. So it was really about knocking down the hierarchy and really using the resources in the team. And so I started doing some more digging around. And one of the things that I found in the literature, and by the way, one of the most interesting things about the emotion literature right now is it's linked to social neuroscience, right?
Okay.
I got to acknowledge that this is the most fascinating piece of this is how the brain works and all this. But it turns out that whenever we go into a group environment, we have these primal social needs that need to be met. And if they're not met, our emotion, we have uncomfortable emotion emerge. So we basically created a model that would enable people to be comfortable, have their social needs met so that their emotion would be at the service of positive outcomes in the team, right? So I'm no longer worried about not being included, not being heard, not being understood. It turns out that people thrive and their endorphins go off when they're in an environment where they feel understood, seen, felt, heard, and valued.
Yeah.
Their endorphins go off. They want that. They crave that. So we basically help build an environment that does that with these norms. Okay. And that's the emotionally intelligent environment. So an emotionally intelligent environment brings out the best views people as emotional beings. So there's a little bit of leap in logic there, but that's how we argue it.
So let's talk a little bit about some of the specifics that you covered in the article. So you said you had norms that create awareness of emotions and then norms that help regulate emotions. You had kind of two categories of norms.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so within the norms that create awareness of emotions, you were just talking a little bit about, one of them you have listed as interpersonal understanding.
Mm-hmm.
So that's that piece where you were just talking about where, like, if I feel listened to and heard, then I'm going to feel more comfortable. Is that?
Yes.
And then the perspective taking was the other piece there. What's that about, and why is that important for the at the individual level?
Okay, so first of all, I have to tell you that that paper obviously was written in 2001, and it's kind of evolved since then.
Okay, sure.
But so let me see. I'm going to try to answer your question through the evolution.
Even better if you can. If you give me the updated version. That's even better. Okay. Sure.
So awareness of emotion is really awareness of individuals and people. And that turns out that interpersonal understanding, as we went off and studied it in many different organizations, becomes really, really important in teams. It was most strongly linked to performance of anything we studied in teams, which piqued our curiosity. And so interpersonal understanding is awareness of what excites that person, what they're good at, who they are underneath it all, and not, their initial presentation, right? So when you take time to really get to know that person, that emotional being as who they are, it begins to create that sense of acceptance of who I am. I can be myself here, right?
Yeah.
And so that awareness. So we had three, I think we ended up in the end with three, statistically too. We looked at this statistically. In that awareness of emotion piece, we have interpersonal understanding, confronting members who break norms, and caring behavior. Those three were the three that statistically fell in there. I think perspective taking was in managing emotion, was it?
So you had perspective taking as norms that create awareness of emotions, and then you had confronting and caring as norms that help regulate emotions.
Okay, so it turns out that they don't fit in this awareness and regulation clumps. They factor analyze into individual level, team level, external level. So interpersonal understanding, confronting, and caring are one individual level thing. Team self-evaluation, and we no longer, seeking feedback fell out. It was completely team self-evaluation and seeking feedback were one and the same. Creating resources for working with emotion, and I think proactive problem solving is underneath that. Those link together. Although proactive problem solving also somewhat links to the external. Oh, and creating an affirmative environment. Yeah. Optimism. We now call that optimism. Those link together. And then the final one is the external boundary. So that's how we talk about them now.
Okay. So the columns still kind of stand, but sounds like you've kind of mixed the rows, if you will.
Yeah, I no longer think about them as being awareness and regulation. That's interesting. Thank you for reminding me of that. Maybe I should be. Maybe at least I should be remembering for anybody who reads the article, they need to know that that's what they're thinking. People, by the way, the article's been republished 4 times in books by HBR.
Yeah,
it's a huge seller for them. People like
it's been cited more than 1,000 times. So it's had a lot of influence in the field.
It has. It's been cited by a lot. I get a lot of requests for it. Remember what that.
So some of this stuff that kind of, so you were still thinking individual level. We've got norms. So for example, norms of confronting, right? So that's a tough one, right? I think most groups, most people don't like doing that.
Right.
So how do you create, and a lot of times when it happens, people get very defensive. So how does a effective team deal with that then?
Brilliant question, Mark. Brilliant question. So let me say this. First of all, I took a lot of flack for calling that confronting. A lot of people got really upset with me because it was as if I was advocating for people to be rude to one another. But in my original research, which had been done on the shop floor, the norm was really confrontational. People would they knew each other so well that they were softer for some people, a little bit harder. But the idea was you didn't let this stuff pass. If somebody broke an informal rule, you didn't. And in the not so good teams, over and over, I heard, well, I don't want to disturb them. I don't. So I kept it in there and I fought for it. Eventually, we changed the terminology. And let me see if I can find what we're calling it now, because I've been writing about it and I should have it. Okay, here it is. We now call it addressing unhelpful behavior. Okay. But we did. Wow. Steve and I did a really good study of it. And what we found was that you really had to have interpersonal understanding well honed in order to be able to do the confrontation. So you had to tailor, essentially, you had to tailor the confrontation to the individual. Okay. So this is what I'm teaching teams now. I'm saying what you do is up front, you clarify what's unhelpful behavior in this team. And you say, okay, well, showing up late is unhelpful. Not doing the work you said you were going to do is unhelpful. Cutting people off is unhelpful. Looking at your cell phone during the middle of a meeting is unhelpful. They list it all, and you're going to constantly amend this. And then you figure out a way you're going to confront people. And, it usually begins with a new team where you take someone aside and you say it. But eventually in the great teams, people get confronted right in the team. And so that's the way I'm thinking about it now. I can tell you that there's nothing that ticks people off more than the unfairness of not confronting people when they break norms. Fair behavior, by the way, treating people fairly suggests that they're valued. So let's come back to this social need. I mean, this is literature. This is all in the psychology literature. That the importance of fairness, even animals know when they haven't been treated fairly. Okay, and it's atavistic. It's primal. And what we now know is that when you are treated unfairly, you don't feel valued. And so this is an important norm. You need to basically give people a heads up ahead of time and say, we're going to call you out if you do this. And then you need to treat people fairly.
I don't know the experimental economics literature as well as I probably should, but I know they're in the experimental economics literature. They've done games with that where people got treated unfairly, and then and in the next round they were willing to sacrifice like higher payoffs for themselves to punish the people who treated them unfairly.
Yes.
So even though they wound up with less
money themselves, they're all into punishment. Yeah. That's what you get. Yeah, retribution. It's all about retribution when you're treated unfairly.
Right.
I mean, it's real affront. Yeah. It's a major affront to a social need, and your social need is to feel valued. Is to feel like you matter. The label that is used in the literature now that I've been using lately is you want to feel like you belong, that you matter to this team. People are going to care for you. You're in an environment where we care for one another and we have each other's backs. People thrive in those kind of environments.
So when you talk about norms, how much of those norms are emergent, meaning they come as a result of the repeated interaction within a team, and how much of them are formal and instituted? in your research?
Great. You're so smart. These are great questions. It's fun talking to you.
Mostly because I sat in your class and listened to you talk about this.
Maybe.
But actually, I'm drawing on. But what's interesting about this, I just want to and I don't know if you're familiar with the institutional economics literature at all. But there's so there's that was actually a big area of my study back when I was doing my PhD, and so hearing a lot of this discussion about norms and emergence is a big theme in that literature. Sure. So it's just kind of
interesting. I'm going to have to write that down and take a look at it. I have looked at a lot of game theory and things like that.
I think you might like Doug North's work. I'll send you.
Great, thanks.
Yeah,
thanks.
He's got.
Okay.
Anyway, let's hear your version of it, though.
All right.
So emergent norms versus formal imposed norms.
Yeah. So we actually think about them as descriptive or prescriptive norms, right? So are we just describing what has emerged, or are we prescribing what you're going to be in? So first of all, norms always emerge. Behavior is never random in a group. At the very first meeting, we know important norms emerge. But we also know that norms can be prescribed. You can manage a team's culture by intentionally defining and supporting specific norms, reinforcing certain norms. And so a lot of great leaders know this. Norms come from values, and they call out behavior that's inconsistent with the norms. Okay. And so they define carefully. This is the intervention that I most teach for team leaders, which is to come up with a set of norms, and I offer my norms from my research. And, but I also say, you got to pick norms that work for you, that work in your environment. But the idea is that you want to enforce them and you want to, reinforce them. So it's not my idea. Basically what we're now learning, a couple things. Well, let me step back before I say that. Norms come from the top down. They're not egalitarian. People with power define the norms. So if I look at my undergraduate groups, I look at the kids with the greater status in the team. They're the ones that primarily, unless someone intervenes around them, they will define the norms. And I saw this a lot in my original work when I lived for 2 months in that organization. And in many of the really lousy self-managing work teams, the people with the status to define the norms were people who were bullies or, did not have, moral high ground, were not egalitarian, didn't care about anybody but themselves. So anyway, and a lot of norms just emerge and nobody realizes how powerful they are until you tell people, like, let me give you one norm that I talk a lot about because it was a powerful intervention that I created in a team once. When people pick up their phones to check their texts in the middle of a meeting, like I'm doing right now to you.
Yeah. Vanessa's showing me your phone. Yeah. This is going to be audio.
Okay. They don't do that indiscriminately. They only do that when certain people are talking. All right. So the status hierarchy, it's the higher people in the status. You'd never do that for people who are high in the status hierarchy. However, it's different. You only do that when people who are lower in the status hierarchy start to talk. All right. But the norm is you can pick up your phone. So who sets those norms? It's always the powerful. They don't even notice it. They don't even notice people. So if you would say, hey, people pick up the phone in your team, people in the higher status say, no, they don't. They do not. Because
they don't when this high status person's
right. Right. Okay.
That's awesome.
and this is the kind of stuff that creates problems in a team. So what we now know from research is that people that are treated as if they don't matter, they don't belong, they're not part of the one that's cared for, they have really bad remedial behavior. They lose control of their emotions. All right. And people always say to me, but you mean you just have to take it? You can't fight back when people treat you like that? You just have to take it. Unfortunately, when you fight back, it doesn't help unless someone with high status signals to the group that they want you in. It's a fascinating line of research. You have no idea. And so it's fascinating. But so anyway, what I advocate is getting to know one another, creating norms that are quite clear, and blah blah blah. You get the rest, right?
Yeah. It's interesting hearing you talk about the getting to know each other. So one of the projects I've been working on for the last couple of years is, and I think I've probably told you about this, is I've been interviewing former military leaders who were leaders in the military health system, who retire from the military. So with the idea that, they've spent 20 plus years in the military in that system. So they're pretty institutionalized, and they leave that system, retire, and go to become a leader in a non-military civilian healthcare system someplace. So not associated with the federal government.
Yeah, fascinating.
And one of the most common things they talk about is this getting to know your employees and getting to know the people. It is a really profound norm in the military that leaders know their soldiers, sailors, whatever, airmen, Marines. And if you don't know their children's names and how old they are, and I mean, just a lot of stuff, that's a norm in the military. And if you don't know that stuff, you're a bad leader in the military.
Sure.
And you come out into the civilian, and these folks come out into the civilian market, and they're just kind of taken aback because that's not actually acceptable. Like, you can't, like a couple of them are like, I can't even legally ask people some of those questions.
Yes.
And so that's one of the things that they really struggle with, is that, the intimacy that leadership had in the military versus what it has in the civilian environment. And it probably varies from, and there's probably different ways of getting that information and so forth, but I imagine. But that was triggering as you were talking about.
Yeah, that's fascinating. I never heard that about the military, but it makes sense to me. I mean, whenever I have students who've been in the military in my MBA classes, they are so powerfully positive around that kind of issue, about students getting to know one another, the community. Because I always try to build a community in my class. And it's so much easier when there's a military person in there who's part of that.
Interesting.
Yeah, someone's had a leadership role before.
And it's a norm, right? So that's like getting to know each other. And it's really interesting and so that's an important norm for your model then.
It's critical. It is the most important, because I just come back to the social need of people wanting to be known, wanting to belong. Belonging. People don't really understand the belonging. I mean, the opposite of belonging is being rejected or excluded or ostracized. And people really get that. Nobody wants that. But they're actually two different things, but they're strongly related. When you don't feel like you belong, you're always on the edge. You're always on the edge of feeling excluded.
Yeah. And as social animals, going back to your woolly mammoth example, I mean, there's a fair amount of evolutionary psychology, discussion of what distinguishes Homo sapiens from, whatever I'm a little outside my field here, but, prior generations of, pre-humans is that our brain size increased in order to process the 11 million signals per second. Right. It was precisely to be able to handle that that complex social data that's constantly coming in.
Yes.
And it's what enables us to behave in more effective ways than our predecessors did.
Yes, indeed. It's required. It enables us to pass our genes on, but it also enables our communities to be stronger, so that we pass our genes on. So it's
right.
We maintain our belonging because if we were kicked out of the tribe, we were dead. We couldn't pass our genes on, and it makes a stronger community that can go on and survive as well. Blah, blah, blah.
But to be rejected or to be pushed down the hierarchy has a direct impact, right? That base brain stem level kind of fear gets triggered, right?
It is really bad. It's like physical pain. I mean, the brain lights up in the same place as physical pain does. And if you feel rejected, you know what helps it? Take 2 Tylenol.
Does it really? Does that really?
It reduces your feeling. It reduces your feeling badly about yourself.
Oh, no.
Because it's
all right. I'm going to prescribe that to my
social pain.
Yeah, prescribe that for heartache. I guess.
For heartache. Yeah.
Well, so in your paper, or it's a chapter actually, with Wolf, Komen, and Messer, you take this idea of emotionally competent groups and their norms that build social capital, which then builds a task-focused processes, which then leads to team effectiveness. Can you talk about that kind of construct a little bit? Is that something you're still working with, and is that still valid? Because I know this is also like 15 years old too, but
yeah, it is. I'm thinking about it a little bit differently now, but yeah, absolutely. So the way I think about it these days is that we're asking a lot more of our teams, and we can even let's talk about, for example, let's bring up in a healthcare setting, teams in a hospital. Okay,
great.
So we're really asking a lot, much more of teams than we ever have in the past, in the sense that the information that they have available to them is much larger. There's information overload, and the problems are more complex than they've ever been. And there's so much information; it's much more difficult for individuals to make decisions without a team. All right. So I'm assuming, and this has been my assumption of the medical environment, that if you've got good people around you helping you make a decision, whether it's a team of doctors and nurses, et cetera, helping you, we're all looking at different pieces of information that matter. I mean, the problems and the analysis and the weaving in and out of all this information is much more complex than it used to be. The dilemma is that, coming back to the economics literature, people are wary of teams. Teams are threatening.
Oh, okay.
Teams can be threatening because you have this idea that you can be excluded. Okay. Huge literature in the psychology literature about people not sharing their information these days, not sharing everything they know, for fear of stepping on people's toes. For many different reasons. One of the reasons why psychological safety is so important these days in all these environments is that despite the fact that they need this information more than ever, the world in teams is very scary with all these different hierarchies. All right. Besides the fact that a lot of the information that I have, if I share it with you, it's no longer mine. Okay. If I could just tell you, I mean, there is this fascinating paper about how much information people will actually share. And people are so smart, they only share as much as everybody else is sharing and no more. The level at which everybody else is sharing, because your information is your power. All right. And so there's a lot of situations where we're asking a lot of people, but there are tripwires. You can step on the doctor's toes and say something that gets you in trouble, right? We all know this. So you conform with what the hierarchy. You could lose your job if you, or your ability to be in the emergency room if you're not following orders by these doctors. You could share all your good information, and then the other nurses or the others could have it, and then they've got what you've got, your secret way of doing this or that, right? And so there's a lot of disincentive. It's being part of a team is what we call a mixed motive task, right? Okay. Come back to the. And so my argument, the argument that I'm making now, is that you have to create an environment where people feel like they belong and they're part of something important, and that they have some control over the environment in order to get them to fully embrace the task at hand and to give the more pro-social information. So they're not thinking selfishly, they're thinking pro-socially. So coming to the task behavior, if you want people to really give to the task, don't be naive and assume they're just going to do it without creating an environment that's conducive to this. Is that making sense? I know I'm kind of
does. Yeah.
explaining this.
So these norms. So how do we create these norms that, right? Because it comes back to the norms.
It comes back to the norms where you create everybody's feeling, like they are respected and part of the whole, right? We can talk about the specifics there if you want, but which gets them out of their self-focused or their fear, right? Makes them feel more psychologically safe and gets them to then contribute their best information, their best ideas, because they're part of something and they contribute more to the task, right? And then
if you see hanging on to information as a self-protective measure, then that psychological safety is really important, right? So, because you're not going to let go of all of your information if that disarms you.
Yes. And let me tell you that I've been reading about this for years in the psychology literature, in the economics literature. But until I got out there and started consulting with teams, I had no idea how bad it was out there. So in terms of people holding on, not sharing stuff, and it's really both out of fear and out of being strategic. So the fear is I have to maintain my power. So it is often fear. I've either I don't want to step on someone's shoes, or I lose my status, or I lose my job, and I also have to maintain my power. And so there's a lot of partial in, very smart, getting in there. I contribute just as much as everyone else. I know how to do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's feigning is what I call it now in my writing. They're feigning contributions. And they're doing as much as everybody else, and they're saying the right thing, and they're doing the right thing, and they're saving their butts, they're saving their jobs, but they're not really in there giving their whole. And so what I found is that if I can do interventions with these teams, it's talked about in the like one of my favorite books that recently came out. Oh, I don't think I have it here. Is about a team coach that it's called the $1 Trillion Coach.
Okay.
Have you heard of it?
I have not.
Okay. Team coach that worked with Steve Jobs. He worked with Apple, Microsoft. They call him the $1 Trillion Coach because he coached the teams for all these great leaders. And what he did was he built, what they're saying is that we all know Steve Jobs was a jerk, right? If he hadn't had a coach coaching his team, making everybody feel like they were belonging, getting people out of being selfish and not worried about conforming, they never would have created the great things that they did.
Wow.
Yeah. And this coach argued that you have coaches for individuals, you have coaches for sports teams. What makes you think you don't need a coach in a company? And my argument is you don't necessarily need a coach. You need a leader who thinks of themselves as a coach and who creates the environment that enables people to be this way, right? Blah, blah, blah.
So is that, okay, you immediately made me think, are you coming back to your self-managing teams idea then? Is that, because that's what that sounds like. That sounds
you have to let go of a lot of control. You have to still be in control. You have to recognize your control as a leader. Have to, and you have to enforce the norms, but you have to let the team help you know what the norms are that need to be created. Right. Because you don't see them, because nobody picks up the phone when you're talking.
Right.
So you help them, let them tell you what's needed, and you continually tweak it, right? With this team self-evaluation continually, and you help them feel, and you give them a lot of control, but you still have to be there ready to be the leader when you need it. I'm not a huge proponent of self-managing teams anymore.
Oh, okay.
What I'm a proponent of is leaders who give up control, who are willing to give up control and step in only when the team needs them.
And behave more like a $1 trillion coach.
Behave like a $1 trillion coach, behave like a transformational leader, and not be overly controlling. Yeah. Which is hard for doctors.
Okay. So let's kind of, I wanted to make that kind of final leap. I've gotten to know you over the last couple of years because we've both been involved with the New Hampshire Physician Leadership Development Program that's being run at UNH out of the Paul College. And so and I got to watch you teach a number of seminars to a group of physicians who were coming to learn leadership skills so that they could move from clinician to clinician leader. So what have you learned about, like physicians and their and the healthcare system through that experience, and what kind of they need to learn?
Sure. So let me first say that the group that we're working with is a self-selected group. So these are people who want to move into leadership or are being encouraged. And so they're already a group of people who are not, I think, so hard to work with. But I've heard horror stories. One of the things we know, and this has been true, I've worked with a lot of engineers, but there are certain jobs. I mean, to become a doctor, you have to do so well on cognitive tasks that you have not honed your emotional intelligence, right? You haven't had to hone your emotional intelligence and your ability to empathize, and and I think that the system, just like it does for lawyers. I've also worked with lawyers, and lawyers are really hard to work with. Because they're rewarded for being better than other people, right? Good judgment skills. Anyway, this group that we've been working with, they really get it. So one of the pleasures of working with them is how smart they are. If you give them an argument, they get it. And they're motivated to want to take it on and learn it, and, like no other group I've ever worked with. So first of all, I want to say that the dilemma is that they're taught, and it's our friend, it's our mutual buddy. What's his name? Neil Meehan, who told me this, and so I know this from Neil. They're trained to know that they are the person who stands between death and life. They have to be the decision maker. They cannot shirk their responsibility. They have to know what matters. And so they have a hard time letting go of control. And they're trained that way, and they're rewarded for that, right? As they're developing. So to me, the biggest challenge is not their motivation to want to do it with this group or their ability to get it or to be necessarily emotionally intelligent for this group, but it's the willingness to let go of control. Let in the information from the team, right?
So where have they shown hesitancy to let in the team?
So I've been working with them to examine the norms in their teams. All these folks are leaders, and they take the model with the norms and they go and they assess the norms and they come back. And, some of the norms are things like, a team self-evaluation, or allowing the team to have a little more control than the leader has, right? And they come back with a read on the norm, which is more them in control than the team members being in control. It's a very hierarchical environment.
Yeah,
and their training perpetuates that, right?
Yeah,
and it's exactly the kind of environment that needs people to be rewarded for speaking their mind, right?
Right. I mean, I speak as if I was still in healthcare. I mean, we are trying in healthcare. I know we are trying to create better opportunities for people to speak up, particularly in pre-surgical situations. They now have a formal timeout where everybody has to agree that this is the patient and this is the thing we're doing, and which sounds a bit silly, but there's a real problem with wrong site surgeries and all those kinds of things. And when you are a patient in that situation, it seems like they're playing some sort of game, but it really is it's meant to be a norm that allows people to speak.
Yeah.
Right?
I think it's really powerful. I think it's really positive. Yeah. I think that's working really well. Yeah, I would say. Although I just had some interesting experiences with my dad in a hospital, and my 89-year-old dad has recently had surgery and has been in and out of hospitals, and it's been fascinating to be a fly on the wall while these things are going on. Yeah.
Especially now that you've seen and interacted with these leaders.
Yeah, not with the hospital that we've been working in. This is he's
no, right,
yeah.
different hospital.
Yeah, and to see the hierarchy at play, see the hierarchy and just the whole all the way on down. Yeah.
Yeah. Huh. I'm curious. To wrap up now to just wrap up our chat. Where are you going now with your research? What's the most exciting thing you're working on?
Well, at the moment, I am trying to get a lot of writing done. So we've collected a lot of data, and I have been seduced to go out and do a lot of consulting work. So what happened is that we created this survey to collect data with, and then all of a sudden we were asked to use it in companies. And then all of a sudden people started inviting me in and using the survey. And so I've had this great pleasure to take all the skills that I've built over the years and to be working with teams. But it's completely distracted me from publishing all the research. I mean, you had to dig pretty far back to find my published articles, right? So at the moment, I'm writing things up. So I've got like 4 or 5 articles all in play, and I'm writing a book at the same time. And the book basically looks at my experience and my with working with teams and the theory, comparing the theory to the experience. And I don't have I've been invited to do a book, so which is the great thing. And I don't want, before that invitation runs out, I want to get the book done. So that's kind of where I'm at, and it's very exciting to be able to write a book because I don't have to worry about reviewers,
You get to have your opinions.
I get to have my opinions. I just get to ramble on and on and on, like I'm talking with you, and that's fun. But I also really need to get those articles out. Otherwise, I'll, for the career that is. I know you do. Yeah.
I feel you. Well, thank you so much for your time today. I appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's been great fun for me too, Mark. Thanks for inviting me. I'll see you soon, I hope.
You've been listening to the Health Leader Forge, a joint production of the College of Health and Human Services at the University of New Hampshire and the Northern New England Association of Healthcare Executives. Please go to our website, healthleaderforge.org, for more information or to leave comments about today's podcast. Look for Health Leader Forge podcasts on iTunes, Stitcher, SoundCloud, and other podcast distribution sites. Thanks for being a part of the Health Leader Forge.
Imo, Edo, Ondo, and Oyo State. So it's a great pleasure. Wishing everyone on this call a very successful engagement. Thank you, Business Day, for also putting this great events together. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ini, for the introduction. Over to you, Tyrrell. I can see you're on the webinar already. Please, can you introduce yourself? Hi, Tyrrell. Can you hear me? Hey, Tyrrell, CEO Yetiba. Okay, if it's not ready.
Mic check.
Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. Guys, Tyrrell is my name. I'm super excited to be here. I'll just quickly do a 30 seconds introduction about myself. I hope that is what I'm supposed to do.
Yes. Just.
So Tyrrell is my name. I've been in the learning and skill development space for God knows when. The core of the work that I do is to help Africans from wherever they are coming from learn technology skills that helps to translate into jobs. Today, we are the biggest in terms of learning. We've got students from over 19 countries. We've got over 500 faculties. We've got an alumni network of over 25,000 people. It's quite very exciting to be doing this because this is a topic that I so much care about. Nice to meet everybody, and I will mute myself. I'm done talking.
Yeah, okay. Before you leave, while I'm going through your your Instagram, I realized that your Instagram name is Iyeko. And now I realize that you're not Iyeko again. So you should change it to a UK or something, though, because it doesn't fit again.
Guess
So,
what? I am in Lagos right now. That's I am in Lagos right now.
You tap back, so change it to a UK, please. I said I was going to tackle you on.
All right. I'll take your advice.
Okay. So, please, Ijoma in Kiruka, you can just be on the session already. Please just introduce yourself briefly. Oluwatobi are saying it, so please introduce yourself briefly. Either of you.
Hello, everybody. Good morning.
Joma, good morning. Good
Hi,
morning.
so it's good to be back again. Thank you, Business Day. So my name is Joma Nkiruka Onwadi, and I'm the founder of the Career Millennial. And Career Millennial is a career hub for millennials and other cohorts, right? Because when we started, we were more focused on millennials, but now we've expanded to include other cohorts. And we provide learning, advisory, and support to help these millennials and cohorts to build an amazing career. Very recently, we were focused on early school leavers. We are taking it back to as far as when people are in final year, having early engagements on workplace skills that are required for them to thrive, just straight out of university and having work-ready skills for the workplace. Eitai, I see you. Hi, Eitai, it's good to meet you again. And to other members of the panel, hi, Samuel Utiba alumni. So to other members of the panel, it's nice to meet you for the first time. And thank you for everybody who's joined this conversation. We hope to have an amazing time and one that is full of learning and fun. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Glad to be here. My name is Toby Ashende. I'm the founder and CEO of Digital Marketing Skill Institute. We are an award-winning institute that accelerate the training of digital marketing talents. And one of the things we do is we also work to match them with organizations globally, either as employed or self-employed in the sense of either freelancing or agency. We have two platforms that facilitate that. We have the Accreditor, and we also have the Whislancer platform that helps us to achieve that. So this topic is something that is really, really of great importance, and I'm happy to be here to be discussing it with a lot of my colleagues on the call.
Oh, this is great. Thank you so much, Ijoma. Thank you so much, Toby. Thank you so much for introducing yourself. So for me, this topic is very timely, very, very timely. Earlier this year, I wrote an article on skills that people could learn to make more money in 2023, and some of which were copywriting, content writing, graphic designing. I didn't write the hard ones like software development, front end and back end, but I wrote like skills and acquisition that people could learn fast, not learn fast, but people could learn and use it and use it as a side also. So even for me, as a communications person, I'm very, very interested in this particular topic and see in what ways I can develop my skills to get more money and even just have other things doing. So my speakers are going to be introducing the topic for the next 10 minutes. Each of them will just give us their school of thoughts on the topic, what they have to say about the topic. So yes, Ini Ikiri, as Elia said, is from Jobaman, Nigeria. And if everyone knows Jobaman, they're always in your mails telling you about job openings and all of that. So he would know very well what skills acquisition and developments that are that are very important and crucial at the time that both as millennials and Gen Zs we need to learn. So Ini, please, can you take us through roughly 10 minutes on your thoughts on skills acquisition that are timely, like with season right now, like skills that are in high demand right now, and that anybody, or even not the ones, even the ones that are not anybody can do, but skills that people can just gain from right now. Ini.
All right, thank you very much, Eniola, once again. Yeah, so I just wanted to confirm if I can share my screen, or do I just make it a conversation? Which
yes, you can. Yes, you can. You can.
Okay, that's great. Because I actually prepared something for our audience today, and yes, I'll be sharing in just a few minutes or seconds. Just please confirm you can see my screen now.
Yes, I can see your screen.
Okay, great. So what I'm going to do, right, because on this call, yeah, like you rightly mentioned, a lot of professionals, right, who are also well versed in the technical side of the skills business, right? So what I did was to provide a background, right, and take our audience down to the nitty-gritty of this conversation, especially understanding so many relevant aspects that needs to be considered, right? Why making a choice in deciding what skill to acquire and all that, right? So I understand I have 10 minutes or less already, so I'm just going to move as fast as possible. And I also want to encourage my audience, right, who are also on this call, to feel free to ask questions and to engage me as much as the time would permit us to do, right? So like I said, it's more or less like going down to the foundation and going down to the nitty-gritty of what skills acquisition and development is all about, right? And one thing that is that I found very, very interesting about skills acquisition and development is the fact that it has to be an intentional process, right? In the present world that we are today, right? Skill acquisition and development has to be an intentional process, right? Learning and enhancing one's ability, knowledge, and experience in a particular field. Okay, and what this means, or what this translates into, is that it is important, right? Because you want to gain new skills, you want to improve your performance, right? You also want to grow in your career and also have fulfillment, right? Career fulfillment and all that. So skills acquisition can also take different forms, right? I mean, there's the formal type, and there's also the informal, which I believe everyone here know that, right? And the question basically next we're going to ask is why skill acquisition and development, right? In the current world where we are right now, I say something that the world is changing, right? We know that the world is changing, and the world is changing very fast, right? And it is necessary and important that we continually improve, right, and update our skill set in order to remain relevant in the competitive world that we are today. And something very interesting that I know would also resonate in most of our conversation this morning is to also still re-echo the fact that skills that are relevant today might become obsolete sooner than later, right? We all know that, looking at the future of skills report, looking at the report from the World Economic Forum and all that, right? Realize that skills that are relevant today might become obsolete. So the question is, would you just sit down there and watch this happen and blame it on maybe the village or village people and all that, right? But the solution to this is upskilling, right? Which seems to be the logical solution to the problem that we are currently addressing this morning. And just to also make our audience understand that this comes with a lot of benefits also, right? Of course, increased job opportunities, which we already know that course, we know what the statistics is, right? Especially in our country, Nigeria, seeing that the unemployment rate is so high, there are so many people out of jobs, right? So why those statistics might be very, very scary, it's also important to look at the bright side of life and to also understand that people are with jobs, right? And there are people that have never searched for a job just for even 1 hour, right? So the question is, how are people doing this, right? So in the midst of so much unemployment and the fear of no job in the environment, right? There are also opportunities. There are opportunities that we need to understand this morning, right? Which is very, very important, that I will be mentioning in a couple of seconds from now. So the benefits include increased job opportunities, like I said, higher earnings, and also personal satisfaction, right? Yes, so this is an aspect I really want to touch on, and I want our audience to pay very, very close attention to what I'm going to be saying now, right? Because like I said, I'm also a facilitator with over 8 years of experience, and one thing I try to do, okay, while engaging my audience, is to make them understand the simple things, right? Before you then talk about the complex things, because so many people tend to look at things from the complex side and then ignore the fundamental aspect of it, right? So before we talk about emerging skills, the 21st century skills, and valuable skills, the fastest growing skills, in the world of work today, it's also very important that we take a look at some of the relevant things that should be considered when acquiring a skill, right? I have 3 here. I will talk about the 3. But because I'm also very, very excited to be here this morning, I'm going to be dropping an additional points to this, right? So that's more like giving my audience a DARA and what Nigeria call FISI, right? So I'll also be sharing 4-point item as far as consideration for relevant skills concerned. The first on my list is skill orientation, right? Which is very, very key, okay, to this discussion today, because you also want to ask yourself that what's your own understanding of skills and competence, right? As well as the skills and competence that are in demand in a particular industry. So you see people just say, when you interact with young people, it's good, right? They say they want to learn a particular skill, they want to acquire a particular skill, right? But you ask them fundamental questions about why these skills, okay? Why do you want to acquire these skills? You hear people say, okay, but I want to learn these skills because everyone is learning it, everyone is doing it, or probably because my friends is doing it, or because I think I heard this is the future of work, right? Which at times can be misleading, okay? Because we are all unique, right? We have our own skills, we have our own abilities, we have our own interests, right? We have our own career path, right? So it's very important that you know the orientation, right? You understand what you want to do, right? And also consider certain factors that would also help you, right? Because you see people, okay, acquire a particular skill, they go to an institution where they spend huge amounts of money, right? And unfortunately, after they're out of that institution, right, they can't, they're not productive, right? They cannot, the skill they've acquired cannot translate into them probably starting up a business or even becoming gainfully employed, right? So this is the world where, if the current is what is going on in the economy is something to learn from. We are all economists now, thanks to the current government, where you have to think about the 200 naira I have in my pocket, right? How do I even preserve it for as long as possible? Okay, so having this information on skill orientation, you critically asking yourself, okay, why you want to do it? It's very critical. The second on the list is the skill demand-driven, right? Demand-driven because there are specific skills and competencies that are in high demand, right? Than others, no doubt about that, within a particular job market or industry. Okay, so it's very important that while considering what skill you want to learn, you want to acquire, you ask yourself, is this skill demand-driven, right? And it's so very easy. I'm sure a lot of our speakers there will be talking more on points number 2, skills that are in high demand and demand driven, right? So it's very important, not for the understanding of this context of this terminology, but you ensuring that the skills that you want to learn, you want to acquire, you want to develop yourself on is demand driven, right? The third on the list is how demand aligned is the skill, right? And you want to also ask what's the difference between a demand driven skill and a demand aligned skill, right? So demand aligned in the sense that the skill is not just only relevant to the current needs, right? So it's also a demand driven, right? And it's also relevant, okay, in the demand for the future, right? So the difference between demand-driven skill and demand-aligned skill is the time frame, right? So saying that, okay, it's demand-driven, but also it's also going to be relevant in the future, right? So three things that are very important for us to consider while making a choice of what skill we want to acquire and all that. Of course, also to validate the fact that no knowledge is a waste, right? But at the same time, you also want to structure your thinking in this area. Then the fourth point I said I was going to share is also to say what's the value of the skill in the global scene, right? So while you're thinking about the orientation that's gathering as much information as possible as you can on the skill you want to acquire, how demand-driven the skill is, also how demand aligned it is. You also want to think about what's the value of this skill on the global scene. Okay, so when you're out of the country, for example, probably to any part of the world, you know that your skill would also be productive, right? You would be able to use the skill that you've already acquired or you already have, okay, to work, right? Any part of the country where you find yourself in, right? And this aspect is very, very important for me, right? And that's the reason why I spent quite a few minutes to really touch and to elaborate on these points, right? Then this is just also speaking to the decision-making process, right? Asking yourself the why, the what, and the how, right? So why do you want to acquire the skill? What skill do you want to acquire, and how would the skills be acquired, right? So, like I said, this is me just going the nitty-gritty, going to the foundation and making sure the foundation of what we are here to talk about this morning is solid, right, for our audience to be properly guided on the subject matter, right? So it's very important that everyone understand that these three decision-making dynamics, okay, are so much important, right? You understanding the why, what you want to do, the what of what you want to do, and the process which you want to do that, right? This is pretty much simple, just what I've talked about earlier, okay, to still consolidating on these 3 points here, the what, the why, and the how, right? Just putting them together in the right context, saying that you have to start by knowing yourself. Like I said, that is the orientation first of the process. Okay, what interests you? What value do you place on it? Okay, what value do you want to get from it? Right? What the kind of skills you want to acquire? The second is also to explore opportunities. Okay, research, try out. Yeah, research is very important, right? Because like I said, you want to consider those 3-4 factors that I initially mentioned, right? So you have to do that by exploring opportunities. And at the end of the day, you have to make a choice, right? It's so painful to see young people understand what is happening, right, in the current, and probably in the country or in the world generally, and they just sit down there, do nothing about it, right? And the question is, would you rather sit and allow the skills that you currently have to become obsolete, and then it kicks you out of job, right? It kicks you out of the picture, and then it looks like something extraterritorial, right? Supernatural is happening. No, there's nothing supernatural about it. Okay, it's just about you, the individual, trying to make set goals for themselves, develop a plan, and also not just by. But I also want to find out if everyone can still hear me, please. Am I still audible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you
okay.
are.
All right. Thank you very much. Then the thought is to make it happen, right? Because if other speakers here, Topi is on the call, and Kiyoka is on the call, everyone is on the call, they will tell you this is the direction in which you had to go, right? But the question is will you make it happen, right? Will you make it happen? And it will be a waste of time for everyone on this call, including the organizers, right, of this event, if after the whole discussion and the whole grammar blowing that would happen at the end of the day, and people still to use this opportunity to put their plan into action, right? It then defeats the purpose for which we are gathered here today. So this is very, very crucial, right? So, so valuable skills for millennials. These are just very few of them, but like I said, I mean, this will be probably projected by other speakers and all that, right? But this is just me putting the foundation and say, okay, where is the direction in which the world is going right now? Just the starting point, okay? And it's also very important for me to also tell our audience to also try much as possible to go online and read up on the subject matter, right? For example, the job skills report of 2023 from Coursera. There's the job skills report for 2023 from Udemy. Okay, it's very valuable insight as to the skills that are needed in today's global workforce. Talking about the digital skills, talking about human skills, and also to know, right, to state that the fastest growing skills, of course, are digital skills. Right? So it's very important that this is not just limiting to what I have here, but to also point us in the right direction to say that, you know what, this is the direction of where the world is going into. And not just only thinking about the technical skills that you have or the technical skills you want to acquire, right? But also talk about the soft skills also. Soft skills are also very, very important. Soft skills are valuable skills, okay, as far as our present world is concerned. Okay, talking about communication skills, problem-solving skills, critical thinking, emotional intelligence, creativity and innovation, teamwork, resilience, flexibility, leadership, and adaptability, right? So these are just a few, and that I have there, but definitely, like I said, more of this would come in the course of this program. But yes, and just to drop this before I round off my presentation to say, okay, of course, Jobaman, like the host already introduced me, we're offering soft skills for free. So you can to gain the 21st century soft skills. Okay, you also want to check out Jobaman website, www.jobaman.com/soft skills, where you can register to get the Jobaman soft skills for free, right? So the next steps would be to what would you start doing? What have you learned? What new thing have you learned from the presentation this morning, right? And how would you translate your knowledge into an action plan? Okay, so to me, that would be the next step I would like to suggest to our audience on this call. All right, and that's it for me. Yeah, so thank you very much for the time. I hope I was able to manage the time I was given, right? But I would also be very much delighted to answer more questions and engage our audience in this subject matter.
Thank you so much, Ini. Thank you so much. That was a very great presentation. For me, I wrote some things down, and some of them was said something on how the world is changing very fast and how necessary it is to employ skills so that you can remain very relevant in the workspace or just relevant as a person. So thank you so much for your presentation. And again, to emphasize on what he said, you could check the tech. He said you can check tech skill reports by Coursera and Udemy to see the skills that are really in vogue right now. And so from everything that Ini has said, I think the next person that should just come and give us one or two things about the topic at hand is Nkiruka. And Nkiruka is an HR professional. She is very, very vast especially because Ini said something about how the world is changing and how to remain relevant. So for most millennials, they're already working. So what other skills do they have to gain to remain relevant at their workplaces? So that's what I would like. That's it in the direction that I would like in Kiruka to go this morning. In Kiruka, over to
All right, thank you very All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Ini. Ini has done justice. He sets a framework and a foundation, and he's made it very easy for me to write. So, piggyback what he just spoke about. I'm just going to list from, managing talents, human resources, and people at work, and just really talking about how to help people position right out of school, as I said earlier, and at work, how to position yourself to always stay relevant in the workplace. There's some things you need to look out for, some skills. And I'll just define skills. The topic talks about skill acquisition and development for millennials. And just not to box us, not really millennials, every cohort, every generation that is in the workplace or workspace, whether you're building a career, you're building a business, or any person within within your productive years, let me use that. So we'll first of all give a definition to what he was saying, which is skill. And I would like to define skill as the learning required to do a quantum of work within a given amount of time. So the learning that you need to do a quantum of work. So somebody will say, oh, I'm at work now, I just got a job as a web designer and all that, or front end, back end. The skill was the learning that you acquired. For it, probably went to Utiva, did a 3 months course, you acquired it. Now the development part now is the practice of improving that learning over a period of time. So you want to watch out for how you can learn and how you can develop over time for you to be able to be cutting edge and relevant at work. And this applies, it cuts across everywhere. Now, what are those things you need to be picking up? And from the HR point of view, people are usually intelligent at work. I find that when you get into work, people are profiled, to be ready for career. They always have the best technical skills, they have the best tech skills, they're awesome engineers, they're wonderful accountants. It's now how they fit into more social aspects of work that becomes the issue. And there's a word that I say, people get into work or get into the workspace or build a business or start something, but they cannot scale it. So if it's at work, they are not promotable. If it's at business, they can't get beyond the scale at which they started. Why? What are those skills they should be looking out for? Communication skills. And I love that Ini projected the future of work skills, but I'm going to take some of them and I would like to be as relatable. So communication skill is a skill that I've identified that you need at all levels. So there are some skills that you will need as you rise up your career, your business, but communication skill is a skill that you need whether you're a janitor, whether you're a supervisor, whether you're a manager, or whether you're a director. Because your ability to convey your words, your thoughts, your thinking with the right emotion, with the right knowledge, in a way that the receiver understands it and can take action, is a skill that will always set you apart. So you hear people say things like, oh, my boss, all he does is speak English. All he does is just speak, I'm the one doing the work. At a point, you need to build skills that can keep you visible at work. And one of those critical skills is communication. And in communication is inherent in listening, having empathy, and knowing how to clarify and express your thoughts. So you want to watch out for, if you're a career starter, if you want to get promoted, if you want to scale, how are people conveying their words and their thoughts in writing and in speaking? Now, when you are in a meeting at work, one of the things that gets your attention, is always your speaking skill. Now, when you work in a large organization, two things I learned at a very early age gets attention: how you dress and how you write. Now, some people, when you see their email, you already know that this is a problem going somewhere to happen, right? So the good thing is that, remember we said that skill is a learning that is required. So you can actually acquire it. So you need to watch out for communication skill. Another skill that people would need to learn to work and to thrive is conflict management. Now, and I find out that in the workspace, and let me just really go back to what Jobberman is doing, because I'm going to be very relatable. So in his previous place I worked, right, I found that there was this gap with soft skills. So what we did was to plug into Jobberman's training. Now you will see people work so well in silos. That means that the accounting department is working so well, but they cannot interact with HR. HR cannot interact with the project department. So you see two people working so well, but they're what we call individual contributors, but they cannot collaborate and they cannot work in one cohesion. Now, remember, in an organization, we're a team, we're not a family. That means we are bound by a goal, and we're not bound by blood. That means that if at a point you are the weaker link, that means if you're at a point you are the person that cannot manage conflicts, you're the source of conflict in an organization, two things will happen. It's either you are on your way to being exited, or two, if the organization cannot take that action, you are stifling your growth. That means that you will not be a promotable candidate. And how is this important to you if you're building a career? In HR, every time I'm on the conversation table about promotion, it's never really about the technical skill. It's how relatable this person is with other members of the team. It's the conversation about, is this person ready to move on to the next level? Because this person can manage self, peers, and others upward very well. So you want to know how to manage conflict. You want to know how to catch it, diffuse it. And a bit of managing conflict is still layered in your communication skill, right? So you see how they work hand in hand. Then critical thinking skill is one skill that is underserved and underlearned. And I think critical thinking skill in an applicable way speaks about how you research, how you reflect, and how you reason. I find that sometimes when you give a task, and I'm sure that if you manage people, you give a task, people are, maybe because we're in an agile driven world, people are swift to get up and get going. But there has to be a point, as fast as the speed of light, where people are reflecting, they are reasoning, and they are researching. So if I give Esther a task and I say, Esther, what are the top 3 tech skills now, right? Before Esther rolls out, Esther is laughing. Before Esther rolls out an answer for me, I'm looking out for how she's thinking about it critical, because Esther needs to know, why do I want this information? Where can she source this information? And how can she report this information? How can she report this information in a way that I will use it to make a decision? So you need to know how to think critically about the job as it is now, the job as it is in the future, and where it's going to, right? And that is why when you see there is a source of friction between maybe your manager and you, it's because there is a perception whereby it looks like you're not thinking critically about the task you're being assigned to. Then let's talk about time management. And these are skills that, I think when he started, he talked about in skills. I would like to say that these are skills that are life skills. Remember I said that skill. Okay, so Tyrrell would tell you that he would confirm that I was in UTV alumni. Because at a point, I really needed to scale up, right? Upskill. And I needed to have some tech in that direction, right? So I went to AIT's, data analysis. And I'll tell you one thing that came out of that. It was understanding how to report, Did I become a data analyst? Maybe not in its entirety, but I was able to take the skill and learn how to report my information. So I've lost I think I was talking about time management, right? So it's not just, so that was a skill that I learned over time. But the development for me over that period of time was that I have moved from just being, just having one skill. I have improved over time how I think about my work in terms of, as a HR person, what's the data? What is the data in front of me? How am I analyzing, evaluating, using that data to make business decisions and to help my employers make business decisions? So think about that in terms of times, think about all the things we're talking about in terms of not just in skills, but in terms of life skills that you would always need to be on top of every time. So time management is one of those skills. And, time management is knowing how to deliver tasks within the time, okay, so I'll give you an example. Knowing how to deliver your task within the levels of the quantum of time that is required of you, right? And when you manage your time, you're able to manage not just your time, you're able to manage your life. Then I think another skill that we need to learn, I don't know if it's in the future of what skill, is learning skills. We need to learn how to learn, and I'll wrap up with this. We need to learn how to learn. So today we're talking about different types of tech skills. What about the next 10 years, right? What is the skill that we need to be learning? We need to learn how to learn, and that means that in learning, we are unlearning. Remember, I talked about, we have to unlearn. If tomorrow now we've moved from digital and we've moved to any other thing, you as a person need to know how to unlearn the skills that are no longer necessary and move on to learning the skills that are necessary in the times that. So
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. So I really love this session too, because she went from learning art skills to talking about soft skills such as communication, writing skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills that are really relevant on the job, like skills that will earn you, skills away from your core skills that will earn you promotion. So now I'd like to invite Tyrrell, the CEO of Utiva, to take us through over the years, he has trained over 90,000 people in tech skills. So I want to know how he has been able to do that and how relevant, what has been the impact of this training on these people. So Tyrrell, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Esther. Gentlemen.
I need to clear this. My name is Eniola. My name is Lloyd. I realized a lot of people are calling me Esther. My name is Eniola. My system, I think something is off, but my name is Eniola. Yes, Eniola.
Eniola would be very hard, though, but I've already fallen in love with the Esther name.
Please, my name is Eniola.
Okay, guys, thank you so much for joining today. I mean, what I find very exciting is the two approaches that the first speaker, Ini, and my friend Nkiruka, one of the very early guys that believed in me, when the industry was doubting, what is Utiva building? Nkiru was one of the first people that would come to my DM and say, I think the training, you guys should do it this way. I think you guys should do the training this way. At some point I was like, this madam, man, do you want to be a co-founder or what? Yeah, Nkiru, nice to see you here again. I'm sure Adiola will be excited to see that we're on the same panel. So today, I want to take a different approach because the only language I understand is tech. Forget about the way I'm dressed today. The only language I understand is tech. Tech is what makes me what I am, and I feel that there are bigger opportunities these days. I usually tell the story of my 2012, that young guy that was on the street of Lagos, really confused about life. I wasn't exactly sure what I was going to do with my life. I had graduated from the university with the wrong course. So I was thinking to myself, how would I navigate the challenges of career, of life? It took me 2 years to figure it out. Unemployed for 2 years, it was a very, very big and tough struggle. But I met tech at the time that I least expected, someone had told me about the technology industry, that it was going to be a very big one. It was going to be a boom, that I should plug myself into tech, that tech was going to be a very big opportunity for me to thrive. Well, I made the decision to come into tech as an IT project manager. I moved from being an IT project manager, moving to being a product manager. And then, I moved into the US. I was working with Creative U, helping to build technology products. I got lucky. I really, really got lucky because I saw a major gap. I saw at that time, 2016, that we did not have, the African continent. We didn't have a lot of talented young people. We had people that were super smart, but talented in the tech space. We didn't have them. And I saw that the opportunity will be massive if we could continue to invest in, in talent. Hence, I made a decision to start Utiva, and here we are. But I want to narrow down on 4 major things that for me is always the biggest question when people come to me to talk about how do I learn skills and how do I move from learning those skills to moving into jobs, especially international jobs, right? And the reason I'm emphasizing international jobs is this, right? Think about it from this perspective. If you aim for international jobs, right, you are also indirectly preparing for local jobs. But it's not the same if you prepare for local jobs, because the standard internationally is a lot higher than standard local. You can get a job locally from Kogi State, and someone would say, oh, you're from Kogi, wow, amazing, leave me, and then gives you a job. I mean, if you come to me and you say you're a Lagosian, I would believe in you because I love Lagos. But it doesn't apply that way internationally. It's a totally different ballgame internationally. So the focus for me today is how do you prepare for international jobs, and that's what I want to focus on. But I would first, kind of like play around what are the top skills today that if you learn them, you will, thrive in the tech space. That's where I want to start from. And I'm believing that there are people on the call who are also excited about, I know that this session has been streamlined. People are also excited about learning tech skills. So I'll share my screen quickly and run through my slide. Now, the first thing I want to double down on is the fact that there are skills that are premium skills and there are skills that are not premium, right? There are skills that if you learn them today, it will help you get a fast job, but it will not sustain you into the future when it comes to building wealth. Does that make any sense? There are skills that are actually premium skills. What do I mean by premium? I mean, if you learn those skills today, you will better prepare for global opportunities and for local opportunities. So I'm going to talk about the first 5 non-coding skills. The first 5 non-coding skills are product design, product management, product marketing, digital marketing, and of course, business analysis. But remember, I call these skills premium skills. Premium skills means today, if you position yourself as a product marketer, right, and you learn the skill and you learn it the immersive way, you would continue to try. The same thing with product management, same thing with product design, same thing with digital marketing, and the same thing with business analysis, right? On the coding side of things, I would say cloud computing, software engineering, cybersecurity, data science, and of course, blockchain technology. Blockchain technology because the future of financing is so much around blockchain, encryption, cryptocurrency, data science, because most of the technologies we use today are data-driven anyway. Cybersecurity, because the world is more porous than you can ever imagine. So organizations, institutions are investing so much in cybersecurity. Software engineering, because ultimately someone needs to write the code. Hopefully it is you. You may get a lot of money. Cloud computing, because according to top researchers, cloud is rising at almost 11% per annum. And that's because all our digital assets are being stored somewhere in the cloud. So these are the 10 skills that you can learn. But I want to double down on how should you be learning if you want to become successful in the tech space. And I'm going to round up in 5 minutes. I hand over back to Eniola. I wanted to say Esther. Now I'm saying Eniola. See, I take to correction. So how do you grow in tech? How do you become successful in the tech space? right? The first thing I want to say is this: if you have to learn a skill, please learn the skill in an immersive way. And I've said this multiple times to thousands of young people. I have been in the tech space for almost 10 years. I've seen people rise. I've seen people who struggle. I've seen people come to me and say, I'm learning a skill. And after 2 years, I'm still following up with them. Where are you? They've not figured it out yet. And I've seen people come to me say, hey, Tyrrell, I'm learning product management. And after 3 months, they come back and say, I just got a job in Lens Square. What usually makes the difference is the way you learn the skill. That's always what makes the difference. The way you learn the skill.
How is this sweet?
Please, Aureolua, unmute your mic. Sorry, Tyrrell, for the interruption. Hello, Tyrrell. Hello. Can anyone hear Tyrrell?
No.
Okay. I guess it was interrupted. We'll give him time to. Tyrrell, are you back?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. So the first thing I would suggest is, how should you learn a tech skill? Learn it in such an immersive way. There are 3 things that should be at the back of your mind if you're learning a tech skill. Number 1 is, it's not always easy to learn a tech skill in isolation. Learning on your own. Try and learn with a course, with a group of people, because iron, of course, sharpens iron. It's easy for people to inspire you at the time that you're already feeling, demotivated. It's easy for other people to show you what they are doing right. And you might also leverage that to access a bigger opportunity. So learn with people. Always remember that when you learn with people, you are interestingly increasing your capacity to do well in what you're learning almost 5 times. Because number 1, you're leveraging on the insight of the trainer, right? You're leveraging on the insight of the people that you're learning with. You're using real-time situation, because when you learn with people, people are suggesting different things that have worked for them. And they are giving you that insight. That insight can help you to unravel an opportunity somewhere. So learn with people. The second thing I will touch on is the power.
I'm very sorry, Tyrrell. I'm sorry to cut you short. But I just wanted to say that if you have questions so far, you can send them to the chat box or raise your hands. And when we're done with all of our speakers, you'll be able to talk. I'm so sorry, Tyrrell, for interrupting you. Please, you can go back.
Not a problem. The second thing I want to say, if you're learning a skill, especially in this generation, is the power of getting your hands dirty very early, working on building your portfolio, working on projects. And see, in tech, for instance, we don't theorize things. So it's always about how much have you done? Can you show me what you have done? Can you prove to me that you've got this capacity from a project side of things? And that's why I always say, when you are learning a skill, the next thing that needs to be on your mind is, how should I build my portfolio? Building your portfolio, working on projects, building your portfolio, working on projects. That's the second thing that should be at the back of your mind. The third thing that should be at the back of your mind is mentoring and coaching. Now, I know people see mentoring and coaching as something totally different, but the way I see mentoring and coaching is this. I see it from the perspective of leveraging the insight of someone who is a much more industry leader than you are. Does that make sense? You want to leverage the insight, you want to leverage the intelligence. You want to learn from someone that has gone through it, that has done it, right? That can tell you what they did well and what you should be doing well. And that's important. Now, when you're trying to find a mentor, I would say go on LinkedIn, reach out to people. But when you're reaching out to people, also tell them what you have also done. Because these days, people are much more concerned about mentoring people that have got substance. Because people are very busy these days, right? So let people know, hey, my name is Tyrrell. I just enrolled in this training program. I'm 6 months into the training. I've built my XYZ project. I've done ABC, and I'm looking for someone who can mentor me and support me to get better. Now, what can you give back to the mentor? I know this sounds, transactional, but hey, it doesn't have to be cash. It doesn't have to be money. You have to also look at yourself and say, hey, I want you to mentor me. I'm happy to be on your team. I'm happy to review some of the codes that you're writing. I'm happy to, someone just reached out to me this morning, okay? I said, hey, Tyrrell, I see that you write a lot of articles on LinkedIn. I admire them. I'm looking for a mentor, but I'm a content writer. I've been a content writer for two years. I'm happy to also edit some of your write-ups. Well, is it a transactional relationship? Yes, it is. What can you do about it? That's the question. You can't do anything about it. People want value. Value has to be exchanged. And if you're in the tech space, you also need to be thinking about how you can also be of value to another person that you're looking for to get as a mentor. The final thing for me is communities and teams. I mean, I don't want to talk a lot about that because I know that there might be other speakers that will touch on that. But see, you can't isolate yourself in this space and thrive. I mean, you can isolate yourself and be fine. But if being fine is what you really admire, that's okay. But if you really want to thrive in this industry, the next big job that you admire, that you want, someone is posting it in one community right now or in one group. You're probably not in that group. You need to be in that group. So most times when I meet people and I say, this guy used to work with this company, but now you work with InterSwitch. What makes the difference? The guy tells me things like, oh, my mentor in InterSwitch actually told me about the opportunity. And someone says, well, I'm a part of one group like that. Someone posted it, and then I reached out to the guy and I said, oh, can you share that opportunity? When the guy connected me to the HR manager. It's always about the communities, right? It's always about the communities. So when we're talking about building capacity, building skills that will transform this, this continent, one thing I need to tell you is that almost $210 million gap right now still exists in the tech industry in Africa. That's some people need to close. You are the one that need to close that. But it starts with learning the skill in such an immersive way, building your portfolio and building your capacity, getting the right mentoring and the right coaching that would help you build your capacity, in a much more better way and expose you to bigger opportunities. And the last one, the community that helps to push you out there, especially for many of us that are introverted. I'm an introvert. I don't do this community thing. Well, you can be introvert with every other thing. But when it comes to putting yourself out there, you cannot do that by being an introvert. You need to put yourself out there. You need to join communities. You need to join different networks, of people, find the right mentor, and then see what happens to your career. I'll be happy to take a few questions, but this is where I'm going to stop. I'm done talking, and you'll have over to you.
Thank you so much, Tyrrell. I really liked your session. And you mentioned that people should learn in groups. They should get their hands dirty, get on different jobs, to be able to build their portfolio. And lastly, you said you need to put yourself out there. You can't be an introvert. Please, with people that are introverts, what are they going to do? Well, anyways, I really enjoyed your session, and I have questions for you and every other person that's spoken so far. And I hope everyone following has questions. This is time to send everybody from Ini to Nkiruka to Tyrrell, all of them. It's time to bombard them with your questions. Please send them to the chat box or raise your hands if you are willing to talk. So to our last speaker, Mr. Toby, please just take us through what you have for us for the next 10 minutes, so we could just do questions and answer and be done with this meeting. So, Mr. Toby.
All right, thank you very much.
Eniola.
Thank you very much, Eniola. Yeah, so being the last speaker is quite tough, especially when you have really, really good people talk before you. But I mean, one of the things I just want to start with is the fact that for skill acquisition and development, so the goal is to acquire skills and to actually develop those skills. The first point, right, is to always have a goal, right? A lot of people in today's world, in 2023, you are learning skills because of certain aspirations, right? So some people learn skills because they want to get international jobs, they want to get local jobs, better jobs, they want to get promotions. Some in today's world also, people are learning skills, to facilitate relocation, right? To facilitate jackpot and things like that. So the critical stuff is to really understand, okay, so what are the skills that you really need, to help you to achieve those particular goals, right? And when you look at, whether it's to make money, and then when you started, you introduced the fact that you looked at, you wrote an article on different ways to make money. You mentioned content writing and the likes of it, which are all under skills like digital marketing and the likes of it, right? So when you're looking at, okay, so what are the skills? Is my goal to make money? Is my goal to get a job? Is my goal to relocate? Is my goal to, gone were those days where you tell people, why are you learning this skill? And they say, oh, I just want to know, I just want to have this knowledge of this skill. And that, more importantly, because the topic we're talking today is not just about acquisition, it's also about development, right? So how do you develop the skill? What's the circle of developing the skill? So I just want to talk about, so the in terms of the developmental circles of a skill, right? You're looking at knowledge, at the point where you kind of say, okay, you know what, I think I want to learn this skill, right? A lot of people, the mistake they make is to say that, and you hear a lot of people talk about, oh, I can learn this on blogs, I can read different articles, I can read different knowledge, but there are different stages of developmental, when it comes to actually learning or being a mastery of a particular skill, right? And the first one is, the knowledge part, the knowledge stage. This is where you go to blogs, you go on YouTube, you get basic knowledge, not directional knowledge. You get directional knowledge, right? But knowledge that is not still clear on how to actually get the results or what you need to do to get the result. Now, what you now also do next is you get to the stage of understanding, right? This is where you start to understand the skill a lot more better, even start to understand how to build or how to get results, and this is where, some of the things that Tyrrell spoke about learning, the place you learn matters a lot, right? If you're learning somewhere that you can actually get your hands dirty, you can get practical, that starts to give you a better understanding of what is possible, the result that is possible, and what you can actually do, with that result. So that's where you where you learn matters a lot. And then the third stage, of this developmental stage would be the ability stage, right? This stage is where you can now, from the understanding stage where you understand how you can get results, what's possible. The ability stage, you are actually now clearer on what gets the results, right? You're actually implementing it. This is where you need to look at internship, volunteering, or getting a job in the first place to develop that skill and start to implement that skill in an organization, get result, and start to understand how to get what they call it, the result. And then you have the stage of continuous ability, and this is where if you start your skill development process without understanding the goal as to why you want to take it, right, then automatically you lose you lose the opportunity of the skill development, continuous ability, where you're continually improving. And this stage, it requires you to continually learn, right? Continually be part of platforms, communities, which Itaya mentioned, communities where you can continue to learn, you can continue to gain more knowledge on things that you need. Then the last part is where you now become a master, where you become mastery of that skill, right? Over the time, now you understand how to get results, you have superior knowledge, you're continually updating yourself. Then in the mastery stage, what it requires is for you to actually start to give back, right? And this is where you yourself have to volunteer to become mentors, coaching, and things like that, and even probably have some form of media site where you build expertise, right? Now, so for me, I think getting that understanding that the first thing you need to do is to really understand, okay, what's my objective, right? And then understanding, okay, if I want to be good at this skill, if I want to actually not just learn the skill and then 2 months time, 3 months time, you don't use that particular skill, right? But you want to actually, you have to go through this developmental, what they call it, stages, right? Now, once you have that skill also, right, there are a couple of things that I would advise anybody in 2023 to do, right? One is you have to be very, very consistent, right? You have to be very, very consistent. Second is you have to be visible, right? an interesting content I came across some days ago was that most of the most wealthy people, right, they are actually what do you call that character? Where you are not, they're not people that are outspoken. They are what's the lingua?
Introvert. Is that what
Introvert, yeah, exactly. Thank you. They're actually introverts, but you see, you look at Bill Gates, you look at Warren Buffett, these guys are introverts, right? But when it comes to their career, when it comes to their work, when it comes to the things that they do, you get what, right? That takes the back seat and they become extroverted, right? So for me, I think that's something that is very, very key. You have to be very, very visible in today's world, right? Be in the media, create your content, build your own expertise if possible. Even in today, everybody should be one way or the other a content creator, right? That pushes out content. Then you also want to, it's always good to start broad and niche down. So what that means is, if you're looking at digital marketing, for example, get the understanding of the entire digital marketing spectrum, right? And then narrow down to specific areas. So if it was content marketing, online advertising, and you narrow down to those niches, then most importantly, you must never stop learning, right? I think the need to learn how to unlearn and continue to learn new things learn how to even learn in the first place is very, very important. And Ikiru spoke about that. So for me, I think it's very key. However, when you talk about, making money, succeeding, doing all these things, you have to look at digital skills, digital skills and tech skills in general, because those skills are the skills that can help you in multiple fronts. I tell people, and I tell a lot of my students who are actually going ahead to actually achieve, good results, right? I tell them that if you are learning a skill, right, you have to look for a skill that, helps you to achieve multiple things, right? It helps you to be able to get a job, helps you to be able to, if tomorrow a job doesn't come, helps you to be able to stand as a self-employed, right? And if employment, if that doesn't work out, right, still helps you to, you know, maybe even become a speaker, a coach, helps you to just gives you a lot of opportunity to be able to achieve. And I think that's what you can get when you get digital skills in general. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Toby. Thank you so much. So Toby has said we should be persistent. We should be visible. Close his own session by saying I should not be introvert. And Toby is saying it again. I, for one, I'm always scared of maybe turning my Instagram because I feel like social media or my social media accounts are like my private things that I would just like to do whatever I like with. So I'm not like very visible with things I do on my social media account. But now that you said it, I'm going to now go and rebrand and everything. And even in Kiruka said it, never stop learning. Never stop learning. I think learning is a continuous call. Like you're just going to keep learning, and keep learning to remain relevant. So I've been concerning your questions, but you can raise your hands up if you have questions for any of our speakers so far. Please send it to the chat box, or you can just raise your hand. I can see a particular hand raised from Funke Johnson. Funke, if you're trying to ask a question, you can unmute your mic and ask. But before she does that, I have a couple of questions for both Eitayo and Toby because they just spoke. So, Eitayo, you said something about premium skills here, and you mentioned project management. You mentioned product marketing, digital, content creation, or digital something. First of all, I would like to ask you, what is product marketing? And first, I'm a journalist. They say we should put ourselves out there, so I'm going to put myself out there now. I'm a journalist at Business Day. I moderate events. I do Vox Pop. And so one time when I was looking for, I was researching the skill gain as a journalist since I write. I saw something on technical writing, and I checked through like a lot of schools, a lot of Nigerian tech schools. None of them were offering technical writing. it was only on like Coursera and all these other platforms I was able to see things on them. And I know you said something about premium skill, maybe technical writing or a premium skill. And Toby, that is also to you because I know you also run a digital marketing institute. So like, why do you, first of all, what is product marketing? And also, why do you not offer like some of these other skills? Thank you.
So thank you, Annie. Let me first mention that the concept of premium skill was first postulated, maybe not first, but was popularized by the founder of BrainStation, right, Jason. And one of the things that Jason talked about is the concept of, velocity and sustained return on investment for the person that learns the skill. And what do I mean by that? Learning programming skill, right, will cost you a whole lot of money. I'm getting a feedback somewhere. Learning a programming skill, for example, will cost you a lot of money. But you don't want to learn a skill that employers are not aggressively and massively hiring for, number one. That's velocity. Number two, a skill that puts you in the position for long-term career progression. That it's not easily disrupted. That's the skill. Now, the problem is when we say a skill is premium, people want to learn an element of that premium skill, right? So let me give you an example. Data science is a premium skill, but data entering is not, because database entering is just a small element of data science. Digital marketing. Esther, do you want to mute yourself? Because I'm getting the feedback. I don't know where it's coming from. Digital marketing is a premium skill because there's a bunch of different things that you'll be learning in digital marketing, right? But technical writing or copywriting is just a very small element of that, broader skill set. I mean, look at what ChatGPT is doing to us, right? It's disrupting a very small element of digital marketing, but it cannot disrupt digital marketing because digital marketing is a whole lot more than just writing. There's so many things involved. Doesn't make any sense. So that's pretty much the way we think about this. Now, the second thing I want to mention is what is product management. Product management is still one of the best skills today in the tech space because it's a leadership skill, right? Then number two is that skill is ultimately responsible for leading the entire engineering team to build that technology product that you want to build. So when you want to say, I want to build a technology product, or I want to build a platform that helps to aggregate all the news from business day to yada, 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 aggregate them on one single platform and sifts out fake news using artificial intelligence. That is the product I want to build. Okay, that product has to be built by someone. The person who leads the entire team, doing the research, what are we building? Has someone built it before? What will be the right pricing model for this product that we're building? Who should we be hiring to build the product? That person is the product manager. And that role is not project management, right? That is product management. That's totally different from, maybe not totally, but it's in so many ways different from project management. I just wanted to say that. I'm done talking.
Okay.
Okay. So,
Toby.
I wanted to add to it. So you didn't, and I think Itayo kind of answered the question. But let me just mention that when you're looking at technical writing, right, you are looking at it under two spectrums in digital marketing, right? One is content marketing, and the other one is search engine optimization. When you do those two programs, most courses like ours, right, include technical writing as part of the curriculum.
Oh, I did not know. Thank you so much for answering questions. Nkiru, there's a question here for you. Hi, Nkiru.
Hi.
Yes, there's a question that came in for you. It says that how relevant really is communication skills? So most of those skills you mentioned in like a workspace in getting you promotion. Are you saying that so if I am like really great at my job, like person will say like the person is really great in terms of like their skill and you don't have the other soft skills you mentioned, is this something that can hinder them from getting promotion? And so and you mentioned so thinking about the question, I was thinking you mentioned about like how well are you people able to communicate with their other team members or other people in the organization. Does it really count? Say if say this person that asked this question is someone that doesn't like to communicate but gets his or her job done, is it something that can impede the person from a promotion?
I think questions are into how relevant is communication skills. And let me just give a very relatable example. So you've gone to learn the skills you're looking for, right? And we find out that when it comes to selling yourself professionally, so now it really takes a certain kind of communication skills for you to be able to slide into Itayo's DM and quickly sell why he should be listening to you, right? So it is relevant and it gives you a leverage, it gives you an advantage, so that in the midst of 2 or 3 content, creators or, technical writers, you are able to stand out. Now, if we take a place like hiring, and you already know that if you are limited by the hiring manager, if you're limited by their own personal limitations. Now, if I'm hiring, I can create an environment where it doesn't matter if you're an introvert, it doesn't matter if you're an extrovert. I can create an environment where you can be yourself, and I'm able to bring out what it is you're trying to say. Now, but if you do not, if I'm limited as a hiring manager, and you're sitting in that room with me, and you're unable to communicate the value you're bringing to me, to my organization, sometimes it doesn't really matter how good you are on the job. You just could not sell yourself. You just couldn't tell me why I should be hiring you. And that's why I said at the beginning that at all levels, it doesn't matter if you're a janitor, it doesn't matter if you're a supervisor, the extent to which you're able to communicate, convey your thoughts will always be a leverage and an advantage, either at the start of your career or when you're rising up the career ladder. So yes, it is a very important skill. Whether you're speaking, whether you're writing, it's an important skill that would always stand you out, right? And the B part of the question was about promotion, right? Was that the B part of the question? Okay, yes. So please, at all times in your career, so you see Itayo here, he's a tech guy, right? We have 1 or 2 people. What is it about Itayo's presentation that's giving you the wow factor? You could give his slides to somebody else, and they won't deliver it with effectiveness that he's been able to deliver it, right? So what is that thing? It's just the way Itayo was able to take the content from the slide and sell it to you in a way that you're thinking, oh my God, I'm sure somebody's already thinking, after let me go and check. Some people have already checked out YouTuber. Somebody's already trying to sign up on YouTuber's course, right? And I'm telling you, there are a dime a dozen people selling what Aita is probably selling around Nigeria. Maybe people started out before him. But I've always known him for one thing, is for him to be able to sell to you what you can do with tech. Because somebody's already thinking, oh, I can position myself not just for local jobs, but I can position myself for international jobs. So that's how those skills are subtle. And it's a bit of a nuance, so it kind of just it gives a insight, like being a good communicator, the way he's already sold to you the advantages of tech, especially in an international space. It's a leverage. It's an anchor, and it just helps you always helps you to promote yourself beyond the skill that you're playing. And sometimes you could just be playing in a very small, a very local skill. So those are always an advantage every day, every time.
Thank you so much, Nkiru. Thank you so much. Ini, there's a question here for you. Can you hear me, Ini?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes, so the person says that while you were doing your presentation, you mentioned something on why, what, and how, and would just like you to quickly explain. I think maybe the person didn't really get it. So like the why, what, and how in trying to pick a digital skill to acquire.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Enola, for that question. And also many thanks for the speakers also for doing justice to this topic in question. Yeah, so I spoke around the dynamics, right, of skills acquisition and development, right, things that should be also considered, right, before choosing the choice, for the choice of what skill you want to acquire, right? And I spoke on the three major elements, which is the why, the what, and the how, right? So the why is basically asking you your why, right? Why do you want to acquire a new skill, right? So the speakers, like I said, they've done justice into giving us more pointers, and direction as to what the why can be, right? But it's always very, very important, right, for us to always ask ourselves that question: why do we want to do what we want to do, right? So we spoke about premium skills. Is it you want to acquire a premium skill? Is it you want to acquire a skill that is acceptable in the global market? Is it a skill you want to acquire because you want to move from one geographical location to other? Is it a skill you want to acquire because you want to enhance your job opportunities or gain promotion at work, right? Or just have the good feel factor and all that. So that is the why, right? Then the next is the what. So what do you want to do, right? So now that you've been able to create a personalized value proposition for yourself, you also want to ask yourself, what did you want to do? Okay, so the what is very important, and also the how. The how, like Toby already mentioned, right? You have to be very, very deliberate, right? You must immerse yourself into what you want to do. So it's not just you going to acquire a skill because you just have the money to do that, or because you just want everyone to understand that you've added that skill to your CV or to your LinkedIn profile and all that, right? But it's also how intentional, right? What time are you going to allocate, right? What resources are you going to put in place in ensuring that this happens, right? So these are the three major, like I said, the dynamics, right? When considering what to do, you must always start from the basis, right? And asking yourself, why do you want to do it? What exactly do you want to do? And how do you want to achieve that also? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ini. Thank you so much. Nkiruka is about to log out. She had a meeting, but there's just one question that came in for you quickly. And so while answering the question, you could say your closing remarks and leave. So the question, the person says that which of the premium skills mentioned by Tyrrell is very important? Can one combine like, is there any of the premium skill that is really necessary in the workplace right now? Is it project management, or irrespective of what you're doing, is there any of the premium skills that you think is really important that everybody should jump on right now?
Wow. Okay, so that's, I think you really need to start from what your own personal career goals are, right? Before you jump on another wagon of skills. It really, and I think the previous speaker alluded to that, it really depends on what your trajectory is. I'm mindful that we are not just jumping on all skills right now. So this is
Thank you so much, Nkiru.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You can just say a closing remark.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye. So we are very close to the end of the program. I would just like for each speaker to just give your closing remarks. And if you still have a question, you can either send it to me directly in the chat box or raise your hand, and it will be answered. But so from Ini to Toby and then Tyrrell, please just give us your closing remark on topic, and we can call it a day.
Yeah, so I'm happy to go first. So I will just quickly run away because I want to hand over to your other person. So for me, honestly, it's going to be about one thing. I've seen the world. I've seen the gaps, in the US. I've seen the gaps in the UK. One thing I can tell you for sure and for free, you don't have to pay me a dime for this. One thing I will tell you is the opportunities globally when it comes to learning a skill and accessing these global opportunities. These opportunities are hugely available, but you cannot access the opportunity, when you don't raise the bar, when you don't do the hard work. So learn the skill, go all in, be ready to take on the world, and the world will be yours to take. Thank you so much for having me, guys. I hope I'm
so, Tyrrell, please remember to change your names to the Global. So, Ini and Toby.
Yeah. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Ini, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah, for me, I would just say once again that the world is changing, right? And the world is changing very fast. The world is moving at very, very fast pace, faster than what we all imagine. And also to mention that the demands of the workplace keep changing and keep rising, right? Skills that were some of the skills that were relevant before for now, right? A lot of them are obsolete, and so many of the skills and jobs that are available now in the nearest future will become obsolete, right? The question is, would you fold your hands, sit down and watch this happen, right? So everything you've heard today from the different speakers that have spoken are not myths, right? These are facts, they are litany, okay? That everyone here must not go and sleep on it, right? Do not allow the situation and the economy, okay, to make you forget all what these our amazing speakers have said today, right? You all have to be intentional about the direction in which you want to go, right? How you want to position yourself, okay, for this future of work skills that we've been talking about, which is already happening now, okay? So we can always remain relevant, right? You can always remain relevant. You can always be productive, okay? You can always be a rising star, a shining star, right? And all that. So this is me just once again encouraging everyone here to make sure they accelerate the process of upskilling, accelerate the process of you increasing your skill, right? And acquiring your skill and developing yourself, right? Putting into consideration what everyone, all the amazing speakers have said, and wishing everyone a very, very successful exploration, right? And again, while doing this, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ini. Be over to you.
All right, thank you very much. It's been great this morning talking to everybody and every other speaker, sharing their knowledge. I'm just going to keep it very, very short. This is the advice I give to our students at Digital Marketing Skills Institute, is that, you know, when you're developing a new skill, right, just remember that it takes time and it takes a lot of effort. And those that put in the effort are those that win at the end of the day. And most apparently, it's that, you know, this skill that you're developing could be very, very, very valuable to you and potentially lucrative in the long run. So very, very important that you don't just you know, pay for training, but you pay for training and put in the work towards learning and practicing what you're being taught, so you can actually develop that skill and achieve mastery. Thank you.
Thank you so much to my wonderful speakers. So we are at the end of this month's Millennial Hangout. So we do this every month, every third Wednesday of the month, and watch out for our page on Instagram, Business ANG. We'll be posting what we'll be talking about next month, and we'll bring another set of very amazing people to give us insight on what the topic is going to be. I want to say thank you to my boss Linda for the opportunity, and to Oharetu, she's my team member, and I remain Eniola Olatunji. See you next month. Bye. Thank you so much.
All right, bye everyone.
Bye everyone.
Good morning. How are you guys doing? Everybody got their coffee in hand, ready to go? Yes? Okay. Today we're going to be looking at the general idea of the science and the art of teaching. But I'd like you to turn this around and think more about the art in the science of teaching. A lot of you already are very wonderful artists in this craft of ours, in the science of education. But what we want to try to do today is link that into the science. Where is the neuroscience perhaps behind some of this information? Before I start, I want to extend an invitation. I'd like you to write down my email address and this website in case you want the slides. You can take all the pictures you want, but if you want slides, go ahead and just write me. And also for follow-up. Hopefully this is a partnership. This is an alliance. We're all trying to do the same thing, reach this high-quality education. And sometimes along the way, we have questions about different parts of our jobs or the way that we can apply certain types of methodologies. Or what I'd like to do is extend the invitation that if you are willing to take the time to write and explain things to me, I always write back. And if I don't have the answer, I won't lie to you. I'll tell you, here's some information. Can I point you in the right direction? So hopefully you'll take me up on that invitation. But I also want to use this as a teaching moment. Does anybody know why I'm asking you to write something right now? Why do human beings write? I'm going to give you a really big hint, a nice idea to start the morning off. There is no learning if you don't have well-functioning memory systems and well-functioning attention systems. Those are two vital pillars to all of learning. So now if I ask you, why are you writing? Why did I ask you to write something? Hopefully it gets you to pay attention, but mostly it's going to extend your memory. Our memories are very fragile, and so if you write nothing down, you probably don't pass it into long-term memory. Therefore, you're probably really not going to learn very much from the experiences you have. So please do write this down. I hope that that's something that's now intuitive to you. And I'm also going to ask you to keep those pencils out or those tablets out, because at the very end, I'm going to ask you to do a bit of a reflection. In order to sort of see, did this make a difference? I want to challenge you to see or think about, is there anything I'm going to say to you that would be new? Something you haven't heard before? Perhaps 3 things that you didn't know before. And then also 2 things that you're curious about now, that you want to know even further. You want to know a lot more about this. And that's what I hope you'll write me the email on, right? But perhaps the most important thing is, are you willing to do something differently based on the information that we talk about today? Would you actually change your practice as a teacher to do something slightly different based on the information we share, okay? So it's sort of a heads up. I'm going to be asking you this at the very end, so hopefully you'll be able to write these things down. In the course that I teach at Harvard University Extension School, it's called The Neuroscience of Learning. It's an introduction to mind, brain, health, and education. We do 3-2-1s after every single encounter. And it's a really powerful thing, because at the very end of the semester, we pull all of these things together and share them. And people realize, wow, I did learn a lot. And yes, I am so curious now about these aspects about the brain and learning. And these are things, these are promises to myself about how I'm going to better my practice. And so I just want you to know that this is one of those very powerful tools. I hope you guys can also incorporate that into your own courses as well. So I'm going to start by saying thank you so much for the opportunity to come back to Oahu. Some of you might have known. My dad grew up in Aiea, and so basically we came back here every single summer ever since I was really little. And so I thought I would be nostalgic and take the opportunity to show you a couple of pictures. It's also the chance for me to also sort of publicly call out my cousin, and publicly embarrass here, and also my auntie, public school teachers here on Oahu who are really exceptional. But the other thing I want to do with this picture is tell you a little bit about my dad, who is probably one of the best teachers I have ever known. And I get the chance to actually observe literally thousands of teachers around the world. So I wanted to tell you a little bit about him, because it's going to help us illustrate what we really mean about the art in the science of teaching. Before we start into my dad, the first thing we're going to talk about is values that have sort of transcended going into the science, understanding neuroscience, what's going on in the brain, really, and how it learns. But what does this do about the things we already value in great teachers, okay? The second thing I'd like to do is to share 6 principles, just 6 small things that a large group of neuroscientists have agreed this is good information for teachers Because unfortunately, in general settings and through popular press books and sometimes in professional development, teachers receive a lot of information about the brain that doesn't have evidence behind it. And there's actually a group of people, 41 different experts from 11 different countries. In reflecting upon this, they actually could only agree on 6 things that we should tell teachers, and that's what I want to share with you today. And then additionally, I want to leave you with 4 ideas, hopefully big ideas that might be a little bit more transformative, and to think about how you might incorporate that into your own life, okay? So, if we talk about my dad was a teacher for years, but he began not as a teacher. He actually left, he was given a scholarship to study nuclear physics, from ROTC scholarship, right, in UC Berkeley. What he didn't realize is that when you get to Berkeley, nuclear physics in the 60s was not like the thing to do. So there was a bit of protests and things like that, and about in the second year of college, you know, love child, we were born, my sisters and I, and he shifted gears drastically. He had a real change of consciousness. He started to think, what does it really mean to serve your country, to be part of the greater fabric of society, to contribute, to give? So a lot of his friends were off to Peace Corps and stuff like that, but he said, no, I'm going to do something bigger and bolder. I'm going to be a public school teacher. And not only that, he decided that he was not only going to be a public school teacher, he was going to teach math in public schools. And not only was he going to teach math in public schools, he was going to go to some kind of crummy neighborhoods where kids had a lot of trouble, broken homes, drugs, gangs, things like that. So he's going to be a public school teacher teaching math in a bad neighborhood. But to top it all off, to make sure he set himself the biggest challenge possible, he decided to do this in middle school. So he took on this very big challenge, and I watched him develop. I mean, it was a beautiful thing. He actually developed beautifully as a teacher, and I can say that because literally we were born when he was 19, right? So I watched him grow into his career and to see how he really developed in that. And some of the highlights that I'd like to point out, because when he finished being a teacher, I kept thinking, what made him so great? What was it that got kids to stop on the street when they were adults to say, hey, Mr. Toke, good to see you again. Yeah, that's what they called him. I know, 60s, well, anyways. So they would come up to him, they would send him wedding invitations, and they would say things like, you changed my life. And I thought, that is the greatest profession on earth. You get to actually change people's lives. So if I were to sort of list out some of the things that he did that were really important, I'd have to say, I'll give you a handful of them, right? And you guys tell me if you agree. This still makes a great teacher. He really believed that his students could learn. He believed in them. He also had a personal connection with them. He never stopped, knowing everybody's name and talking to them very directly. He also let everyone in that whole classroom feel like they mattered. This group matters. It's not just the individual, it's the collection, right? He also understood their backgrounds and their histories. He knew that they didn't come from some easy households, and he took the time to understand where they were coming from. Some of them were immigrant families. At that time, it was mainly Vietnamese immigrants that were coming into the country, but they were coming into Mexican American neighborhoods, and so there were all these clashes with the gangs and stuff like that. He also knew that different people were bringing different gifts into that classroom. In addition to that, he came to know, he didn't know this immediately, but he realized that they could not learn if they were highly emotionally stretched, if they felt anxious or depressed about anything. He knew that these strings of these really extremes of emotional feelings wouldn't allow them to learn. But he also knew some other things, that the kids who had to work 2 or 3 jobs after school to help their families, when they hadn't slept or eaten very well, they also couldn't learn, right? But he has his finger on the pulse there. He also knew that different kids needed different interventions at different times or stages of their growth. which means he didn't just say, oh, we're all going to do problem-based learning, or we're all going to do this kind of motivational activity. He realized different kids reacted to different things at different stages of their own development. But probably the biggest thing is that he knew that he had this power in the classroom. He could get these kids come in and all spaced out and all over the place, but he had this way of capturing them and getting them to focus, right? So if I look at all of these characteristics, I thought, this is really fascinating, because when I began to look into more about what is going on in the brain, it all sort of fit really cleanly. So one of the things I want to share with you is if we talk about the art in the science of learning, if we go now, I was talking, the title is The Science and the Art, but I want to look at from the artistic part going to the science. Is there a connection here? So when I say, you know, he really believed in his students, well, today you might hear bantered about this idea of a growth mindset. He believed that they would be able, that learning was fluid, that they were going to be able to learn. And when we talk about this now in terms of the brain, we talk about neuroplasticity. Your brain can and does learn throughout the lifespan. So he basically intuitively knew something that we now are calling one thing, but we can actually prove and have evidence at another plane about looking at the brain. When I say that he also had this personal connection with the students. Many of you have heard in some of the presentations about Hattie's work and the effect size. Well, one of these stronger effect size is basically student-teacher relationships, right? But this is actually manifested as understanding that learning is completely social as well as cognitive. You just don't have those things isolated from one another. When I say that this fellow transmitted to everybody in the room, you matter. You are an important part of this learning community. He was being very inclusive. For the kids that had all kinds of different difficulties, he was being very inclusive in what he did. He was also, I told you he's a math teacher, this is the best formula he ever taught. 1 + 1 is 3. You have a good idea, and I have a good idea. But the minute we exchange those ideas, we're going to have something even more powerful than any one of us could have come up with by ourselves. And he let the group know that. And he also took advantage of what we now call theory of mind. The way people begin to know who they are is by knowing the other. The more I know you, the better I understand myself. So these things are maybe common terms you've heard of now, but this is actually manifested in this general concept of understanding that all brains are unique, but in addition to that, a great appreciation for human variance. Different people are going to be bringing different things to the table, and that's really important because each of those different kinds of pieces is going to help us create that bigger vision of what it is in our learning dynamics of the classroom. When you talk about the idea that he valued the histories and the background of those kids, he didn't lament that they're not all the same. Oh, you know, this kid is coming from this background, this other background. Some other kids, this kid has lost 2 years of school already. This other one still doesn't speak enough English to be in his class, but he's got to now learn higher math or whatever it is. He understood their backgrounds. And this is when we talk about understanding the kids well enough to be able to teach an authentic learning context. He was able to create math problems that fit their reality. That's authentic learning. But this also means, from a neuroscientific perspective, that we understand and appreciate that all new learning passes through a filter of prior experience. There's nothing that you will learn that's new that your brain doesn't first say, well, it's a lot of energy to learn. Let me first figure out, do I already know something about this? And all of you who are great teachers, you all really realize that if a person is learning something totally new, the best way, if they can't really grasp or relate it to something that's prior experience, you use an analogy. Analogy, something that's an analogous situation, something that parallels the new concept. That's the #1 best way of helping a brain learn that doesn't have any idea about what you're talking about, especially related to math. So he understood that. He also understood that different kids needed different things. This is now called differentiation in our schools, right? But this also goes to this idea of grit, of helping kids understand and realize it's not just your starting point, man. Stick with it. Perseverance. You're going to be able to get to it. It's just that right now, it's easy for this guy because he's had a lot of prior experience with this, but you're going to be able to do this. Hang in there, right? So this is understanding that different people have different types of potentials because of what you're born with. But how many of you have heard of this concept of nature versus nurture? Nature versus nurture? We don't say that anymore. We now say that you are who you are because of the genes you inherited. That's nature, right? You have this genetic potential, right? But only a fraction of that is actually potentiated by your environment, okay? So you are nature via nurture. But here's a very big finding that's coming out of resiliency studies. There are some kids who are born with like not too great genetic makeup, and also in a really bad zip code, and they still make it. So in resiliency studies, the big idea was to try to figure out what is playing there. It's not nature, it's not nurture, what's going on? So now we say nature via nurture plus free will. You get to choose what's going to happen. You get to maximize your own potential. And this is one of these very big, powerful things that maybe back in the 60s wasn't naturally intuitive, but I think it's something that my dad really had his finger on. In addition to that, he knew that students could not learn if they had these really extreme emotional states, if they were sad, if they were angry, if they were depressed, if they were anxious, or if they felt bullied and intimidated. If we understand that, we also understand that there's a very big connection between the mind-body connection, right? You guys know the difference between emotions and feelings? And an emotion is something you can't really control. It's of the body. It's a hormone, a neurotransmitter, a chemical that will release, that will make your body have that tight knot in your stomach, or your fist feels like punching somebody out or whatever. Whereas the feeling is of the mind. You get to choose how you react to the emotional state, right? So understanding this balance between mind and body was important, but he also had his finger on the button there of understanding social emotional learning. And this gets to a very big point that we now understand in neuroscience, is that cognition and emotion are inextricably linked. There is no learning without emotion. So if we know all of these things now that we can actually measure that and show that. But the very powerful thing is if you can help teachers understand what is that exact kind of trigger that makes that kid feel that way or have that emotion, how can you now help him feel in a different way? And he also knew that the kids could not concentrate if they were distracted with something, or if they had not slept or eaten well. So also of the mind and of the body. And this leads to a very interesting idea, which I hope is filtered to your schools. We think we have an epidemic of ADHD in our society. What I think is we have a real big problem with sleep hygiene. When you look at a kid and you diagnose and you say, what are the symptoms of ADHD? And then you look at the symptoms of not sleeping enough, identical. So we quickly diagnose and say, this kid has an attention problem. Well, he can't pay attention because he hasn't slept well, right? So this gets us to sort of rethink the way we diagnose things. And the big idea is to begin with the physical. Has the kid eaten well? Has he slept well? Number one. Then from there, if you could say, yeah, he has. Okay, now let's go to the psychological. Are his parents fighting incessantly at home and he's totally distracted because they're about to get divorced? Is it psychological? Then, if none of that's in play, then think about the neurophysiological. Could it be he has a chemical imbalance that's actually causing him to have some kind of an attention problem? But you don't start with drugging that kid. You start off scaling it up. This is a different way to think about how we diagnose things. And this is because my dad really understood something that I tried to express to you about writing, that there is no learning without attention and memory. And attention and memory systems are extremely fragile, and they're impacted by a lot of things in the environment. How well we sleep, how well we eat, our emotional states. All of that influences whether or not we're able to learn or not, okay? He also knew that they had to be totally focused to learn. Learning math problems, especially out of context, how does the quadratic formula fit into my life in the barrio, was really hard for a lot of kids, right? So he understood very clearly about concepts of mindfulness, of being centered and focused and being able to use attention systems to their best. But this also is now being measured through something called the default mode network, or the default mode mechanism. We can actually see in the brain what happens when it's slightly quieted and it's focused. So we can now measure some of the things that were intuitively part of the way people teach. And he also knew that different tools were helping different kids at different moments, was what we talk about as far as differentiation is concerned. But he also understood the cycle. Learning is not A to B, and it happens really quickly. Okay? It's almost like taking a step up a spiraling staircase where you do 2 steps forward and 1 step back, and 2 steps forward and 1 step back. Because there's something happening in your brain. It's called synaptic pruning, where you're actually refining neural pathways as you go forward with the information. So this means that appreciating the general cycle of learning. It's not just that a kid, oh, but he knew how to do this yesterday, what's wrong with him today? The truth of the matter, that's totally normal. A consolidation of the information as you go along, reconfirm it, use it in a new context, solidify it, prune it. Now I have this refined neural pathway. It makes it quicker to be able to react, right? So we know that there are constant changes in the brain. How many of you have ever taught a little kid how to read, or an adult? Have you ever taught anybody to read? A room full of 2,000 educators, and nobody has taught anybody to read. That's what's going on in Hawaii? Oh, no, okay. Okay, we got a couple of you there. You weren't the parent? Yeah, okay, okay, so have you ever noticed that when you teach somebody to read, right? You teach them symbol to sound, you sound out words, you animate stories, you put your fingers on the words, you do all this days and weeks and months. And one moment, he reads. Did he learn to read in that second? No. There are at least 16 different neural pathways that need to be primed before that kid can actually read. And when they're all ready, then he can read. So one of the bigger ideas that we have here is that appreciating this learning cycle and also understanding there are constant changes in your brain, but most of them are invisible as far as behavior is concerned. So some of us get totally frustrated, right? It's like, oh, I tried this, I tried that, I tried the other thing. This kid's really dense, he doesn't get anything, right? And you think, oh, what is wrong with him? The truth of the matter is you are making headway. You are slowly but surely creating what's necessary to have all of those neural circuits ready so that somebody is able to then execute a behavior or an activity or understand how to add or read or whatever it is. But it's very complicated. It's not just like I do one thing, it results in something else. I have to reinforce multiple pathways before that kid will learn to read. So this is understanding and appreciation that there are constant changes, and to understand that cycles are not A to B. They're very much sometimes going backwards, and that's totally normal, right? I guess the big and final point is that he knew he could change the mood. He knew that he could have kids that came in sad or angry or ready to beat each other up, and then he could have them in the same room and he could make them work together. He knew, I'm going to ask you guys a quick question. Do you think that you smile because you're happy, or are you happy because you smile? Yes. Both things. So interesting. We know that even like blind babies will smile, so it's an innate thing. When you feel pleasure, you'll smile. But your brain is now so connected to the idea when this combination of muscles is happening, that means I'm happy. So basically, you can make yourself a little bit happier by smiling. But the other thing we know is that when I smile at you, the likelihood is you're going to smile back. And when I see you smiling at me, that makes me even happier, right? So he knew this without anybody telling him the neuroscience. He knew that his mood was contagious. And this gets to the point as far as the brain is concerned, it's called contagion or cognition. First, you have to know what's going on in your brain, what's going on as far as the atmosphere, and then you have to be able to manage it. Am I aware of these social interactions and what it is that is happening here? And then can I actually manage that? Can I change that? And that's really at the heart of all of emotional intelligence or social emotional learning, is actually understanding what is the social dynamic that we have, how is it that we interact with each other, and the dynamics of the classroom. So standing back from that, basically it's sort of like maybe an over-analysis of what I think was great teaching. My dad was a great teacher, you can leave it at that. But I believe that teaching is teachable. And so having people understand what leads to, what is actually happening in your brain, is a very powerful tool for teachers to have, okay? So why should we overanalyze this? I want to ask you, how do you start questions? What are the words you can use to start a question? How, why, who, what, when. So if all of these are the types of words we use to start questions, I think Sugata said this yesterday, there's some level of questions that if Google or Siri or Alexa can answer it, it's kind of low-level information. It can be found somewhere, right? The joy of learning really comes in being able to tackle these more complex questions, things that are more critical and creative. And so actually getting to the theory of why, if we can ask why and how things work, how is my brain really doing that? I was just at the Punahou schools and Kamehameha schools and loving when you have interactions with kids, they ask the best questions. The best questions. And usually it is. I want to know just how sometimes the memory gets in there and sometimes it doesn't. Brilliant. How does my brain make a memory? Brilliant question. Because they figure, if now I know how to do that, what would I do better the next time? How will I approach that learning a different way? So when we talk about the past, maybe 50 years ago, we really were acknowledging this is great teaching, what we do, and what we call it. Okay, that's important, and that's telling us basically what works, right? So if I say that my dad believed in his students, and we now call that, understanding and fostering growth mindsets, that's very good. And a lot of you are going to be happy to stop there. But I'm going to extend this invitation to some of you who are willing to sort of go beyond just tell me what to do next in the classroom, tell me an activity. And those of you who want to go to the why questions, if you know how your brain works, then you understand why it works. And once you know why it works, it empowers you to now make better choices about the activities and the interactions you have in classrooms, okay? So this is kind of the push to get you to why ask why. And this is very philosophical debate, like we have all these articles from like the 80s, talking about the heuristics of attributional research. My own personal theory is much more aligned to Elmo. You ask why because that is what the brain does. It's insatiable. It's always a 3-year-old mentality. But why? But why? But why? That's brilliant. And if we can sort of recapture that in our own formation as teachers, that's really the essence of why we all became teachers, I think. At least for me, I became a teacher because it's the closest thing to being an eternal student. It's so cool to learn new stuff, right? So hopefully we can recapture that, and I can convince some of you guys to tip in this direction. So in summary, then I'd say basically, the essence of great teaching has not changed that much. I think that my dad would still be a great teacher right now if he was still teaching, because the things that he did, that artistry, I think are still valued. What has changed is our better understanding of what influences student learning outcomes. So we now have more longitudinal studies. For example, education is only about 150 years old, but now we can actually compare whole cohorts of kids who grew up and some who did something and some who didn't do another. For example, those who did brain gym and those who didn't. And we follow them for 14 years, and we realize there's absolutely zero difference in their abilities after they've gone through that program. So this informs decisions about what we choose to do and how we spend our time in our classrooms. We also now have internationally comparative scales. This means that we can look at and understand what is true about all human brains, and then what things are changed due to cultural influences, especially things like artifacts like writing. For example, how many of you know what that says? Niju ichi, right? That's 21, okay? In Japanese, very interesting. If you write in Japanese, you have 2, 10, 1. Totally logical, right? Very interesting. It's kind of like the way we used to write Roman numerals, right? You have two, you have the 2 10s and then you have the 1. But these days, when we use the Arabic numerals, sometimes this doesn't make the same logical sense, and actually it's a distinct neural pathway in your brain that is hanging on to that piece of information, which is very interesting because stylistically it's changed. But did you know that original Arabic numbers actually were totally logical? You just had to count the number of angles. Do you see 2 angles? 2 has 2 angles, and 1 has 1 angle. So think about 3, same thing. 4. So the numbers used to be more logical than they are now, but this changes the way that you have neural pathways in your brain for sort of storing things like numbers and letters, okay? And we also have information that is methodologically comparative. We can now compare scales. Before we used to think, oh, that's qualitative research, that's quantitative, or that has to do with developmental trajectories of a kid, or that's a classroom intervention. But now, thanks to this wonderful work of John Hetty, you're able to actually compare very different things and look at their effect sizes. What is really worth doing in classroom settings? So the idea would be to understand the things that do harm, try to stay away from the things that are just developmental. If you just sit there, you're gonna learn something because you're gonna mature, and your brain cannot not learn. Your brain is gonna take in something, even if you do nothing else. Or having just, an average teacher, or really having exceptional teachers. We can now look at this and make decisions about the types of things we incorporate into our classroom activities. So this means that I'd like to propose to you now a change in education that incorporates mind, brain, and education science. And I say that we need to do this now is because we've been trying for about 150 years to figure this out, and we haven't quite mastered it. Is there anybody here who is really sure that they maximize the potential of every single kid in their classroom every year? We haven't really mastered this craft yet, right? And so my suggestion is that we actually have to embrace a slightly more complex way and a more comprehensive way of understanding the brain and how it learns, and that is offered by Mind, Brain, and Education Science. The brain is the most complex organism in the universe, and it's your organ of work. We have to know a little bit more about it. Answers to education cannot be simplistic, which is why I wrote a book. It's on neural myths. It's really a fun book. It actually talks about, well, why do we think people use 10% of their brain? Or why would you think that there are different types of abilities in the right and left hemisphere? And why would you think that boys and girls are different? Well, it has a good history. We understand why we used to think like that. But now we have some new information. Now, how should we think about that? So this tells us that we have to learn a little bit more about the brain as teachers and teacher education. So that's sort of my pitch to you, is that we've evolved a bit in our understanding, and it will make us better practitioners. So silently read this, soak it up, take a bunch of pictures, make it your screensaver. Leslie Hart recommended in the early 80s that if you are going to pretend to design an educational experience, help another learn, it is almost like saying, go ahead, can you please sew me a glove? And if you don't understand how hands are made or structured, it'd be impossible to make that glove. He suggested back then that teachers who pretend to design educational experiences without a better understanding of the brain are going to be handicapped. You might sort of by descriptive idea get some kind of an idea, make some kind of a glove. Or you might create some kind of a lesson that hits some kids sometimes, but you're not going to be able to maximize the potential of all those kids in your room without a better understanding of the brain. Okay, so bottom line, unfortunately, after looking at worldwide studies from 2009 all the way until the present, around the world, Unfortunately, most teachers do not know a whole lot about the brain. In fact, most teachers have never had an official course, for example, about the brain and learning. And that's very unfortunate because most of them would actually say they want to have a course on this. So back in 2017, the OECD countries, I was lucky enough to be on this panel, there was making recommendations to all these governments, including the United States, that said, teacher education has to include more information about how the brain works. And that's sort of the change that's happening right now. So if we look at this from this other perspective, people usually buy into this. Most teachers, if you ask them, and this is a recent survey that was done of about, I think it was 10,000 teachers. It was done online, and they asked, do you want to know more about the brain? And most teachers say, oh yeah, I do. But they don't know what to believe, and they don't know what should be taught. So we decide, okay, yes, teachers should know more about the brain, but what should they actually learn? What is the information that would be good to start to share with them? And by the way, just parenthetically, if you see things that are brain-based learning and all the rest of it, and it sounds a little bit too easy, there's a really high probability it is not founded in evidence, nor will it work, unfortunately. So I'll talk a little bit more about the study that we did. But if we created what was called a Delphi panel, which is a panel of experts, right, in a field. So we asked a lot of educational neuroscientists, we asked people in cognitive psychology, educational experts. We asked them to review information. And the reason we used a Delphi panel is because it's not just my idea, it's not just your idea, it's not one author's vision. It was basically saying, here's a bunch of really smart people who know a lot about this topic. Let's see if they have consensus about what we should tell teachers, okay? And that's why we use a Delphi panel, because it seeks consensus. And we compared information from a Delphi that was done 10 years ago to one that was done now to see what they believed. What we wanted to ask them is there anything that is really true about all brains and human learning that we should tell teachers? And then are there things that are also true, tenets, but that might have a huge range of human variation? For example, do you guys think that motivation is important for learning? Yeah, but what motivates you does not motivate him. So saying, oh, let's do a motivational activity, it's like, for who? For who? Because different people are motivated by different things. So we know this is very important in learning. Motivation is very important. But what motivates one person might not motivate another. There's a huge range of human variance, right? So there's some things that are true for everybody all the time in all contexts. And there's some things that are true but have a huge range of human variance. So those are principles and tenets. In addition to that, then, we also asked them a bunch of other questions, but we're not going to have time to go into that right now. But if you want, on the website, there's a video summary of all of the findings that are there, and also the 600-page report if you want some light reading over the weekend. Okay? So what are the things that came out of that? We sent 109 invitations to all continents, and 41 people responded and participated from 11 different countries. And they were some really tough cookies. Like think of the greatest names you've ever thought of. The experts on childhood development, the experts, Jack Shonkoff at the Harvard Center for the Developing Child, Mary Helene Mordino-Yang, people who are great on emotions. We got all of these really tough cookies to get together to see if there was anything they agreed on. And we looked at all of the things that teachers were exposed to in teacher literature and professional development things. Basically, that children had to drink a lot of water, right? Or their brains will shrink. Or that mental capacity is hereditary and it can't be changed by experience. Or that children have attention spans equal to their age plus 1. Interesting. Or that listening to classical music would increase their reasoning ability, or that people use 10% of your brains, or that brain development hasn't finished by the time somebody's in puberty, or when we sleep, the brain shuts down, or that some people are right-brained or left-brained. We asked them this, we asked them more than 100 different things. And they couldn't just say, I agree or disagree. They actually had to provide evidence. So they say, well, here's my evidence. We do not use 10% of our brain. That's just due to poor brain imaging back in the 90s. Here's my evidence, looking at neural networks. You're using so much more than 10% of the brain. Here's my paper, my research. And we created these nice folders of all of this evidence. And then we sent it back to the whole group. Well, 98% of you believe that neuroplasticity exists, and here's the evidence. Do you agree on how it's worded and how we should share it with teachers? And so we went back and forth to get consensus, right? Unfortunately, what we found out of those 100 different things is that there were more myths being floated in teacher education than there were truths. And there was a lot of stuff because, unfortunately, a lot of people believe in myths because it makes it easy. We like to be told, just paint your room a light green. We have evidence, prisons, when they're painted light green, there's less fighting, therefore paint your classroom that way. It's like, no. If it sounds too easy or too good to be true, it usually is not true, okay? So coming through with that, we have now some published reports in case you're interested in having a look at that sort of summarizes this. But understanding the myths is a really big part of teacher education, getting away from those myths and then hanging on to those few good things. So over the past 10 years, teacher education has evolved a bit. What's fascinating is that the science has only been confirmed. 10 years ago, we thought that there were only 5 things we should tell teachers. Now there's 6, which is very interesting. But 10 years ago, we only had like 29 myths, but now we have more than 70 myths. This means like a little knowledge is a dangerous thing, right? People know a teeny bit and they start to run with stuff and they make stuff up, right? So this leads to a kind of a pathway. How should teachers be formed in the future? Number 1, we got to get rid of the myths. We have to get rid of this right and left brain discussion. And then we can teach the few good things that are true, these handful of things that are true about the human brain. Then we can get into the subtleties. This is also true. Motivation, for example, sleep. All these things are important for learning, but guess what? There's a huge range of human variance, so I can't dictate exactly how to do it, right? Then we must take into consideration the cultural contexts in which this is occurring because of those things like the cultural artifacts I was mentioning to you that do slightly change things a little bit, right? And after we've done all that, then we can talk about, okay, this is a great activity for your class or something like that. But we shouldn't jump to say, what should I do? I want to do brain-based stuff. Tell me what to do. Again, a little bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing. We're going to talk about some of those myths in just a second. But this means actually embracing things that come from all of the learning sciences. This means understanding a little bit more about how nutrition influences learning or how sleep can change potential to learn. And also understanding things about what's going on in people's brains are working a little bit differently. Every single person's. Now, what's going on in this kid's brain, right? Understanding a bit more about neuroscience and psychology. And actually reaching this midpoint, everybody is studying how the brain learns. Mind, brain, and education science tries to study how we should teach to take advantage of what we know about how the brain learns, okay? So it's a slightly different vision of how we should undertake teacher education. The beauty of mind, brain, and education science, from my perspective, is that different researchers are doing things at different levels. So there's some people who are really looking at this molecular level. How are cells changed? How are neural networks built, right? But other people in mind, brain, and education science are looking at a kid. Why is this kid who's got a twin so different from his twin? We look at individuals and how that works. But mind, brain, and education science is very complex, and it takes on actually things like the classroom, which are lots of groups of people, individuals with billions of neurons and all kinds of firings, and tries to understand the dynamic of that space. For example, the Brain and Behavior Institute in Queensland in Australia is now doing this amazing study looking at a real lab situation. So they create a lab school where they observe these kids, and they come for 6 to 7 weeks to do things like study science, 7th grade science, with their real teacher. But they're wired up. They have something on like a Fitbit that measures their blood pressure, heart rate. They're microphoned up so that they can hear all the conversations. And every once in a while, they'll lick a little piece of paper, and so you can get a measure of cortisol to see what level of stress they might be experiencing based on what's happening. And this huge analysis is helping us understand the messiness of a classroom and how one kid can tip all these others into doing something wrong or whatever. How does this dynamic work? And that's all part of mind, brain, and education science as well. But then there's this additional field that looks at global comparisons, and it's called cultural neuroscience. We're looking at seeing how different groups of people, whole societies, might differ from others in the way their brains are actually taking on information. So mind, brain, and education science is beautiful and broad. It's got a lot of different angles to it, but this would be part of the start here. And this means basically asking us to have a new model. It means taking mind, brain, and education, understanding information, for example, that comes from visible learning, good, concrete educational research, and then coming up with a different way to think about teacher formation. A teacher is a teacher is a teacher. Unlike every other profession on the earth that sort of has a hierarchy, you can be somebody who's a newbie, like you just got out of teacher college and you're called a teacher. And you can be somebody like Robert who's been teaching for 45 years and you're still a teacher. What do they do in England now, which is very interesting? They have a 5-tiered approach. They say, look, you're newly qualified, that's interesting, but then we want you to become more proficient, and then you're advanced, and then you might become, hopefully, someday you'll be an expert, and a handful of you are going to become master teachers. And that's really cool, because then they recycle the master teachers. When they're about to retire, they keep them on for 2 more years to accompany the new teachers. Because we lose a huge amount of excellent teachers in the first 1-2 years of teaching, because it's like, oh no, they didn't teach me that. They get to the real classroom and the reality is so hard. But instead, this idea is that you accompany them throughout their profession. So you go deeper into your profession, right? You learn more about the brain, you learn more about techniques and different activities, but you don't learn more stuff, you also go deeper. You become more deeply understanding of your field. And this means moving from education to actually now becoming learning scientists. And I just want you to take 1 second to think to yourself, am I willing to go there? Many teachers say, look, I'm happy, I'm a teacher, just, I don't want to get into that whole brain stuff. And that's okay, But I just like to put out the plea. At this stage of the game, we really need at least a handful of brave people who are saying, I am willing to become a learning scientist because I understand that education alone has not been able to answer all of the questions I have about how to tackle all of the kids in my class and help them learn to their best potential. It's moving on. It's a different vision of how we think of education. And this means in teacher education programs, there's a new kind of a curriculum. Teachers will learn a bit more about things related to neuroscience and psychology, not just how to do a lesson plan, but actually how do people become motivated? And what is consciousness? How do memories get solidified in your brain? You say, oh, I did this perfect activity. How come they just didn't remember it? How does that happen in the brain? When and how are attention spans, called upon? All of those different things have to now become part of new teacher education. And there are groups doing this. If you haven't heard of the Deans for Impact, it's a powerful group. It's teacher colleges a consortium of teacher colleges that have decided to embrace more information about the brain for their teachers. They realize this is a necessity. So going back to this, looking at neuromyths, looking at principles and tenets, I just want to mention a handful of each of these things so that we can be a little bit clear. Using the OECD criteria of things that have good evidence, some things that are probably so, but mixed evidence, some things that are intelligent speculation, and things that are just myths, we come to the conclusion that everything you see on the screen right here is a myth. And these things are myths because back in the day, maybe in the 80s, early 90s, when we only had these little cartoon drawings of things, it was a good approximation of what we thought we knew. And it sells books. There's a fellow I've presented in similar conferences, very interesting. His books sell like hotcakes because he suggests you do things like sit in circles and pass around a candle because boys need contact with flame or fire before they are focused. Okay, cool. But guess what? I bet every kid in that room is really cool, So I don't think it's the flame thing. But anyways, people promote all kinds of very interesting things, okay? Everything here is a myth. And if you want the research on every single one of these, we have volumes discrediting things that are up there. Because we begin to know slightly more about the brain. We know that the brain is also you don't have a learning style, guys. Everybody is visual, auditory, and kinesthetic. But if you tell a kid when he's 10 years old, oh yeah, and you are totally an auditory learner. And I'm visual, that's why you didn't learn very well. It does harm to that kid. But if you tell him he's an auditory learner, actually he will spend the rest of his life looking for auditory cues. And he will actually become better at that because he's sort of narrowed in on that modality. But if you give your brain the chance, it really wants to learn through all of the modalities. It's always trying to get all the information it possibly can. So there's no such thing as learning styles. You cannot multitask. Ta-da! All of you who think that you are now correcting homework and listening to me, you are not. Your brain can only do one heavy cognitive load thing at a time, okay? If something is habituated, like chopping the vegetables and talking to your sister on the telephone, you can look like you're doing multiple things because it's low energy on your brain. It's a habituated task, right? But if even one single high cognitive task occurs, like your kid runs in with a bloody finger, or your sister starts to tell you something really traumatic on the telephone, you have to stop everything because your brain pays attention to one heavy cognitive load task at a time, okay? Multiple myths that occur, okay? So multitasking does not exist. And the reason we want to get rid of them is basically neuromyths simply do harm. When you tell a girl she doesn't have the right kind of a head for science or logical or mathematical things, you do harm, okay? When you tell a kid, you know, you only use 10% of the brain and, oh, you're full. Oh well. That does harm, okay? So we want to get away from this because of the reason they do harm. And now we have this more complex understanding. You can measure the brain, how it works electrically or chemically or by oxygenation or different types of increases in white matter tract. All of these different things are ways that we can measure the brain. And this kind of beautiful complexity, even if you're not attracted to brain scans, makes you appreciate just one thing. I want you to hopefully write this down. Your brain does not work by saying, oh, let's stimulate the reading part of your brain, or something like that. Or math or logic is in this part of the brain, or whatever. It's actually composed of incredibly complex networks. There is nothing your brain does that's only one hemisphere or another. It is always an integrated system, always, okay? So now, I don't know if any of you have seen these newer scans from the Connectome project, but the Connectome project actually combines all of these different types of neuroimaging. It shows you the electrical, the chemical, the white tract, it puts them all together so that we can have a more complex appreciation of just how the brain really works. And based on all of this information, we can now say, okay, yeah, maybe there's a node. A node means a place in the brain where the signal passes through multiple times during a specific activity. Maybe there are specific nodes, but that's not where language is. That's not where reasoning is. It's not in a single part of the brain. That's called localizationalism. And it kind of went out of style in about 1895, okay? We don't talk about this piece of your brain does X, okay? It's a much more complex system of different types of networks. And one of the brilliant things that we've been working on, for example, with Punahou teachers and literacy, is if teachers can understand there's at least these 16 networks that have to be primed. When the teachers understand that, they become better at analyzing and diagnosing what the problem the kid has, okay? So they realize, is this really a working memory problem, or is it semantic recall? He doesn't remember the meaning of the word. Or is this a problem that he's not able to combine all of the symbols correctly? So he's not a fluid reader, but what does that mean, right? So breaking those down into their smaller parts, we can make more accurate interventions in our classrooms, okay? So based on this information, I want to ask you guys some quick true or false. And they're not really true or false because there's no such thing as truths in science. There's just more evidence or less evidence. So it's really, is this really strongly evidence-based, or is this probably so, or is this intelligent speculation? For example, it's intelligent speculation to think that men and women's brains are different because from the outside they look a little bit different. But there's just not enough evidence to say that there's any difference. There's only about 5 physiological differences in the brain, and there's no studies that show that that actually manifests itself into different behavior. There's a lot of studies on hormones, definitely, that changes behavior. And men and women share the same hormones, but in different proportions. But it's not because their brains can't do something. So maybe there's only one study on children showing that there's a slight advantage to boys learning spatial activities, but if you give girls 4 repetitions of new training, they do it better than the boys. So it doesn't really matter. There's no dominance of skill sets based on gender. It's an intelligent speculation, but it's just not true, okay? So I'm going to give you a couple of questions, and I'd like you to tell me where it falls. Is this true or false? So test your own knowledge about the brain, okay? Human brains are as unique as human faces. First of all, what does that mean? Ask the person at the table next to you if you think you agree on an answer to that. Human brains are as unique as human faces. The bottom line idea is this, right? You have 2 eyes and 2 eyes and 2 eyes, and you have 1 nose and 1 nose and 1 nose, and you have 2 ears and 2 ears. Everybody's got the same parts, right? Same thing about the brains. We all have the same parts of our brains. Does anybody have the same face in here? No way. And this is the same thing about your brain. What changes the brain? What makes the brain unique? What makes the brain unique? Let's just even put it farther. If you have 2 identical twins, their faces look the same. Are their brains the same? No. Why are their brains different? Experience, development, experience. Experience changes the brain, okay? So the uniqueness of the brain, this is the wording, by the way. I didn't have this concluded word. The experts agreed. It was very hard to parse words to come to something that 41 people would agree on, but this is the statement that these 41 neuroscientists agreed on. This is true. Tell the teachers this. And if you tell the teachers this, it has implications, doesn't it? What does this tell you about teaching? If you know that brains are unique, what does this tell you about sort of like testing requirements, or think about standards instead of mastery, or using other things like universal design for learning as opposed to other curriculum structures? It tells you a lot and makes you think. And hopefully some of your policies might change based on that single idea about the brain. How about this one? All brains are equally prepared for all tasks. No, this goes to the point based on the different potentials, right? Thanks to the good genes you got from your parents, thanks to the wonderful environment you grew up in, some of those genes are potentiated. And thanks to your own decisions about what to do in your life, you have different potentials for different types of things, different activities. Now, if you know that's true, what does that tell you about teaching? What does that tell you about differentiation or inclusion learning? Or does that tell you anything about, how we send homework? Do all kids need the same thing? One of the easiest low-hanging fruits that we can do in schools is differentiate homework. How many times does a brain need to see something before it knows it? If you dare to answer this, it means you've listened to a neuromyth. The answer should always be, in education, whenever somebody asks you a question about the brain, what should it be? It depends. This is my friends over here from Punahou. Okay, it depends. It depends on prior experience. If this kid has a really strong foundation in addition, I can probably teach him to do subtraction in 10 steps. He sees a new thing, he sees the difference between subtraction and addition, he has past knowledge, he can do it fast. But if this kid is weak in addition, I'm trying to teach him subtraction, it might take him 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 reviews of the same concept, right? Differentiating homework for those kids is probably one of the lowest hanging fruits that we have to be able to attend to different potentials. How about this one? Past information influences how you know something new. Absolutely. Your brain is so smart. It does not want to expend energy where it doesn't need to. So the first thing that your brain will do is that we'll look and try to understand, what do I already know about this? Before it tries to learn something new, it first passes through the filter of prior experience. And this is huge. If you write nothing else down, write this down. The more you know, the more you can know. Because things pass through the filter of prior experience, the more experiences you have potentiate different types of connections, which means at some point you could connect things to other things that you might not have connected before. The more you know, the more you can know. And all new learning passes through the filter of prior experience, okay? We need to know our students well enough, though, to take advantage of that. How about this? The brain changes constantly with experience. Do you believe that? Absolutely. And usually this occurs, though it can occur beforehand, normally changes occur at a molecular level before you see it in behavior. Remember the example of the kid reading? A lot of these changes are slowly occurring in the brain before you actually see the kid has done something that shows you an activity, that he has actually learned something, okay? What about plasticity? You guys all buy into the idea that your brains are plastic? Yes? When does your brain stop learning? When you die. Very good, yes. You learn until the day you die, okay? And this is a really big and an important idea to take into consideration. Many people think, oh no, it's all downhill after adolescence, right? Oh no, it's too hard to learn when I'm an adult. Guess what? There's some truth to this. The energy it takes to learn something new when you're older is slightly more because you basically have to unlearn an awful lot of things before you have the new learning. So it's almost twice as much energy because you're having to decouple things. So it's always better to learn it the first time around. If a kid has learned through habituated behavior that it's okay that his dad hits his mom and he begins to hit his girlfriend, in order to break that, you actually have to unlearn a behavior to learn a new thing, which takes more energy than just doing it right the first time, right? Okay? There's no learning without some form of memory and attention. That's the very first thing I was hoping you guys would remember today. Okay, so memory and attention are vital to learning. Okay, so we talked about these well-established things. We mentioned some of these neuromyths, and just so that you know this idea of the tenets. The tenets are things that are true for all human brains, except for there's a big range in human variation. We all have bodies, but they all are a little bit different, right? We all sleep, but we all have slightly different patterns, right? Those things are totally normal. We found 21 things with the experts that are true, but there's a huge range of human variance, which is why you can't dictate. You can never tell, oh, you're a 9-year-old, therefore you should sleep, let me do the calculation, X amount of time. Doesn't work. It is normal for a human being to sleep between 4.5 and 12 hours. That's normal. The average person might sleep 8, but it's normal in this range. Know thyself. People have to understand themselves to be able to measure what's correct. So these are the 21 things, and we don't have time to go into them, but there are some summaries about this information on the website if you'd like to look into these things and the implications they have for teaching and learning, right? The big idea is that if anybody tells you, oh, I have an attention-getting activity, or I have a motivational activity I'm going to teach you, tell them, it's like throwing spaghetti at a wall. Some of it's going to stick with some of those kids, and some of it's not. Different kids need different things at different times. Remember that, okay? Okay, so looking at these different tenets and motivations, the only thing I just wanted to share with you is a couple more myths. Read and weep. There are more than 70. I'm just throwing up a couple of the more common ones just so that you're clear on this. And if anybody wants to talk to me afterwards, we do have a Q&A session. I'm very happy to go deep into the research on each of these points. But just sort of want to call this to your attention because these are things that we see in the popular press. These are things that we see all the time, but we have to break that before we can actually get to the good information, okay? I'm sorry, I told my editor, it's like, oh my gosh, what are you doing? And they said, no, this is for millennial teachers. They really will like this whole like comic book angle. And I'm like, oh no. This is the cover of my very serious book, okay? Anyways, okay. And we said that myths do harm because we know that one of the greatest influencing factors in student success is what a student thinks of his own ability to achieve. And all myths do harm. They lower that potential. They lower the ability, the thought process of the kid, I can do this. Okay? So we have to get rid of myths because of that. Okay, so I can see a lot of you here, a little bit of nerves or whatever. Hopefully most of you, what are the possible outcomes? Many, hopefully most of you are gonna say, terrific, I feel totally vindicated, I'm doing this right. And that's great. We're gonna have a lot of happy teachers, that's pretty good. I think that's gonna be the majority of this group, right? And then some of you, though, are gonna feel a little confused, and maybe some of you are gonna feel even attacked. Because if I tell you something like, Brain Gym doesn't work, and you are a Brain Gym representative, you're probably feeling really bad right now, right? And then there might be some of you who are actually feeling a little bit panicked because you're about to present something and you have to run out right now and change some slides. I presume this is gonna happen, but what I really hope happens, and I was always taught, instead of saying the word but, you should always say and it doesn't really change the meaning, it's much more positive, is that true? I don't know. And I hope that everybody leaves, 100% of us are gonna leave with this kind of tickle about feeling, oh, this is cool, but I don't really get it, and that's a healthy confusion, right? And that it leads to intellectual curiosity, and that hopefully that intellectual curiosity will lead to better knowledge. But the whole idea is this, it doesn't stop at knowledge. There's a big saying in Latin, right? To know is not enough, right? Knowing stuff is cool, but it actually means nothing in our profession. You can know a lot of things, but unless you operationalize it, unless you use it, unless you take advantage of it, it makes no difference to our profession. So to know is not enough. You have to go beyond knowing and actually buy into doing something. And I would recommend, if you guys have the chance, this is the penultimate slide here. There's a very simple thing that all teachers could do, and I don't think we realize this. Did you know that teachers do more experiments in one day than a neuroscientist does in their entire life? Did you know that? This is the most important profession in society. But to move into this field of learning scientists instead of educators, learning scientists, I'm now using evidence, we have to become better at documenting things. And I know you do this in your head already, but just get a notebook. What did I plan to do? What did I really do? Did it work? Why or why not? Just that small piece of reflection at the end of the day will make us all better teachers, okay? So remember I promised you I'm gonna make you go to work here? I don't know if I did or not, but I will feel successful if you can tell me I learned these 3 things. At least I learned 3 things, okay? And there's 2 things I want to know more about, and there's 1 thing I might change. Can I give you 1 minute of silence before I wrap this up? I would like you to do it now, because if you stand up and walk out of this room without writing it down, I promise you, it's gone by lunchtime. Please write it down right now. 3, 2, 1. 3 things you didn't know before, 2 things that you're curious about now, and 1 thing that you think you're going to change about your professional practice based on the information we shared today. And then I'm going to give you my 4 big ideas, and we can compare notes, okay? And it's totally not cheating to talk. Did she really say whatever? Oh, did you get the same thing? I mean, it's okay to talk. That's part of learning. 1 + 1 is 3. I would like to motivate you to do the same exercise on any of the sessions you go to today. And this is kind of like putting your finger on the pulse. Was this worth going to? I learned something new. I'm curious about something now, and I'm going to do something different. That's a big deal, okay? So in summary, I told you I was going to leave you with 4 big ideas. This is the last slide here. Mind, brain, and education is very cool, and in general, it confirms best practice teaching. For the most part, we can actually find direct correlations between what we know goes on in the brain and what teachers do in this beautiful art that they have of teaching, okay? Mind, brain, and education is also a transdisciplinary vision. It sort of trains you to always look at things not only just from an educator's perspective, but what's going on from a biological perspective or a nutritional perspective or psychological perspective. And it's superior than just looking at one vision. There's no problem you will ever face in life that is better attended to by just looking at it like a mathematician, a historian, an artist. Transdisciplinary thinking is really much more superior, okay? The third idea is that I'd like to challenge you to take on this idea that you are learning scientists. And this moves our work into being not only art, but also evidence-based. And the fourth idea is to not just come to conferences like this to ask, what should I do next? But ask, why does it work? Get to the why, okay? I hope those are things that have also jumped out at you today. I will leave you with the same kind of an invitation. Please write to me if you have any doubts or questions. I love talking to people who care about this topic. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, I am Carolise, and today we're going to be talking about a very special topic, and that is how to deal with difficult stakeholders. So don't go anywhere, I will be right back. Everybody, we're talking today about dealing with difficult stakeholders. So everybody's dealt with a difficult person, right? And you know that it's no fun, right? Especially if you are the business analyst and you need these people to give you information so that you're able to do your job well, and they are just completely difficult. Like, what do you do in that situation? I completely understand because I've had to deal with difficult people in many projects I've worked on over the years. So the first thing to do though when you're dealing with difficult people is to first of all make sure you're talking to the right person. Make sure you have identified the right stakeholder, not because a person has been involved in the project or around the project or somebody told you that they would be a good stakeholder means that they are. You have to look at your project, do some observation, like I said in this video right here, about how to elicit requirements. That will also help you to identify who your stakeholders are, and so that you know you're talking to the right person. But let's say, for example, that you are talking to the right person. They are a stakeholder and you need to get information from them, but they're being difficult. Now, you have to understand some of the reasons why people are difficult, right? It may not just be as obvious as it seems. There is sometimes a resistance to change. Remember, you as a business analyst, you are an agent of change, right? When you step into a project, you're there only because they want to change something. Something is happening that they want to fix, or they want to change, or they want to improve, and that's the reason why you're on the project. So you are an agent of change, and people naturally are resistant to change. So they see you coming, they already put up their guards and they don't even want to talk to you because they know you're just there to change stuff. So you have to understand the psychology behind why people are difficult sometimes. And sometimes even further to that, the people you're talking to who are difficult, maybe they were the ones who actually championed whatever the process currently is. So it could have been their process. It could have been them that came up with it. And now you're coming to change it, and they feel like that is an insult almost to them, and so they are already kind of committed to the process because they created it or they have inherited it. Could have been that it was passed down to them from some other boss or some other department or something, and they've just been working in it, and so now you come to change it and they're very resistant to you. So that could have been the reason why they're difficult. Another reason, sorry, my phone's going off. Another reason is to avoid blame. So if you've been working in a process for a while and it's going awry to the point where management sends business analysts to go figure out how to fix this process, then there might be this feeling that, I'm going to be blamed for it being wrong, or I'm going to be blamed because it's not going well, or it's not profitable, or it's not working out. So people are a little bit, difficult because they don't want to be identified as the root cause, and they don't want their name to float up and for them to get the blame. So they're trying to protect themselves, a kind of a CYA activity to be difficult to you, to hinder you, because they're trying to protect themselves. Another thing that could cause people to become difficult is this concept of seniority, right? I've been at the company so many years, I've been working here for so long, and now you come, you're a little upstart, and you want to ask me all these questions and make all these suggestions to change things. Like, who are you? Like, where did you come from? So it's like they've been there so long, they're so ingrained in the entire process that they are resistant to you because they feel like they're up here, they're above you, they know more than you, they've been there longer than you, and here you come trying to make changes, and they just don't like that because you're too new. So they resist you, and they're difficult to you for that reason. The other thing could be just personal reasons, right? Sometimes people are going through hard times. Sometimes people are going through divorces, breakups, their children are giving trouble, they have mortgage problems. I don't know. But sometimes people are going through personal issues and they just become difficult at work. Sometimes they have health issues, like they're sick and they just don't know what's going to happen to them next. And then you come asking a bunch of questions and they just blow up on you, right? They're difficult to you. And it also could be work frustration. Some people are like very disgruntled. They have real reasons to be disgruntled. It could be that they think they should have been promoted already. They think they deserve to be paid more. They see other people moving up the chain and they're not going anywhere and they've been stuck in the rut for a long time. Who knows? But there could be like work frustration on top of personal frustration. And so you don't know who you're going to get on any given day of the week. So these people, they are difficult. So sometimes it's you catch them on a good day and you get everything out of them. Sometimes you catch them on a bad day and it's like the door is closed, right? So that's kind of sometimes the underlying reason why your stakeholders are difficult. Another reason could just be job security, right? They've been working in this process. They know the process. They've been doing it for many years. And now there's a project to improve the process, and they know when things change, people get let go, people's job roles change, and they don't really want to risk their job, right? If they're doing a very manual process and there's no longer a need for that manual step, what's going to happen to them? And so they have all of these things going on, and when you step in there to do your interview and to elicit your requirements, they just don't want to deal with you. They don't want nothing to do with you. You are a problem, and they will just not be nice or not be helpful as they could be. So these are the ways that people are difficult. So sometimes they're not like openly difficult. They're not like in your face with their attitude, which sometimes they are. And I'll talk about that in a minute. But sometimes they're just giving you little cues and you're like, is that person being difficult with me? I mean, I feel like they're just being difficult, but I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. So I'm going to give you some ways in which people are difficult, even when they're smiling. They're smiling, looking like they're helping you, but they're not really helping you. And these are the things that they do. So first, they give you vague information. So you ask them a very pointed question and you're trying to drill down, and they just keep giving you pie in the sky, very high level information that you can't really use. And no matter how much you're asking pointed information, you're just getting it back, at this level, and you're like, wow. Yeah. Sometimes it's not deliberate. Sometimes people just don't know how to explain things, and so they tell you at a high level that you can't use, and no matter how much you try to drill down into them, you can't get it. Part of it is your skill as well as a business analyst. How are you able to challenge information? How are you able to get a stakeholder to actually give you the information that you need in a very fluid way? So you have to be skillful too, to know how to drill down, what kind of questions to ask, how to probe, and not just give them questions that they don't have the context to. So if you are skillful with a stakeholder who's giving you vague information, you can get that out of them. But sometimes it's very difficult. Sometimes you just have to give up and say, you know what, maybe I'll find another stakeholder. Because for example, if you work at a bank, and I love to give my bank examples. If you work at a bank and you need to talk to the bank manager, and you're at a particular location and that's the bank manager you have access to, and that person is just giving you vague pie in the sky information, you probably could find another branch and another bank manager who has a similar role, do the same kind of things, and get that information from that person. So you don't have to stick to the one person if you can find the same role, doing the same job functions in a different department or a different branch. And that way you just avoid that person altogether. That's always an option if you work in that kind of environment. If you work in a small company and this is the only person who has the knowledge, you just have to up your elicitation skills. You have to try to find some way to connect. Sometimes it's all about making the connection. You're almost like a salesperson, right? You have to build relationships with the person. So if you just come in and you're only there when you want to grab information out of their heads, there could be this strong resistance to you. But if you try to make a connection, like find out, how long they've been at the company, get some background on them, like did they win an award last year for being, head of the, football committee or something? Were they like active in other things that you can connect with? Do they like sports? Do they like movies? Do they like theme parks? Like what is it that you can find as a common ground to kind of have a relationship with them before you jump in to ask them a bunch of questions, right? So try to make that connection. Sometimes you can just take people for lunch. Hey, we're going for lunch. Would you like to come? I want to go to lunch with you and sit and chat about something. And you go to lunch. You're eating. You're in a casual environment. You can start asking them questions, and maybe you get the answer that way. So you just have to be creative. If this is the only person that has the information that you need to fulfill your project, you're gonna have to find a way to get it. You just have to be creative like that. The other way that people can be difficult, or stakeholders can be difficult, is with shifting priorities. Now, what do I mean by this? I mean, today, and this is specifically for external clients, right? When you're dealing with a client and the client is a stakeholder and you're working on a project, and when you talk to the client, they're like, the most important thing for us is ABC. This is the first 3 things that we want to get done in this project. And you run off to try and do those, and the next time you talk to them, they're like, oh, well, you know what? We actually want to do D first. And D is more important than C because we just had a call with our CEO, and the CEO now has made this project the most important thing, and he wants to make sure we get D in. And you run off to do D, and then they call back, and then you have another sit down with them or a meeting with them, and it's like, well, you know what? I think between D and A, we definitely have to get C done. And you're like, oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, clients can do that, and you don't really have any control because they're the client, they're paying the money, right? So it's like shifting priorities. Now what you do with that is every time they shift the priority, you shift the timeline. You make them know, hey, if I get this done, we can definitely do it, but it's going to impact this and this and this, and this is a time estimate for getting that done. Now, is it still that important? So you kind of have to push back in the ways that you can. If it's with an internal staff member, you can do the same thing where the timeline is going to change, but also you can start asking more questions if it's internal, like, is there a client waiting on this? Is there a reason why we've changed this priority? And stuff like that. So that's the kind of way stakeholders can be difficult because you have to work with them and they keep shifting the priorities on you, and that makes it difficult for everybody because nobody can figure out what they need to do next, right? And then there is the stakeholder that gives you overly complicated information. Like you ask them something simple and they go into all of these acronyms and all of these jargons, and they tell you the history about people who even left the company and what they didn't do, and you are overwhelmed. You're like, I know I got a bunch of information, but what do I do with it? Like, it's just information overload. And typically these people are, they're very knowledgeable and you respect their knowledge, but it's like they don't know how to package that knowledge in a way that a person who's not had their experience, not been at the company that long, not in their world, can actually consume it. They don't have that skill set. It might be that they may not want to be difficult, but they don't have the skill set to package the information in such a way that it can be consumable by somebody who's not living in their world. So those are the kinds of ways that people are difficult. Now, when you meet a person who likes to give you overly complicated information, you have to know when to stop them and say, okay, so you just mentioned the ACS. For you, what does ACS mean? And it could mean something different for me, something different for them. So they got to go through what the ACS is. And then you got to say, okay, so when you say the refactoring process, what exactly does that mean? So you kind of stop them and clarify. Stop them and clarify. And God help you if they want to clarify and get into more overly complicated details. So again, you can always piggyback on the fact that maybe there's somebody else who has that knowledge that you could get the same information from. Because normally in an organization, not only one person has all the details, right? You could get it from multiple, different sources. But if this is the one person you keep being pointed back to, you got to use your analytical skills. You just have to, because, people can give you very, very complicated information that you don't even know how to consume. The other one is kind of aligned with the complicated information as a way of being difficult, but it's also rambling. You have your rambler. These are storytellers. So you're asking them a pointed question and then they're giving you a whole world of story, like all of the history, all of the details, all the people, everything. So this is kind of good in some cases because you might want to see the history of something. You might want to understand how it started, but sometimes you just want a pointed answer and you just can't get that pointed answer. So what I would do in that situation is when they tell you all of this, all of this, all this, all this stuff, slim it down, get to the essence of it, and confirm. So after all of that, what I'm understanding is ABC, and they confirm, and you say, okay, cool. Just know that you have to budget more time with this kind of person than another kind of person, because you know if you have an hour, you're probably going to go into 2 hours. If you need 15 minutes, you have to go into an hour because it's going to be so much fluff around the story. Let me turn my phone off because it's just making a lot of noise right here. See, I'm an important person. People keep sending me messages. Okay, so the other thing is the way that people can be difficult is that they are unwilling to compromise. And this again is very typical with clients. When the client is a stakeholder where they don't want to remove anything. They want the whole gamut of everything that was talked about, but they want it within the same timeline and they don't want to compromise. They don't want to give on anything. You're like, okay, well, we can get all this done in phase 1, but we're going to need at least another 6 months to complete the other things in phase 2. No, we want the whole thing in phase 1. I want it within the same timeline. And you're like, this is not how, like, we're not going to be able to work magic here. You know, this is not a magician show. But yeah, so people can be difficult because they don't want to compromise. So what you have to do when you have this kind of unwillingness to compromise, you have to work within the parameters that you can move. Like sometimes in a contract, the price is already fixed, right? Sometimes it's not. So if you can say, well, we can put more resources in to get this thing done within this time, but it's going to cost you XYZ more, then maybe they'll change their mind. Or if you say, well, we can give this to you for free, but you're going to have to wait the other 6 months to get the rest. Then, so whatever you can negotiate with, then that's how you try to get the compromise. And always try to find win-win solutions, like things that you win as the seller of the company or you representing your company, and think that they win. So when you're a business analyst and you're coming up with a feature, most of the time, if we're dealing with internal people, is that we have to deal with developers and maybe we don't have the amount of resources to get the exact feature that we want in. So the compromise will be taking out some of the functionality so we can get something in that's still meeting, the need and meeting at least the MVP that we can actually deliver. So that's usually where we compromise as business analysts, and also on processes, right? So sometimes we're doing a process revamp and we have to eliminate some steps, but because we eliminate the steps, it causes things to be more expensive, or even though we reduce the time, we affect some other part of the system. So it's like, how can we find a compromise between both? And we have multiple departments who might want different outputs and you have to deliver it to them. So always look for opportunities where you can find win-win situations, and that way, and work within your framework. So if you can, like for example, internally you can't really work with price because you're not normally billing a different department, but you have people that would have to work between both. You can say, well, I can give you a resource on your team if you let me do this within my team. So you have to work with whatever parameters are available to you. Chasing your tail, that's the other one. So people can be difficult because they have you doing this. Around and around and around and around. So you talk to Tom and he says, the best person to talk to about this is Mary. Mary says, no, go to John. John says, no, goes to Amy. And so by the time you're done with Amy, you go right back to the person that you started with. And they just keep sending you around and around and around and around. And the reason they do that is because they don't want to actually answer your question, right? They want to just send you on a wild goose chase. That is them being difficult, and sometimes it's because they don't know. It could be that they honestly don't know, and you ask a bunch of questions that they should know, but they don't know, and so they just pawn you off to somebody else. So when you find that you're being sent around and around, one of the things that you can do is, with the person that you're with, say, no, I want to talk to you. I want your input. I want your opinion. I value you. I value your opinion on this. So if you have any thoughts on this at all, I want to hear it. And it's kind of like putting them back in the picture so they know you're not just there to suck out of them for a process or for improving something, but you actually care about what they care about. You care about their world. You care about what they're doing. And that would give them some incentive to be more helpful, to be more open, and that might stop them from being difficult with you. The other thing that you'll know that someone is being difficult with you is when they give you outright attitude. You know, and this attitude doesn't have to only be verbal. It could be your body language. So like you're talking to someone and they're like this, or their face expression is like, so they don't have to be like rude, like cursing you out or whatever, but they're just giving you all the cues that they don't care. And they don't have time, and this is not their job, and they don't report to you, and who cares? So, you know, you will get attitude like that. And sometimes you can't really change the attitude. What I would do if I started in really bad attitude is I would give the person a break. You know, I would, you know, just reschedule the session or have another time later on when they're in a better mood or something. I wouldn't want to continue when people are already giving me attitude, because I don't want to start giving them attitude because it's going to rub off on me. So I would rather just reschedule, do it again another day, and you know, kind of start from a different vantage point. So if I started one place that I found that they were not very receptive to, then the next time I meet with them, I try to start somewhere else or try to change it up somehow, switch it up, make it more interesting for them, and hopefully they'll be more motivated to tell me stuff. So that's it. So those are the ways that your stakeholders can be difficult. I hope this was helpful for you to understand that this is a kind of a natural part of the job. As long as you're dealing with a lot of people and you have to get information from people, you will have people who are going to be difficult. And so don't go into the job expecting everybody's going to be nice, it's going to be great, I'm going to just do well, I'm not going to have any trouble. That doesn't happen in the real world, right? And as a business analyst, remember, you're an agent of change. And so you're going in there to change things, and nobody likes that, right? So you just have to find ways to get what you need. But at the same time, when you come across a difficult person, I've just explained to you some of the reasons they could be difficult. You now have to use your analytical skills to see how can I circumvent that problem and what can I do to just make myself more amenable and be willing to understand their vantage point, and for them to be more willing to open up to me. Whatever I can do. There are some people that are going to be so difficult, they're just going to give up and be like, I don't even want to deal with them. I don't. But, you know, for the sake of the project, for the sake of your job, for the sake of just being a professional, you have to put on the smile and you have to try again. And every time you find yourself hitting a wall, then you say, okay, what can I do? Maybe I can go around this way. Maybe I can go over. Maybe I can go under. Okay, maybe when I touch this topic, I get a bad response. Let me do it this way. And you get the same result, but you could just find different ways to get to the same result, right? So those are my tips for that. I hope this video was useful. And please, guys, subscribe. Check out my blog, carolise.com. And also check out my Facebook page, facebook.com/Carolise. And I also have a Facebook group that's very active called Real World Business Analysis and IT. So thank you again for watching this video.